Instagram as well.
Okay.
And
Awesome.
the great thing about it is you always have your business card with you. You know, when you have business cards, you can forget them. You can, order them. They're not coming in time. They're just waiting, and you're just waiting on or not having your business cards. You always have your business card with your digital card because you're able to have it directly on your phone as a QR code, as a link, as a cover, as a app on your phone. You can directly message it. You can directly email it, and it's that simple. So you never have to worry about leaving home without your business cards. I mean, how many times do you really keep people's business cards anyway? How much have you spent on your business cards? In the last maybe 2 years, I've probably spent over $300-400 on just business cards alone. How many times have you your business cards, your real ones, your ones with all your logos and information, but how many times have you ordered them and they didn't come in time, so you had to run to Staples to grab something for this major networking event? You no longer have to do that. You can just leave, get your presentation. You can send presentations of your business or free information about your business from your click of your card. You're one click away. I love it. It's a phenomenal tool to have in your arsenal. It's a phenomenal marketing tool because it's game changer. This is innovation. This is new. Like, no one has this particular type of business card, digital business card.
No, it definitely is very interesting, and I definitely see the benefit of it. So I will check out the link that you sent to me, and I'll be in touch.
Awesome.
Yeah. Are you guys going to get into the business aspect of it, though? As far as it seems like, there's more to it than just marketing, right? That's what I gather from the rooms that I've kind of briefly sat in.
Oh, yes. Definitely.
Hi, good morning, guys. How are you?
That's
morning, Melissa. Is it Jaquita?
Jaquita,
what's up? If I come in a little mumbly, you guys just put me on mute until I get to my office, all right? The purpose of the room today, I'm sick and tired of being on stages where we're just talking and we're getting gems, we're getting wisdom, but no one is doing shit. So this room today, as you can clearly see in the title, it's not a safe space. Anyone that's too touching in their feelings, there's a nice button that says leave quietly, and that's what will be exercised today. So what I want to focus on today, Jaquita, is where are you in your business? What are you doing to push your business forward? And if you're not doing all you can do every day in your business, we want to see what we can discuss today and actually get you onto that path. How does that sound?
That always sounds good. But, I just need fundamental information about what the 10K card opportunity is.
Queen, put 10K card to the side for a second. Put 10K card for a second.
Okay.
Here's what I want to focus on. What do you do? What is your business?
My current business is I am a full-service travel agent.
Full-service travel agent. I like that. Okay. Do you have a business card for your job? For what you do?
I do.
Bingo. I want you to DM me the card right now on Instagram. Send me the picture of the card. Let me see what it looks like. Is it a physical card or a digital card?
It's a physical card.
Not a problem. So you're gonna DM me the card front and back. I'm gonna send it over to my team. Within a half an hour, they're gonna have a digital version ready for you. There's no financial pressure on you when you do decide to buy. I'm gonna have you use Melissa's purchase link, so she gets the compensation on it. Since she was the one who welcomed you. Okay.
Okay, sounds great.
So step one, take the finances out of your head. You're speaking to the founder and CEO of the company. I just want to drop in to solve problems. So the fact that you're using the physical card, Queen, would you say that is limiting you as to the scope of clients that you can pull towards to the service?
Well, I mean, I don't know yet. I don't know what the potential is for using a digital card. I haven't used one, so I don't really have anything to compare it to.
Okay, very good. So again, I want to take away the card just for a second. We'll take care of that part of it. We're gonna get to the card just now. The first thing I'm most interested in is seeing how we can show up to serve you as a client. How we can challenge you to do more than you're doing right now, because everyone can do more than they're doing right now. Would you agree to that one?
Absolutely.
So what I'm hoping to achieve here in the room, Queen, is when you leave here, you're gonna say, you know what? I'm gonna do this different than I was doing the day before. I'm gonna do this moving forward. I'm gonna add this to whatever it is I was doing today. Whether it be the card, whether it be a piece of advice, whether it be an action plan. So this room is not about the 10K card. This room is about let's focus on you. What can we do to help push you forward in your business? Okay. I just want to get that out clear, sweetheart.
Wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. So what state are you up?
I'm in New Jersey.
New Jersey? All right. In terms of clients, do you have the whole of the New Jersey market as yet or no?
You said, do I have the whole of the New Jersey
market? Market, yep.
Yes, I do. New Jersey, Philly, Delaware, New York.
Okay, good. Is everyone in New Jersey aware that you're the one to come to when it comes to traveling?
I believe so.
Nice. So my goal this morning is to get the entire New Jersey to start using your product and services. Does that sound like a nice plan?
Sounds amazing.
So one of the things with people that have money is that if you can give them less work to do, you can give them a bill, they'll take the bill every day to do less work. So if you're offering your existing clients a great product or service and they are happy with what you're doing, then they want to tell their friends, their family, and everyone else they know. So what we do, we try to help you to position yourself in such a way easy for clients to do business with you and to refer you to others. So that's what we're famous for. That's what we're good at. And that's what we're going to be doing here for you. As I mentioned, there's absolutely zero financial pressure on you. So whenever we're speaking, I don't want you to think of any hidden costs that you have to be thinking about. The only cost that you'll think about if you choose to move forward is actually getting the paid version of the card. We'll give you a free version to try out. It's not a problem. But if you have heard enough and you think we've given you enough value, and you say, hey, you know what? This is something worth paying for. That's the only time I want you to think of costs. Sounds good?
Yes, it does.
All right. So on Google, did you register on Google? Did you register your business on Google as yet?
No, not yet.
And how long have you been in business, Queen?
4 years.
Okay, you know I'm gonna squeeze you for that one, right? You know, Google have one of the loudest voices in the marketplace, one of the loudest voices on the internet. So today, I want you to start registering your business on Google, because if you register your business on Google and you have a client that is very satisfied with your product and service, I want to give them the opportunity to give you a 5-star rating and to actually write a review on you. Is that a fair enough ask?
Sounds good. I have to look into what it takes to be registered on Google, but yeah, that sounds fair.
If you have the money, you don't have the time to look into Google, we already have a partnership with a company that does everything for you. So if that part of the equation you're interested in pulling the trigger today, now, let me know. And I'm going to send you the link to the Google registration, because we partner with a company. We charge $199. We register your business on Google. We use all the right words. We use the photos and everything to get you the best rating on Google. Like when it comes to SEO, search engine optimization, everything, the team is actually trained on that. I may lose signal for like 60 seconds, guys. Take the mic, I'll come back on in 60 seconds.
Hi, Jaquita. This is Mikaela.
Yeah.
Welcome to the room. I am glad that Sean made that offer to you. I am in business myself, but I didn't even know that myself. So that's something I need to do as well. Because, just having a presence is important, and my tag now is to be seen, be heard, and be paid. And so guess what? If we're not able to be seen and heard, we can't get paid. So that's right there is the start of really pushing your business forward. I love that. I've heard about having a SEO optimization, and I use codes and keywords myself, but I haven't registered my business on Google either. So that is a wonderful tip. That is the beauty of this room. I'm on the trail walking, so bear me with me if I'm a little winded. That's the beauty of this room. Sean drops gems all the time, and he pours into us, not just to encourage you to get a digital business card, but use all the tools that's available to you to level your business up. And the people that come in this room on a daily, they drop gems, they share with you tools and tips and tricks on how to level your business up, how to move through the marketplaces. And it's wonderful. I have been with the 10K Cards community for probably a little over 2 months now. And I cannot tell you how amazing it has been for me. So for me, I am a transformational coach, a Reiki master practitioner, and a healing advocate. And in the physical world, I dealt with my clients. Now I can deal with people digitally, globally, around the world. You know, I already have clients that I do Reiki with internationally, but this levels my business up because not only can I share my card with those people, but they can share my card with other people. So if they want to let other people know what I do, they share my 10K card. But guess what? If they're in business, all they have to do is get the business card and upgrade. And then guess what? You can have a multiple stream of income. You can get paid for that as well. So that's the beauty. Like he said, no pressure. The digital promo card is the beginning because what you do is you're able to sample the card, use the card, share the card, explore the card, and see how that works for your business. And when you are ready, you upgrade, and bam, the doors are open. Because on that digital business cards, there are multiple links, unlimited links. Let me correct myself. Unlimited links on that digital business card. So whether you have an event you need to promote, you have a past event that show people what you've done in the past. You have courses like me. I'm developing my course segment now for the Academy. And that link will be on my 10K card. And everything else that I do and partner with will be on my 10K card because the links are unlimited. So I find that profound. You have anything else to share, Melissa? Melissa, she might be at work right now. There you go, girl. There you go. There you go, queen.
It feels so good.
I'm doing wonderful.
It feels so good to be back on Clubhouse. Like the last week, over the weekend, I couldn't really talk. I could just listen because I was at work. And it's just awesome.
Yeah.
It's just an awesome community to be a part of, the 10K part. I mean, Sean is phenomenal. Like, he pours into us on a regular basis, no matter what he's doing. I just found out that he goes to sleep. He goes to sleep because we was in a room the other night, and I think it was like maybe now 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the morning. He said he's going to bed, and I was like, "Oh, you actually go to sleep?" Because he's always out doing, his business, marketing his business. And the beauty about the 10K is that you're always marketing your business. It's a tool that you can just have at all times. I love it. I'm a credit specialist, and my website is on there. People can sign up through my website. People can email me through my 10K card. They can text me. They can WhatsApp at me. It's just a phenomenal tool to have because all of your contact information, all of your business tools is there one click away. Phenomenal tool. And not only that, he helps you build your business and helps you build it to the next level, to take it to the next level, by always instilling us on how we got to do better. We got to do our business better. If you're not going to work your business, then who the hell is? Who the hell is going to work your business? Who else is going to take your legacy to the next level? Who else is going to do it but you? So that's one thing I love about it. And he just pours into him, and his energy is always on 10. It's always on 10. And he's just an awesome person. This is how I met Mikaela through here. This is how I met Coach. And this is how I met you, your beautiful self. And it's just a phenomenal tool to be a part of because not only do we have it, but there's thousands that have it now that are all through Clubhouse, and it's going to be taken by storm. This is going to be such a phenomenal tool that it's global. We can actually say it's global. It's global, and it's a phenomenal tool to have. So,
yeah, awesome. Thank you so much for all the information, and thank you for the compliment.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I'm definitely interested. So again, I will check out the link that you sent me and just kind of listen in and, you know, get as much information as I can. But I'll be back. I'm gonna, let me see if I didn't. Yeah, I just followed the group, and I'll follow both of you ladies as well. I already followed. Well, what's his name again? He just says at 10K.
Yeah, at 10K, but his name is Sean.
Okay.
Sean Lashley.
All right. I already followed him, so, and I'll follow Coach as well. Cool. So
and don't forget to follow. Yeah, and don't forget to follow us on Instagram as well, because you'll see a lot of tips and gems that Sean drops when he posts on 10K. So
okay, yes,
definitely follow all of us on Instagram.
Okay, well, on it now. Sometimes when you're on Clubhouse, you don't want to leave the front screen because you don't want to miss anything. If somebody says the name, you have to unmute. So, yeah, I'm going into your Instagram now.
You know what? We have kind of perfected that skill where we know how to move through real fast. So we get buried into somebody's Instagram page, and then we have to come back and say, "Hey, you're next." And it's like, "Okay, hold on. Let me get back." So I think most moderators know that people, when they go to your profile, they go into your Instagram, and they have to come back to the room. It takes a second or two. So most people will give you a moment to come back to the room. So most moderators are aware of that, because that's how we move and navigate and communicate, is through our social media here online. So don't worry about that.
Yes. Come on back.
Thank you, ladies. Yeah, so I just followed everybody. So I'll stay connected and learn as much as I can. And, you know, I'm excited.
Did Sean give you a digital promo card yet? Did he send you the link for that?
And I'm back.
There you go. Just asking that you send that link to her for the digital promo card.
What to do? I had her send me her business card on Instagram. I sent it to the team already. So the team is going to create a digital version for her. That's step one. Step two, when if you see the value in it, only then I'm going to have her click on Melissa's link to actually make the purchase. She can either go to the basic version or the premium version. But what I want to make sure she leave with here today is, if you're not doing everything you can for your business, my dear, I'm going to challenge you to do so. And in doing everything for your businesses, you want to let the entire world know who you are and what you do. One of our secrets to pushing forward is, when we're marketing, we're thinking of 8 billion people. I'm not just thinking of the state of New Jersey. I'm not just thinking of the zip code I'm in. I'm thinking of 8 billion people. So guess what? If we sell 1% of 8 billion people, we did a damn good job. Would you say that's a freedom assessment, Jaquita?
Yes, I do.
So that's how my mindset is now. For you to share out 8 billion digital business card, that's a lot of business card you're gonna have to pay for. But if you have the digital version, you're now in a position that you can share. Give me 1 second. All right. Say good morning. Come, say good morning. Say good morning, guys. Say good morning. She's smiling now.
Good morning.
Good morning, sweetheart. How are you?
I betrayed her this morning. She was sleeping and I went to Starbucks without her.
Oh, yeah, so she's letting you know.
Oh, yeah, no, she's not playing.
That's my spot.
Exactly. So, okay, Mom, you got it. Okay, good, thanks. All right, so
I have a quick question when you're done.
Go for it, Jaquita. I don't want to keep butchering your name. Is it Jaquita or Jaquita?
It's Jaquetta.
Jaquetta. Okay, there you go, Jaquetta.
Thank you. I appreciate the effort. It is a unique name.
Yep.
Yeah. So, how does it work when someone has multiple businesses?
Beautiful. So we have another product that's called the digital wallet. the digital wallet, we build a card for each of the business that you have. And then we take those businesses and then we put them all in one place. I'm gonna send you two clients right now that actually have the digital wallet. So you'll check your back channel. I'll send you David's wallet and I'll send you Kim.
Hi guys, this is Coach or
So David's wallet, WALLET. And guys, there's David wallet is DAVIDS WALLET. DavidsWallet.com. If you click on DavidsWallet.com, you're gonna see David's wallet. And I'm also gonna send you Kim's wallet, KYMMSWALLET. Kim has several businesses operating, and she creates a different identity for each business. So whenever she's in front of the whichever audience, that's the one that she can choose to represent herself in that capacity. And I see my girl Tiffany just came to the building. Tiffany, wait, this is Tiffany's second phone.
Hey,
Tiffany,
I'm just following the master, the sensei of Clubhouse, that be Sean 10K. I was like, I'm on the physics scout. How does brothers at 2 rooms at the same time? I'm going to do it too. I know that's right.
I know, right? Hey, Queen, how you doing?
Hey, Queen Melissa, Queen Michelle, King Coach, Queen DeQuette. Okay, help me, sister. I'm sorry.
No, she's going to mess with
DeQuetta. Oh, beautiful. And you said it with that Caribbean accent. Oh, girl, yes, I love it. Hey!
Yeah, so what to do, Jaquetta? Take a look at the 2 versions. First of all, did you see the message I sent you in the back channel?
Yeah, I see that it's there. I haven't clicked on it yet, but I certainly will. Would you like to look at it now?
Yeah, click on it. I want to start with that real life introduction. As I mentioned, this room today and every day going forward, I'm all about what are we doing right now. I am not letting anyone off stage or off the hook with telling me what they're going to do in the future. Now we're good. The future's here. The future's here. It's time to take action now. You see, Tiffany saw me in multiple forms of fear. Like, how the hell did you do that? And she went and did the same damn thing.
I'm following the sensei, the 10K card whisperer. I'm like, this brother got game. And I saw you just got in Clubhouse at the same time I did. I'm like, oh, I'm so behind the 8 ball. I'm going to follow him. I'm going to ride your coattail all the way to the top of the mountain.
There we go. And that's how you do, guys. Find someone who have what you're looking to achieve and just do what they're doing and get as much influence as you can from them. And then once you achieve that, nothing will be able to stop you. Okay, Jaquetta's back online. Jaquetta, you're there?
Yes, and I did look at David's wallet, so that is definitely what I had in mind. That's great. I love it.
Right. One of the reasons I love the shopping room, and I'm going to be more present in the 10KCARDS from now on, because what I want to focus on is, I see people struggling to close clients. I see people struggling to close clients, right? And it kind of boggles me as to how that is so, because closing clients, in my opinion, is one of the easiest things ever. And here goes the action step, guys. If you guys are writing, take this notes. Step 1, understand who your client is and what their business includes. The first thing I asked Jaquetta today, what business are you in? Was that not correct, Jaquetta?
That is correct.
Because if I don't know what business you're in, and if I don't know what you're looking to achieve, how can I effectively inspire you to use a product that's going to help you? So step 1, understand your client. Understand what business they're into. When you understand the client that you're speaking to and what business they're into, find out what's their outcome, what are they looking for. When you find out what they're looking for, what their outcome includes, only then can you now start to assess if they're a right fit for your product or service. If they're not a right fit for your product or services, make sure you connect yourself to someone who can assist them with the outcome they're looking to achieve. And then when you pair them up with someone who can assist them with the outcome they're looking to achieve, they will remember you the next time it comes to doing business. Okay, they're going to remember you the next time it comes to doing business in your space, okay? All right, let's move forward to the next one. Once you've assessed the individual's need and you know your product or service can actually help them, then you get involved in actually providing them with the solution that they're looking for through the use of your product or service. So what I did with Jaquetta is, 1, I asked what business she's in so I can get a better understanding. 2, I asked her to send me her basic business card. I sent it over to our team, so in a very short period, the card is going to be ready for her to take a look at. And if she sees the value in it, then she's going to say, hey, Sean, I see the value. I think this is going to help my business. And then she can pull the trigger going forward. Okay, so if you try to sell someone on something they're not even aware as to how it fits into their business model, you already lost the game. So my recommendation is step one, always get to know the client in front of you. That's it. Whenever I'm in the room, guys, if you want to leave the closing to me, I got you, not a problem. Just welcome the client correctly, bring them on stage, I'll have the conversation with them. And whoever make the connection with that client, when it's time for them to pull the trigger, I'm going to point them in your direction so they can pull the trigger on your card and you'll be the affiliate member, okay?
I love that win-win strategy, Mr. Sean. King, I tell you what, you have been a blessing to me because it's really easy for me to track through that law of attraction. But the expert for the 10K card is not Tiffany. It's actually the creator of it. That would be Mr. Sean 10K. So I'm a really good networker, but I don't pretend to know something that I don't know. And I think that my honesty keeps people coming to me asking questions, because if I don't know something, I say, you know what, I may not know that, but let me go find out who actually does. But I can offer value over here, but I'm going to stay in my lane. So I'm a really strong believer in staying in the lane of what you're a master at, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to come over here and learn to leverage every ounce of every opportunity. So each day I'm learning something new about the 10K card. So I appreciate this room, and you ladies have just, when I say you ladies, I mean Michaela and Michelle. Michelle had to leave, and and Coach and everyone that's in this 10K family has really helped me in every area of my business, and I feel it's my responsibility to also give back so that everybody eats, because I'm eating in my business. So I want to make sure that everyone eats over here as well. Thank you so much for sharing that, Mr. 10K. Okay, he might be with his family.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, so the more we focus on helping others, guys, that's the quickest way to move forward. Because if we're not helping others, if we're not helping others, we're not receiving God's help. Let me put it that way. But when you fall in love with helping others, is then you're going to really recognize the help that God has given you. Because you can't give to others that which you don't have. So when you start to give to others, and you're like, whoa, where's all this coming from? Well, that's the work of our Creator. He's going to keep strengthening us so we can strengthen others. But if we refuse to strengthen others, we can no longer be used as the vessel for him to channel his blessing through. Because when you open up yourself to be a vessel, you have to create the channel what you want to channel through you. Because if you block it on the other end, you're going to end up with an implosion situation one day. So the more you bless others, man, is the more I believe you just open up the blessings to flow right through you. Okay? Just something to consider, guys.
And I also tell people as well, Mr. Sean 10K, I said, I'm not naive and I'm not foolish. If someone else told you about this 10K card before I did, and if you remember that person, give credit to whom credit is due. So don't say that I referred you if you actually heard it from someone else and you know who that is. It's really good to be honest, because I don't want to reap a harvest off of someone else's seed.
I want to go a step further now, Tiffany. I want to go a step further. I want you guys to hear me carefully. One of the reasons I'll make myself available always in these rooms, because I don't do one-on-one conversations like that. Rarely, I make myself available for the one-on-one. Here's what I want you guys to know in this audience. Whenever you're connecting with someone, the word here is connect. Don't try to sell people, try to connect with people. When you connect with an individual and they realize that a connection is there, when it's time for them to pull the trigger, guess what they're going to do? They're going to think about you. So I want to focus on connecting. Whenever you're in the presence of someone else, focus on connecting. Once you connect with them, closing is no longer a problem. And how do you connect with someone effectively? Show up and add value. Show up and add value. How do you show up and add value? By understanding who the hell you're speaking to. Because if you're speaking to someone and you're just sending balls against the wall, they're like, yo, this person even told me like that. Like, why do they think I need this product? Why do they think I need this service? So you want to first, as I to know the individual, and after you get to know and understand them and how you can help them, then you start sending the value that matches their situation. Am I on point so far, or am I just rambling?
You are on point.
So that's what it is. So here's what one of the things of Tiff. The advice that I always share is this: whenever you're in Clubhouse, let every room you go into, let them know who you are and what you do. Make no apologies for it. Let them know who you are and what you do. Because you're on Clubhouse to make connection. You're on Clubhouse to solve problems. You're on Clubhouse to move your business forward. And while you're doing that, if someone is in need of your product or services, great. If they like the way you presented yourself in Clubhouse and they want to get a card, great. Let them find you and you'll show them exactly how you did it. Because people only take action when they see someone that inspires them to do it the way okay. If I want to do something and I see Melissa's doing it correctly, I'm going to reach out to Melissa. Hey, Melissa, how did you do that? And then Melissa's going to tell me exactly how she did it. And at the end of Melissa's presentation, Melissa's going to say, oh, here, by the way, if you want to do the same thing for you, this is how you can do it. And then she provided them with that link. Does that make sense, Tiffany? Oh, Tiff.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
So it goes back to, this is why I said this is not a safe space. It goes back to thoroughly connecting with the individual. And once you make the right connection, you will never have to worry about them saying, oh, by the way, this person referred me. If you lost a prospect, that means your impact wasn't big enough. Your impact wasn't big enough. You want to get to the point where your potential client is happy to make sure you're their upline. You want to get to a place where the potential purchaser said, hey, you know what? If he or she can give me that for free, imagine if I'm the one who actually bought from them and they made a couple pennies because of me. Imagine how much more they'll want to bless me. That's the kind of mindset I want you guys to think about. So see your value and see your irreplaceable value actually within yourself and your product and offering, and then take that to the marketplace. Sounds good?
Sounds perfect. So don't apologize if they come over here instead, because maybe that lead went cold. That's what I just heard.
I want to get some feedback from the rest of the audience. What do you guys think about that? Let me hear you.
That is absolutely correct. You know, you got to add value. That's what I'm learning through you or with you, is that I have to add value to my audience. I have to add value so that way they can learn that I am valuable to them. My information is valuable. My information can have the possibility to change your life, change your trajectory of your family. It has the power to be able to give you and allow you to buy your dream home for you and your family. So yes, I definitely think that adding value and keep adding value, stay adding value, is going to keep you relevant. It's going to keep you on top of their minds. It's going to keep you in their contact and connecting with them. Like you said, being connected, they'll be connecting with your audience and being true and genuine. So definitely, I agree.
I also, Melissa, I'm on point with you as well, that is valuable. And I'm on my trail right now. And so I am walking on the trail, and they're cleaning up invasive plants on the trail. And so I met one of the guys that was over here asking him what he did, and he was telling me what he did. And I told him, I said, hey, you know, why don't you connect with me? Because I know he was at work, so I didn't want to disturb him. But I said, connect with me at 10KCARDS.com. And he said, cool. You know, I definitely want to find out more. So, you know what, Sean? I love this because that is ingenious to be able to share just that one link. He said, I got you, sis. Share that one link, and he'll have everything that I do in one place, so he'll know more about me. And what you were saying in adding value, what I do is I take an assessment of people. So when people are interested with me and what I do, I take an assessment. That's what I do my initial consultation with them. I take an assessment and find out who they are and what they need. And from there, I can decide whether I coach them, whether they need Reiki, whether they need meditation, whether they need reflexology, whether they need aromatherapy, or maybe they need all of it. And so from there, I kind of know what they need. But what I'm also hearing is that I need to tweak that a little bit. So I'm doing a 21-day self-heal challenge. And then as people get that 21-day self-heal challenge, I'm going to offer them a free promo digital business card so that they can show up in the world, with people knowing who they are and what they do. So I hear you, and I'm always applying what you say. I may not always say it, but you know what? I'm one that takes action. And so when you're saying this stuff, I'm putting it into action, like right away, like, ooh, my brain just goes into creativity overload. And then I kind of start writing it down, and then I start doing it. And I have my kids help me figure out, so how I'm going to do this. I need you to go out and take photos. I need you to go do this, do that. My daughter takes my videos and my photos, and that's what I use on my social media platform. So I am really happy and honored to be here in your presence where you are pouring into us every day. I am excited going to the Clubhouse Live this weekend to learn even more from even more and greater people. So I appreciate you. 1,000%. Thank you.
You're super welcome, Queen. And here's the thing, guys. Anything you hear me on stage discussing is stuff that I've just been practicing and repeating over and over until I quote unquote found it to be super, super easy. So when I'm on stage with others, when people request a one-to-one time with me, I say, look, I'm not available for one-to-one conversation. Meet me on stage. If you meet me on stage, we can have a conversation about anything, about everything. This is why. Someone else in the conversation is going to benefit from what we're talking about. So whenever someone is reaching out to me with this private talk, I don't know who else was in the room the other day when a woman tried to request a private conversation.
I was.
Well, we're gonna touch on that. We're gonna touch on that one just now. So let me really quick welcome Gus to the stage, and then I'll come back to Jaquita. Gus, welcome to the stage, brother. How are you?
I'm doing good, and yourself?
I'm good. I met Just in one of the rooms this morning, the real estate room, and such a humble individual and such a polite human being. He was apologizing for something that he didn't have to apologize with. So I just want to bring him over into the room and have a real conversation with him, because the approach that you took in the room, Gus, it told me that you're a very considerate individual and you don't want to step on anyone's toes. So I just want to shout you out for your humble approach, and I just have a conversation with you. So just to pull things into context, just give the guys in the room a brief introduction as to who you are and what you do.
Hey, my name is Gus. I live out in the state of Maine. I'm probably the only person that looks like me in the area I am in the state of Maine. I'm new to Clubhouse. I'm a real estate agent. I'm also a real estate investor. I'm a Toastmaster speech winner. Just joined Clubhouse to be able to connect with individuals to push forward in my life and to help my family and to help others too. Individuals are saying, I want to bring value, and other people are looking to bring value, so we can all work together to meet a common goal.
Love it. So, quick question to you guys. Did you get a chance to see the card that we put together for you?
Yeah, I did. I did see that.
What do you think about it?
It had all my information there to make things a lot easier for people to reach out to me.
All right. So when you're on Clubhouse and you're speaking, and someone is actually interested in what you're saying, if you give them that link, do you think it's going to enhance your Clubhouse experience?
Yes, because now I have material for them to reach me and get more information on me.
All right. Would you agree that we cannot get a refund on the time we invest in something?
Correct.
Would you agree that if you share that product with friends, client, prospects, or whoever, that would be a good investment of your time and energy in that particular space and time?
Yes, sir.
So with that question, if I told you you can get that card for a one-time payment of $100, what would you say?
That definitely works. I just need to know more information on, do I just send them the link directly, or how?
You send them.
How do you do it?
You send them the link directly. I already bought Gus Ophelia.com for you. I already bought Gus10k.com for you. So what I normally do is when I give the client the basic link, It's just for you to look at. It's just for you to interact with. And then when you choose one of the upgraded option, then we actually purchase a custom domain for you. So for example, if you look at Michaela, you look at Michaela10k.com, you'll find her. If you look at Derek, you go to Derek10k.com, you'll find him. If you look at let me see, Coach RM is RM10k.com. So what we do, we create the shortest possible link for you that is easy for you to connect with clients on Clubhouse. So like the Gus10k.com is going to give you a lot of mileage while you're on the Clubhouse platform. Because someone can look at your name, they can add 10k.com behind of your name, and boom, they'll find you. You can have multiple different redirect onto your card, but what we focus on is how we can make it simple for the clients to find you. You may love your name, but your client may just want to type Gus10k.com. And what we do when we do the Gus10k.com, we pay for the URL. So that's why we added 10k.com on it. But you're free to buy any web name you want and link it back to your card, sir. Are you with me so far?
Yes, sir.
Next question. You have an iPhone? You have an iPhone or a Galaxy?
Galaxy.
Galaxy, my condolences. Okay, so basically, how would you feel to know you're using a Galaxy plus you bought shares in Samsung? How would that make you feel? Which one makes you feel better, using the Galaxy or having shares in Samsung while you use the Galaxy?
Honest.
All right. So the second component to our business, we have the basic version of the card, which is a one-time payment of 100. We have the premium version of the card, which is a one-time payment of 300. When you buy the version for 300 and you share your card with others, and they see the value in the card and they want to get one, they can, when they make the purchase using your affiliate link, you're going to get 20% of that transaction. So here's what I do. I look for business owners who understand that we have expenses in our business. You can write off $100 as an expense. The expense is quote unquote free money. And when you write off the $300 as an expense, every month you get 20% on every client that chooses to make a purchase of a digital card simply by encountering you or seeing your card. Does that make sense so far, guys?
Yes.
So what I'm the guy that's here to say, hey, whether you want to get the basic card to begin with, you can do that. And when you're ready to upgrade in the future, you can. But I'm also here to be brutally honest and say, hey, if it's a business expense, if you have that money in your account and you leave it onto your account for 12 months, you're going to make a maximum like maybe $5 on that money, if so much. But if you invest yourself in a premium card and you're sharing it with everyone that you're doing business with, chances are you're going to make a sale or two using a damn card. And that's going to be a couple $100 going into your on that money, if so much. I have one guy, Matt Marinoff. I'm going to pull Matt Marinoff onto the stage when he gets up or wherever the hell he is. Matt's already made over $3,000 doing business with us, guys. And he's only been with us for, over $2,000, sorry. And he's been only with us for just about 3 months. So in a 3 month span, the guy already took home over $2,000 in stuff. But I'm going to have him tell his story when he come on stage. And the reason for it, he just simply tell people what he does. And when I said, great, how can I get in touch with you? He sent him his card. And they said, wow, this is cute. I like it. Matt said, well, do you want to get one? And he closed them on the damn card. Okay, that's it. So, Gus, what question do I need to answer to you, sir, before you pull the trigger to go forward?
Do you mind if I ask individuals on the panel?
Yes, sir.
What their experience has been?
Go for it. I'm going to mute.
Hey, you can ask me, and Matt won't be on top alone because I'm coming out, and it'll be some friendly conversation. But hey, I'm Gary. I'm a real estate investor out of Birmingham, Alabama, buy and hold guy, a single family, multi-family. So I tell you, the card has given freedom. You don't have to worry about purchasing a paper product. It has given me digital freedom because you can add different links to your card. So instead of just saying, well, how can people reach you on social media? You don't have to tell them to go here, go there. You've already lost them in the first 3 seconds if they're interested in what you have. But if you have a 10K card, you can say, hey, go to Gus10k.com and you can locate me there. And then while you're doing that, make sure you add me into your contacts and everything you need to know about me is in it. So the experience is what you get. And one thing that Sean will probably tell you is if you would compare the 10K product to the Linktree product, what you get with the 10K is a community, because not only with the community, you can actually network with different people, and you can actually have access to the CEO. I don't even know who the CEO is, and if the person is reachable for a Linktree, and it's so difficult. So your interface, once you get your interface, if you look how clean, and you can pretty much customize it how you want. That's your option. That's your choice. But see, with the Linktree, you really can't see. So I'm a visual person. So if you make it interesting, you can do a color scheme. You can do so much with it, my friend. So it's not me trying to sell you. I'm just trying to educate you on the possibilities. So the choice is just yours, man. You really don't have to ask anybody. If you hear and you like, don't wait around on it, my friend, because you're only wasting time by trying to say, well, hey, what was your experience? So just stop wasting time and go ahead and do it, man. That's just a friend with.
Well, thank you so much, King Derek, for that. I mean, everything that he said, I can definitely co-sign. And I'm just going to give you a very simple example of how I just used it this morning when I was in a room. And there's something called a back channel. It's like texting. And anyone in the room or wherever they are can actually message you if they want to ask you a question. Because the thing I found is, first of all, let me back up. I'm Tiffany, the wise CEO. Sorry, Sean.
And wise she is.
The wise CEO. I believe that wisdom is the principal thing, and above all, get an understanding. And I try to break it down and keep it simple and bite-sized chunks so people can digest it. But I will say, in the room I was in, that this person reached out to me that I do not know, and I guess they felt comfortable with my style, because people typically migrate towards who they feel there's a connection with. And she said, I just want to connect with you on other channels because I'm new to Clubhouse. I'm not as comfortable. And all I did was drop my 10K card. I said, here's all my contact information. I pressed 10K, space bar on my phone, and she had everything. So there were no more questions after that except, thank you. Because she said, oh, I see, you're everywhere. That was her comment. So that's the one area I'm going to share with you from today, a few moments ago, of how I use my 10K card. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Just to reset the room really quick, Gus is actually asking for the members on stage who already have a card, just for them to share their experience with the 10K card in his process of making his decision. So I see we have Gloria on stage. I see we have Greg just popped in. Greg, this is a Queen First only stage, buddy. I know you don't have a problem with that. So Gloria, with that said, take the mic, my dear.
Hello. Good morning, everybody, and happy Monday. Gus, if you're in this room and you've heard about 30 seconds of anybody using their 10K card, then you should have already DM'd Sean to get your 10K card. So I've had a 10K card for Sean. It's 2 months now, almost, because we're almost up at our second event, and you sponsored our last event. So it's actually like 6 weeks. But anyway, I've had my 10K card for a little while now, and I originally started with whatever Sean sent me. Then I negotiated a deal with Sean. Really, he negotiated with me because that's what Sean does. And, he partnered with me on a real estate and construction event that we put together here on Clubhouse. I'm part of the affiliate program. I have been sending Sean diligently updates and changes to my card, and just upgraded to a blue diamond. Because I want to highlight one of the buttons on my card. But more importantly, I will say that just having the digital business card and having my 10K card has increased, and we track everything in my company. I mean, everything. Bathroom breaks, you name it, it's in a time management app. So we track where all the leads come from, and the traffic to our website has increased organically, obviously, by about, I would say, 20 to 30%. And then our conversion rate actually on interactions from clients, we don't sell a product, we sell a service, and it's actually a pretty expensive service, but our conversion rate for proposals and requests for quotes has also increased by roughly, I would say, a good 20%. And of those, we have actually closed an additional 2 clients in the time. Now, I'm not saying that's directly correlated 100% to the 10K card, but I do know that I do have an increase in traffic and conversions of 20 to 30%, and I have the metrics to prove it. So I hope that helps you with your decision. I hope that helps you also understand the value of having a digital business card. The reason why to go with 10K, I believe, versus a Linktree or any of the other cards is not because Sean's 10K card doesn't offer any of the features that the other digital cards offers. It's because the 10K card comes with Sean. And it comes with conversations like this, and it comes with a community of folks that also have 10K cards, whether they're in real estate, construction, a little bit of both. They do, Turo, which is like the car sharing app, whether they're, a fitness expert or just a student who has a resume, right? And they just want to put themselves out there in a professional way. So there are so many ways to utilize a 10K card. It comes with a concierge service, so you don't have to do any of the changes yourself. Sean is extremely accessible, both on Clubhouse as well as other social platforms. I could go on and on and on, but then I might have to send a pay link to Sean. So for the promo, not that it matters. I mean, honestly, like seriously, I mean, I say all jokes aside.
Gloria, I gotta cut you for a second. Gloria, when you're part of 10K cards, right? This stage is much yours as it is mine. Okay. Just to put a disclaimer out there.
That is very true. That's very true. That's why I cut off and digressed, right? Because I realized like I'm making money off of this too. And Sean uses Apple as a perfect example, but like I'm in construction, right? I have an option as to what tools I pick to use, and now what tools I pick to talk about on my social platforms. And I've literally told these people, if you want me to use your tools, send me the effing tools, right? I'm not going to talk about tools and do tool comparisons between DeWalt, Milwaukee, and all the other cheap brands, and not get paid for it on an affiliate, or if somebody decides to buy a Milwaukee tool because that's all Gloria walks around with. And no, it's not because I like the color red, it's because Milwaukee tools last. Then I need an affiliate button or some kind of code or something. So I've stopped using tools on my social media until that point, and I've taken notice from Sean and other entrepreneurs to make sure to always ask for an affiliate link. Otherwise, just keep my mouth shut and keep it moving. So I hope that helps with your decision. I mean, no other digital card on the market comes with Sean in your pocket. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
And just to touch on what you just mentioned there, Gloria, because I know this is very important. I don't think it's very important. You can buy a product from a company, and that's great. Follow the instruction, read the reviews, do whatever you want to do. But as an entrepreneur, guys, and I've been an entrepreneur since I was 13 years old, literally making money since I was 13, just creating different shit to solve problems. And my passion is in helping entrepreneurs have a much easier entry and journey in the entrepreneur space. When people say being an entrepreneur is tough, being an entrepreneur is hard, no, it's not. It's only hard when you're not connected or you don't know what to do. But if you know exactly what the rules of engagement include and you're connected to all the right resources, being an entrepreneur can be a lot of fun, guys. And most importantly, the payoff, the time freedom that comes with it, the unlimited income that's associated with being an entrepreneur is what is most addictive to me. And I'm going to do whatever it takes to show others that view that I'm looking through. So when Gloria mentioned 10K cards actually come with me is because every day, guys, I'm always gonna make myself available for business development and entrepreneurial development because that's where my heart is, that's where my passion is. And when you folks are helping other entrepreneurs, you will never have to worry about income a day in your life. Okay, that's my view on things, guys. With that said, let's move on to the next queen to make her introduction and share her experience. Then before we start moving on to the kings of the room, did all the queens get to share their experience with the 10K cards again? All right. So with that said, let's move on to so Derek, you spoke. Reggie, introduce yourself to the audience. Gus is looking to hear testimonials from other members using the 10K card while he's considering making his decision to pull the trigger. So go for it, Reggie. The mic is yours, sir. Reggie, are you in the building? Okay, Reggie, you're gonna sit your ass right here. Greg. Oh, Reggie is smart. You're unmuted. Go for it, Reggie, and then after Reggie, go to Greg.
What's up, brother? I am driving right now, so I could be in the matrix. I don't know how my sound is so far.
You're good. You're good.
Okay. All right. If like you say, if I start clowning out, just go ahead and mute me.
Oh, you know, I'm gonna mute your ass. Go ahead.
All right. Well, first of all, supreme loftiness and much prosperity to everyone in the room. My name is ReggieFarrell.com, and ReggieFarrell.com is my personal brand. It allows me to easily share any information of any organization that I support. And one of those organizations right now is the 10K digital card. We have a strategic partnership here with 10K. I function as the president of a company called BAM.eco. And the bottom line here with us is we are teaching you how to make money like Amazon, like Amazon's business model. That's basically what we do in a nutshell. Our primary goal, is to show you how to get the money first, and then we show you how to get the business second. Again, almost got hit, brother. This is dangerous. Anyway,
just flash your 10K card and it won't hit you. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah, but anyway, if you're going to follow any model, if you're inspired to be wealthy, then why not follow the lead of the richest man in the world and his business model? And again, that's basically what we do in a nutshell. And I'm just happy to be a part of this. I've been a member of BAM since 2007. So again, the information that I have gathered over the years and the personal development has just been astonishing for me. I'm going to yield the mic. Again, my name is ReggieFarrell.com. BAM.
Any feedback so far, Gus? How are you feeling so far, Gus?
I'm just sitting back listening to everyone's testimony as far as on it. How do you use it, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
How do I use it? I use it to close all the gaps on Clubhouse. I use it to listen to people who have a business or they have an idea or they are a professional and they have good content. And when I find that they have good content and the audience and the rest of the Clubhouse community can benefit from it, I reach out to them and ask them, why the hell don't you have a 10K card? Because if you're using anything that's not a 10K card, in my opinion, you're actually shortchanging yourself. Not only the costs justify the investment, but when you get the option to buy a premium card for $300 and get to gain 20% on that transaction, it's a no-brainer in my opinion. One of the things that I do is, I pride myself in really doing the heavy lifting for professionals out there, and I'll tell you why. Most professionals, they have a problem with basically presenting themselves correctly because they studied on being a professional. So when you study on being a professional, your goal is not to master the art of introduction and tell people who you are. Your goal is to master the art of what you have studied. So what we did, we mastered the art of the introduction. So even if you're an introvert and you have a 10K card, guys, it will make you appear like the rock star that you really are. But presenting yourself correctly is what we focus on. Am I in any way answering that question?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let me put you on the fucking hot seat right now. As I said, this is not a safe room. What do you do? What is your business?
I'm a real estate agent.
You're a real estate agent. So let me ask you a question. What business card are you currently using right now?
I don't have one.
You don't have one. How long have you been a real estate agent?
3 years.
You've been a real estate agent for 3 years. You don't have a business card. All right. Do you think with the use of a business card, you're going to increase the business that's coming your way?
Yeah,
what was the word after yeah?
potentially, yeah.
Okay. What's the name of the room? I want you to repeat the name of the room. Because I'm about to go savage on you right now. What's the name of the room?
10K cards. Time to pull the trigger. It's not a safe space.
It took you 3 fucking years in the game, and you still don't have a goddamn business card. Let me explain to you, Gus. There are people that you have dealt with within that 3 year span. You mentioned that you're the only black guy on Maine. Is that correct? Or you're the only real estate agent that look like you on Maine. Is that correct? I want to quote you correctly.
Put it a lot easier than that, but yeah.
No, this is not a safe space, Gus. It's not a safe space. Okay? Now, so take a look at this way, my brother. When I decided I was going to become fucking rich, when I look around me, the only people with the money were the white people. I'm keeping it a buck right now. The only people around me were the white people, because I was in the Caribbean. And I figured the only way into the pockets of the white people was to supply extraordinarily great service and to be dressed professionally where I don't present myself as a threat. Okay? So what I did, I practiced speaking standard English at all time, deliver way beyond amazing, exceptional treatment. And that's how I got paid above everyone else. Okay, and the reason I demanded my worth was I understood the value of leveraging time. I understood the value of if I produce an extraordinary product or service to you, you're gonna pay me premium value because you don't want to go paying the same amount of money 10 times to get the job done once. I understood that. And by me understanding that, I just positioned myself correctly within the different communities. And then what I did for our community was do my absolute best as trying to explain the secret formula that I was using to my friends that was wearing their pants on their asses and using all these thug language. Now that I've made my fucking money, I can really speak it as it is. When I get into the right room, I can put on a black and white suit with a black tie and we can have that conversation. But the reality of the situation is people within the community, they need that inspiration. And to get into contact and to get into conversation with them, to let them see that, hey, you're real, sometimes you have to use these aggressive language. So guys, here's what I'm here to tell you, man. You've been in the industry for 3 years. You don't have a digital card yet. That is speaking to a lot of different areas, in my opinion. And if you have to think so hard to make an investment of $100 or $300, then $300 is not your problem. Your problem is, what do you have with growing your business? What problem do you have with closing more deals? That's the question I want to ask you. Are you afraid to close more deals, guys? Are you aware that when you get your digital card, you can actually have do you have any customers testimonials? Do you have any testimonials from your existing customers?
Yes, of course.
Okay, where can we add that testimonial onto the card for you?
Yes.
All right, so if someone just click on your card, what are they going to be able to find out about you? Look at your card and just tell the audience.
My number, my page I'm on from the company that I partner with, my email address, my Facebook page. Yeah, pretty much any way to reach out to me or any way to check in to see who I am.
Do you have a more effective way of members connecting with you right now outside of your 10K card, sir?
Normally when I'm meeting clients for the first time, I just send them my Facebook link.
Send them Facebook link. So I'm going to ask you the same question I just asked you. Do you have a more effective, comprehensive way of connecting with a client and giving them more value in one interaction?
I guess not.
All right. Is that worth $100?
I guess so. Yes.
All right. So the next question, if you think that's the most effective way, do you think some of the clients and colleagues you have will think the very same thing about it?
I would think so, yeah.
You want to give me all of those for free, or you want us to share in the gains?
We can make some money together.
All right. So do you want me to send the basic link for 100 or the premium link for 300?
Let's do the 100 and then see how it works, and then maybe get the 300 later.
Man, I ain't even mad at you. I'm texting that damn link right now. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to activate gus10k.com so you can put some spice in your presentation from now on. Okay, bro?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You got it, fam.
Something, Sean?
Go for it. Go for it, Gloria.
So, Gus, I just wanted to throw out there that there are a lot of people in this world who do not utilize Facebook, myself included. So I would never get to one of your reviews or recommendations because I just do not hop on the platform. And I know that a lot of the Generation Z, which is much younger than I am, but still, don't use Facebook either. And if your target is first-time home buyers or, you know, folks that are investing, or I don't know what your target audience is in real estate, but you're cutting yourself off from a lot of people reading your recommendations, I would try to have a landing page or a website where you can copy and paste those and put all the recommendations from everywhere, Facebook, Google, Zillow, you name it, in one place for people to go read all of your recommendations and then potentially add links to it. So just a thought, you know, I have a ton of recommendations on LinkedIn, but I also know a bunch of people aren't on LinkedIn. So, you know, we hand select recommendations here and there and post them everywhere else. So just wanted to throw that out there as you grow and scale your business. This is a business development room. And as Sean says, it's not a safe space. So I just wanted to throw that in there. Thanks.
Thank you for the information. I appreciate it, Gloria. For recommendations, what do you guys normally?
There you go, Gus. There you go. You see what I like with Gloria? Gloria Reed is not a safe space, and she took off the seatbelt. I like that. Because what I would normally do is take my time with you, Gus. Facebook, brother, I have quite a few Facebook pages running, and my team is the one who can tell me what's happening on Facebook. I do not go on Facebook because all my fucking losers ass friends that I went to in high school think that I'm actually friends of theirs when they see me on Facebook. Hi, Sean, how are you? How's everything? How's the family? And I just want to ask them one question. What are you doing in life for yourself right now? I've asked that question a few times, and I realized I ended friendship. And the reason I'm so boisterous about it, guys, you know, we went to school with certain individuals, and they were perfect for the time and space that we were in. But as an individual, I'm going to have to become a multi-billionaire. And what I'm looking for are the formulas, the ingredients, and the environment that's going to foster such a mindset. So if you went to school with someone, guys, and you still have them on social media, speaking of the layman stuff that you guys did in high school, and the problems, and they're not focusing on the direction that you're focusing on, you want to ask yourself a few different questions. So, Gus, for me personally, when you mentioned Facebook, man, all I remember is I'm a high school friend that was in Facebook that wanted to speak on the basic claim topic that we spoke of when we were there that time. The question that you asked, I commend you for it. The reason I commend you for it, Gloria took a stab at you with Facebook, and I was ready to take that step, but I normally move step by step. Step one, I sent you the $100 link. I went to get a payment first. After I get that payment, I'm actually like, yo, bro, why are you still on Facebook? And then I'm going to move it to the next level. But Gloria have nothing to lose, so she's good. I would put from my end, I would put in Instagram. I would put in Clubhouse have to be, in my opinion, this is just for me. I put as a priority Clubhouse and Instagram. I'm going to leave the rest of the stage for others to share their best experience and see what you think about that. Charlotte, how are you?
Hello, King. How are you?
I am good. Why, thank you.
Love you. And, you know, Gus, yay, Gus. You stood in there like a real champion against that Caribbean man. Because I tell you what, those Caribbean people, they play hard. And his story is so inspiring. Because when you live in the Caribbean, and you see that most of the people who live there run things, and then you see all these other people come down and enjoy the commodities. I just got done doing a 2-mile walk in the mall, so excuse my breathing. But I just wanted to chime in. So it makes you aim for the best because they have yachts. It's a beautiful place, and they actually live there. They have access to the beach, and you know, I don't think that 10K has to use all those words, because I think he's more intelligent than that. But that's his approach. But you hung in there and you didn't back down. So I just wanted to say, yay, Gus. And I know for me, that $100 was the best $100 that I spent in my business, because now I don't have to pass out cards, which is so flaky. I can just get the person's number and have them put their number and their name in when I'm out and about collaborating, and then I could just send them my 10K card. And the other day, what was so cool about it, I was in the gemstone store, and these two girls were entrepreneurs, and I asked them if they heard about the 10K card, and they thought it was one of the coolest things ever. So I just think that it's a great opportunity to grow your business, scale your business, upscale your business, come into the 21st century, because, you know, passing out cards is just so tedious, and, you know, printing cards are expensive too. But living in the Caribbean taught me a whole lot, Sean, about growing up in America. When I went to the Caribbean and lived for 2 years, I was sent there to learn about the culture, because I married a Caribbean man. And that was one of the reasons that we got divorced, because the harshness and the cussing. But, you know, after 32 years, you're supposed to do what your wife wants, because a happy wife means a happy life. So if that doesn't happen, you move on. But I do respect 10K's tenacity and his grit, you know, and I just learned, like, being around Caribbean people, and certain accents that are kind of harsh, like German, not to take things personally, because his heart is a heart of gold, and he's a very smart man. And since I've joined 10K, I've had some inspiring light bulb moments just listening and following him on the different stages. But before I end, I just want to let you know who I am. I'm Charlotte Michelle, and I have a private wig boutique where I service women who are afflicted with hair loss, i.e. cancer, medical diagnosis like diabetes, and any forms of alopecia, where I help coach them from bad weaves, from bad hairstyles, and I teach them how to cultivate their hair in a healthy way, whether they want to wear a wig or if they want to wear their thinning hair. I have all kinds of enhancements for them. And right now I'm trying to get myself together where I can get myself online and go around teaching other professionals or anyone who wants to open up a private wig boutique how to do that, because I have the template, and I think that it's a big need for our women of any nationality, especially women of color, to be able to be serviced in a private space and have quality hair, especially if they have cancer or they're afflicted with hair loss, because a lot of women suffer in shame and you never know what's underneath their wig. So what I do is I provide a safe space, and then I coach them to get the best hair, because I have the best hair products and the best beauty products for all hair types. So I can service anybody. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mr. 10K, and Gus, yay.
First off, welcome, Queen. Always honor you. That's number one. Number two, you know, guys, I'll put it to you this way. Whenever your spirit is speaking to you, I suggest you always listen to it. And I'm going to say this as best as I possibly can. I use foul language by choice. I use foul language by design. Because I know all of my wealthy friends and my friends of means, they can actually go pay for for therapy. If they're that offended and bothered by a few foul language, they can go pay for therapy. But you know why it is I use it by design? I met a gentleman in this app. His name is Dante Brooks. I don't know who met Dante Brooks as yet, but when you guys get to meet Dante Brooks, you guys are gonna realize why it is I do not apologize anymore for using foul language. This is a brother in the community that is challenging members from the community to do more, to be more, to have more. And Dante does not come with the softest of language. Dante does not come with the easiest touch. Dante will tell you as it is. Dante is going to let you know exactly what's on his mind, what he's been doing in his community. And if you're full of shit, Dante's going to tell you you're full of shit. And he's going to use the hardest language. Whenever I'm on stage with Dante, if it's not Nelson's stage, I will mud that brother up in stage, because I have one philosophy when I'm in summer room. So in full disclosure, guys, anytime you see a 10K card room and you're on the stage and you're on the partnership level with 10K cards, you're going to get a moderator badge. The reason you get a moderator badge if you're a partner with us is because just like how Gus decided, I want to ask other people of their experience. You can ask anyone with a green bean what's their experience of with 10K cards. And those green bean members are actually on the partnership level where they're actually getting paid while sharing a 10K card and promoting their business. And why am I doing this, guys? I don't want to be a part of a culture that spend money anymore. I want to be a part of a culture that's actually investing their money. Investing your money means if I put some money here, something is going to come back to me within 12 months. But if I spend money and nothing is coming back, I'm good. I want to be able to actually get an ROI on whatever investment I put up. So with that said, Queen Charlotte, one of the reasons I would never apologize for the approach I'm taking is because I met a gentleman on the app by the name of Dante Brooks. If you guys ever run into him in certain rooms, you're probably going to think he's fucking crazy. Because this brother will tell you as it is. He's not afraid of anyone. He's not afraid to exit the room and start his own room. And that's the kind of brother that I vibe with. And the first time me and him met in the same room, he passed some kind of slick remark. I cursed the fucking shit off of him in his own stage. And after that day, we became friends. Because at the end of the day, guys, tell me.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. At the end of the day, it's great. 10K, I think you're a very eloquent, intelligent brother from the Caribbean. And I admire my foreign Caribbean African brothers because y'all come to America and y'all clean up. And sometimes it's not easy living in those parts. Like, I wouldn't have been able to do anything down there, rum distilleries or anything. They would have had me up in the little crate because it's too hot down there to be working. And they would have been beating me because it is just too hot. But I do love your tenacity. But my thing is, when you have ladies in the room, and I feel like I'm a lady, I don't mind it. I'm tough. I'm a warrior woman. I can deal with the best. I was married to that man for 32 years, and every day he cussed me out for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So I can cuss with the best of them, and I can cuss you out too. But I think when you have a certain amount of intelligence and you start making a certain amount of income, and you have ladies in the room, I think they should be respected. And sometimes everybody can't take those harsh words. So when you speak to people's spirit, you don't know what people are dealing with, whether they're a man or a woman, because sometimes people are easily intimidated. And you don't know if you trigger them, like maybe their dad cussed them out all the time. Like, like my kids might have heard me and my ex cussing each other out terribly, and someone else can trigger them. I'm just saying that when you grow and you expand, you have to. I don't want you to be apologetic because I'm unapologetic all the time. People always tell me, you're just too sassy of a woman. You need to learn how to be quiet. Y'all black women need to learn how to shut up. Y'all be intimidating brothers. Yeah, right. I'm unapologetic. But sometimes I'm learning as I get older how to scale that back. And if a man is a high value man, or a man is a gentleman, I need to scale that back and tame it down a little bit and meet him where he's at. I don't have to be that harsh about certain things.
Charlotte.
That's just my 2 cents, and it's just my opinion. And opinions are like assholes. Everybody have one, and we can agree to disagree. And I still gonna love you, 10K, because you are the bomb, baby.
Charlotte, I just put a green beam on you because me and you're about to head into a debate right now. And I don't want to have the green beam and you don't, and it seems like it's unfair because we have equal power in this debate right now. Let me ask you.
That doesn't mean anything to me, Sean.
I love it. I just want to take. I want to take all the distractions out of the way, because one of the takeaways would have been if I had a beam and you didn't, someone would say, "Oh my God, he's taking advantage because he had that." I'm just trying to think of all the external noise, take them out of the way. Take a look at it, Charlotte. Let me ask you a question. What is your take on strippers? What's your take on strippers?
Hey, let me tell you something. I have learned not to judge.
Before we even go there, right? Here's what I'm hoping to achieve now. I'm hoping to achieve a breakthrough in the mindset either for yourself or for me. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely. It's not
all right, Queen.
And I'm not afraid to say untrue.
Oh, okay, I like that. So let me. I have a thread of thought that I want to walk down with you. So what's your take on strippers? What's your take on strippers?
Hey, if that's how a brother or a woman has to make her money and they have to make ends meet like that, who am I to judge? It's just a job. And men pay for sex, and sex sells. And what can I say? Women pay for sex, so it sells. And it's supply and demand. So if you can handle supply and the demand, baby, work it and make your money. As long as they're not doing anything illegal and they're not killing your soul, and it's something you want to do willingly, and you're making your money, and that's how you got to make your money. Hey, I'm not mad.
Okay, so if you came across a stripper who's caught up in the lifestyle not by choice, but just for the finances of it, would you want to help that person get out of it?
Oh, absolutely.
All right.
Some good hair, definitely. So I mean, that's gonna level her up a little bit. And of course, I would if that's what she wanted. Not all strippers want to be saved because
that's
they like
very good, very good. I love the fact that we achieved that part really quick. And the only reason I'm going to go very deep with you today is this. Here's a bottom line question I'm going to ask you. If you go into the hood and you're using this beautiful, sophisticated, elegant language, right? And you're speaking to a young lady who's caught up in the life of a stripper for, depending on whatever her situation, circumstances include that pushed her there. Do you think you're gonna get rapport with her by speaking eloquently or using the language that she's using?
First of all, I come across people like that all the time, and I'm so real and down to earth. I don't have to necessarily do that because I'm going to respect her first of all as a lady, as a young lady. I'm going to respect that, and that's one thing I think our culture has a problem with. Sometimes they don't recognize that Black women want to be respected as ladies. And I understand what you're saying, but I don't have to do that. I don't have to now. If she gets ill mannered and we having a problem and she don't want to pay me for something that she requested, like an $800 wig or something, then I want to get on her level. But other than that, first of all, I'm going to respect her as a queen. I'm going to respect her as a lady.
What does respect as a queen or respect as a lady? What does that mean to you? I want to find out what that means to you.
Talking to her like she's worthy, like she's valuable, like she deserves to have an intelligent conversation.
All right. When I was speaking
I can talk to you and say, you know what, you're right. You're fucking right, 10K.
Talk to me dirty. Go ahead, Charlotte.
Yeah, you're fucking right on. I love your goddamn character, 10K.
Oh, you know how to get me excited, don't you?
I mean, like I said, I was married to that person for 32 years. He would do the same thing. There's something about y'all let's see it go.
So take a look at this. Take a look at this, sweetheart. When I was speaking to Gus just now, I was speaking to Gus from one brother to another. And when guys are speaking to guys and they're trying to get a breakthrough, we're not using these nice fancy ass language. They can go to their sisters, their moms, and their aunt for that kind of conversation. But when I'm speaking to Gus, I want to challenge Gus to step your fucking game up. And that's why I would talk to Gus. I kind of don't like coaching women. Why? The moment you decide to get tough with them, it comes across as you're being disrespectful.
You can't put that. I didn't say that. I've been in a lot of groups and I heard you tough. I don't have a problem with it. I just told you that. You're not listening. I don't have a problem. I can do that. I'm not telling you to change. I just made a comment. It was my opinion. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one. And we can disagree. I'm not disagreeing with you, okay? I don't have a problem with the way you talk. I just thought I would just,
Right, but the one thing, the one takeaway, Queen, that I don't want anyone to take away anytime I'm in any room of any sort, is that disrespecting the queens is my intention. That is furthest from my intention.
I don't think that.
No, I just want to make sure I put on this disclosure out, Queen. So here's the thing. One of the reasons, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, one of the reasons I take this approach that I take is if you get outside of my environment and you get into another asshole environment, you know exactly how to navigate yourself around that room. So in my opinion, whenever I'm sharing and I'm being completely honest and I'm X-rated on how I'm expressing myself, it's for me to literally prepare anyone in the audience who has thin skin, who may not understand how to navigate around this conversation, to get yourself equipped and get rid of the sensitivity that can stop you from moving forward. So that's my intention when I'm in these rooms, guys. I just want to put that disclosure out here. And one of the biggest thing I want to make mention here is step one. A fucking curse language is not a curse language if someone wish bad on you. If someone is wishing bad on you or your family, that's a fucking curse right there. But if they're using the F-bomb or the, whatever foul language it is, come on, man, that's the least of our goddamn problem. And in my opinion, one of the things that stop us from succeeding and moving forward, oh, well, I didn't like the way he spoke to me. Oh, I didn't like the way she spoke to me. What the fuck? No. We got work to do. And when you have work to do, I want to make sure that anyone in my environment has thick enough skin to brush that shit to the side and keep moving forward. The fact that Gus has been in business for 3 goddamn years without a business card, Gus needed a 10K card in his life in his ear before. If Gus is nice, reassuring, nice, soft, loving, gentle feeling, someone didn't disturb him enough. Someone didn't disturb him enough. And the reason for my cuss language is to disturb the status quo and challenge others to do more. Okay, so I just want to put that out there. What do you wanna comment on so far, Sean?
I got you, King. King. I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, so how are we so far in the conversation?
Oh, you're always eloquent. I love you. I'm not disagreeing with you. I bow down. You're right, man.
For anyone outside that's listening, whenever you hear,
but I would have liked us to spend $300 for every year that he didn't have it. You could have just went for the premium and just got you off the top. Because I know what he's capable of. Once you get that 10K card, and I like the thought of that. But it's I believe networking and collaborating is one of the highest skills that you can have, and when you're an entrepreneur. And I've been an entrepreneur since I was 13. And one thing about being an entrepreneur, you get an opportunity to get an opportunity to create opportunities for yourself. And after being in the military for 20 years and getting my ex in the military and being married for 32 years and raising 4 children, one with autism and maybe independently and works at the dishwasher. I mean, I can rock and roll with the toughest of it, intimidate me. But I just thought I would, play devil's advocate today because I can.
I love it. And one of the things that I want to touch on, Queen, very important, and this is for anyone in the room. Any room that you guys see me in, I'm always giving flowers to the Queen. So, and the reason I do that, it's easy, you can go almost anywhere and you can hear a song that says she's a hoe, she's a bitch, she's a slut. And one of the reasons I normally speak Queen into everyone that comes into my environment is if you don't start speaking it, you're not going to see it. That's number one. Number two, if you find yourself in environments where people are being referred to as sluts and hoes and all this kind of bullshit, then you need to take a stand, in my opinion, if you believe that's a violation of a queen's right. You want to take a stand against that, and you want to speak out on it. Now, when you get into certain rooms and you want to speak out on it, you have to make sure you have your facts together, you have your shit together, because those rooms can become very challenging. One of the
my thing is that I think that your accent enough is powerful enough. That's one thing about African men and Caribbean men, the accent, and Indian men have it a little bit. But not like African men and Caribbean men. The accent is just a very harsh accent. It's more like a British German accent. And those cultures are both very harsh accents. And so all I'm saying is that sometimes, from my experience being a Yankee girl and learning that term from living in the islands for 2 years and going back and forth to the Caribbean and living in different places around the world in the United States via military, it's just sometimes people just think the accent is a bit harsh. I've learned how to adapt because I lived in the culture, and at first when I got there, I thought, oh my God, people are always arguing with each other. But I realized that it's just the accent, and it's just the way people talk. And even with me, I've been in so many different cultures, and I've been in the Caribbean culture so long, sometimes people take me wrong because the way I say things. I am somewhat of a sassy type of personality. I've always been like that. And I've learned over the years since I've got my divorce that I'm not going to quiet my voice for anyone, and I'm going to speak my truth. And who likes it, and who doesn't, doesn't. But
and that's what makes us family. I like that.
And at the same time, I want to also be cognizant cognizant of the fact that I need to make it. Sometimes I need to soften my voice so that I'm not so intimidating and come out like the lady and the queen that I am. So I don't want people to interpret what I say wrongly.
I have a challenge for you. If you were given 7 days to live, all right, would you want to soften yourself up in that 7 days? And if yes, why?
Well, because my legacy of diversity is of humanitarian of beauty, and I want to be remembered as beautiful, a lover of beauty, and a humanitarian. And I think when you are like that, it doesn't always require you to be tough. Now, don't get me wrong, I love it. I love being tough, but sometimes as I age, I think that I age more gracefully when I'm a little bit more loving. And I don't want to say soft. I just say, well, more loving and more beautiful.
Okay, so here's another question I want to ask you now. Do you believe that we adapt and we attract people who we have something in common with, and with those who we think of?
I do. He has to be the busiest man on the planet. How's all the kings and queens doing in the room?
We are wonderful. We are wonderful.
How are you, Michelle?
Highly favored.
Yes, Micaela. It's Micaela.
Oh, Micaela. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay.
Yes.
I love that.
So he had to take a call. So that's one thing powerful about this room is that Sean comes in and pour into us. He brings knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. As Tiffany always says, she's about that knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. So am I. And so he tries to drive clarity on everything that he
Hey guys, I apologize for that. Let me draw back in. Where were we? No. Give Queen Charlotte the mic.
There you go, Charlotte. Back to you.
This is a breakthrough moment.
Hold on, Sean. Kelly was saying something very.
First of all, it's Michaela. Don't disrespect her. Don't disrespect Michaela or Michaela.
Yes, Michaela.
That was so disrespectful, by the way. I just want to put that in.
I know.
No, I was just knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and you provide clarity on everything that you do, which is what you're doing with her now. So that's what I was just sharing, Sean.
Guys, you want to know why I'm so fucking passionate about the strippers? Let me tell you why I'm so fucking passionate about the strippers. I told you guys when I was 13 years old, I started washing cars. I started my car wash at $5. I bought a dishwashing liquid. I got a piece of sponge, a bucket, started washing cars. 7 years later, I made $250,000 investment into the detailing space. So on Sundays in the Caribbean, guys, Sundays was a very chill. It was an easy day. And one of the things that we did, we went to one of our friends that actually owned a mansion on the hill, or we went to one of their yachts, and we went over to like some of the private islands that we in the Caribbean. So one Sunday, I went up to a house on the hill, and there was a few. Now we were a bunch of young guys making shitload of money. So give me 1 second. God damn it. So we were a bunch of young black guys, making shitload of money. My friends were doctors, lawyers, architects, accountants. I was even friends with the prime minister of the country, the chief surgeon, the chief of immigration, the chief of police. Those are the friends that I cultivated. So on Sundays, we would go to these little hideout spots, and one of the persons that was there was so on Sundays, let's keep it real, there were some strippers that used to come to some of the houses. And when I pulled up, I'm the youngest one, but I'm wearing a chain on my neck filled with diamonds and all kind of good stuff. They knew I was the guy to grab the bill wherever I go. So I saw the hottest girl that was there, and I said, okay, that's mine. Others may get pissed off at me, but hey, it is what it is. I said, that's mine. I'm taking that energy with me. So when I met the young lady and we started speaking, we hooked up, hang out, whatever. And then I asked her a question. I said, why are you doing this? After you drink, you start talking with people, you realize that, hey, everyone is actually a human being. So I said, hey, why are you doing this? And she said, look, the reality of the situation is she saw an advertisement in the papers. She was from Trinidad. and she wanted to, make some fast money. So the advertisement said, "Hey, come and dance in this nightclub. That's all you have to do, just to dance, and you're being paid a lot of money." Blah blah blah. So when she responded to the ad, the owner of the nightclub actually bought her ticket, flyer into the country, flew her into the country, sorry, and then they provided accommodation and everything. But here's the catch: the owner of the nightclub held on to their passport for 3 months because she was allowed 3 months to stay in the country. So I met her a week after she got there, and then I said, "Hey, yo, why the fuck are you doing this? You seem like a very intelligent girl. Why you doing this?" She said, "Look, I responded to an ad. I was not expecting this. I was crying every day since I got here because I don't want to be there." I said, "Oh, no problem. Step one." And I want you guys to listen to me carefully because I've been a very careful thinker at a very early age because I started reading early. I said, step one, if you want to get out of here, I can help you. Okay? It's just that simple. So at that point, she was not aware of how connected I was. In the Caribbean, guys, my phone number was 788-8888. All I'll tell you, it takes a different individual to get a phone number like that. So I said, okay, if you don't want to be here, why don't you get out? Oh boy, she was scared and paranoid. I said, look, if you want to be out here, I can help you. It's just a phone call away from me. Because at that time, and it's so funny, the bodyguard of the Prime Minister, Karen, you want to stay on with you for a second, please. The bodyguard of the Prime Minister was actually the owner of the institution, and his wife was actually running the operation. But she was not aware that I knew all these goddamn people. And if I made a phone call to his employer, the answer was let that individual go. Because the same way I do on Clubhouse, which is I give a lot of gifts, I create leverage wherever I go, guys. So she was so afraid that she didn't want to get into any kind of trouble. For 3 months, guys, I want you guys to listen to me carefully because this one I'm speaking about actually was my first wife, and she's the mother to my first 2 beautiful kids. And I just had a conversation with my 16-year-old, like really being honest with him and explaining to him the beginning has nothing to do with this destination. We had that conversation. It was a great conversation, and my son is one of the most brilliant people out there. And you guys get to meet him one day. So while we were speaking, I decided to do things her way. So for 3 months, guys, I paid her $300 a night to make sure she didn't have to come out of her room to go dancing. And for 3 months, every night I actually slept in her room to keep her company. But no one knew that about me because I was a very high profile guy doing what I was doing. So some people might be caught up in certain situations, circumstances, and only when you find out what the ingredients are, only then you can help them. Because believe it or not, some people actually want to do it by choice. I've met people who said, look, I'm cultivating myself to become a dancer. I am doing certain stuff that's going to make me a professional dancer. In my mind, I'm like, what happened? What inspired you to want to choose this as an occupation? So that's what I was asking.
Because it sells.
No problem.
For some people, they're comfortable with that.
So the two things. Whether you're in a marriage or not, whether you're in a relationship or not, I agree sex sells everywhere. Because even in my marriage, I always tell my wife, I said, honey, anything you want from me, please, just come and fucking stroke my ego for a second and take my damn, get any access you want from me and do what you want to do. And the reason I share that with you is this. The wife I'm married to right now, divorce is not even an option for us. So it doesn't matter what variation of herself she brings to me. I'm okay with it because we're an individual being. And all the income I'm looking to acquire in the world, honestly speaking, is just so I can find different and amazing ways to show my wife how beautiful this world is. Especially when you're in a happy relationship or a meaningful relationship. Carry on, Charlotte.
Are you looking for another wife? I mean,
that's so disrespectful, Charlotte. Why would you want to do that? I'm just playing with you. I'm playing with you. No, but a story. No, 1 second. The reason I went through all of that, Charlotte, is to share with you that you're going to find people in some very tough situations, and if they don't trust you, they will not allow you to help them. I want to say this again clearly, guys. You're going to find people in tough situations, but if they don't trust you or they don't connect with you, you wouldn't be able to help them. And sometimes time is of the essence. So when you hear me with these foul languages, sweetheart, is for me to keep my skill very sharp, that when I meet someone that's in dire need, I can connect with them and I can come across as authentic as I really am.
Well, the dragon is a very powerful, right? So, the dragon has a powerful tongue. So I know you have to be yourself sharp, keep that tongue sharp. So
Well,
keep sharpening it, King.
I appreciate that. But the only reason I get so damn long and into detail, I always want to explain where my why is coming from, because as an intelligent guy, if I remove foul language from my vocabulary, I can close more sales, I can have more influence, I can close more deals. However, I'm investing in the long run. You know what's the long run? Finding the people that's damaged, the entrepreneurs who don't know how to invest themselves correctly, and I want to pour myself into them, because when they see the light, then they can start taking all version of themselves and helping others. So that's my long play right there, Charlotte.
I mean, you've had impact. That's impact, and I know you've had an impact on me. Like I said, I was a client that was advocate bit. So you brought a lot of clarity, and I love that about you. And one thing I loved about living in the Caribbean, and I love about our African and Caribbean brothers, and I learned a lot about the culture, because the heat and the climate of the Caribbean and slavery was there as well. And just some of the techniques that they used down here in slavery was very brutal. But I just love you guys' tenacity, and I learned a lot about me being a Yankee and Black men. And one thing I did enjoy about being married to a man from the Caribbean, you guys don't back the hell down from nothing. And when you walk in a room, they respect you. And I'm not saying that about American men. My father was very instrumental. My grandfather was very instrumental. But American men don't have the toughness sometimes. I'm not saying they're not tough. Don't get me wrong. But it's just a certain toughness or a certain demeanor about an African man and a Caribbean man that y'all don't give a fuck. Like, I don't care. They gonna do it my way or no way. And the fact that you don't have an issue with your dark skin when you come to America, like that's these brothers who like, they treat me that way because I'm dark skinned. Like when I lived in the Caribbean, like it didn't matter how dark you were, the more powerful you were, the more ruder you were, the more respect you had. So I appreciate your input.
I mean, I'll debunk what you're saying about the tone of the skin and the place that you're from. And the only way I can debunk that is because, God has blessed me with a beautiful awakening moment approximately 6 to 7 years ago. So here's what it is. It doesn't have to do with the color of your skin. It doesn't have to do with where you're from. It has everything to do with your spiritual awakening. I'll say this again very slowly. It has everything to do with your spiritual awakening. And the reality of the situation is, this may sound biased because I'm a Black man, but honestly speaking, I have never witnessed a fucking stronger culture than the culture that we're from. And I'll tell you what I mean when I say that, guys. I've been doing business with Jewish people for over 10 years now, right? And one thing I know about the Jews, I've been one of those fortunate Black souls that were actually very, I don't want to say lucky. I don't believe, the word luck is when opportunity meets preparation. So if I use the word lucky, that's what it means. I was one of the lucky Black dudes, because here's the thing. You guys ever went to the shopping mall and see these Israeli trying to sell you skincare lotion and give you a sample and sell you sea salt and so on? Have any of you guys ever experienced that?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so here's the thing. When I first came to this country, so let me just share with you why I came to the country now. You guys getting me to go fucking deep today. But this is what it's all about. It's all about calling me. I'm on fucking Clubhouse. Text me. God damn it. So let me just tell this person, text me. It doesn't matter who it is. Text me. Text fucking me. That's why I don't like joining association.
Come on.
No, I don't want it automated. I just text a shortcut. The next shortcut is gonna say I'm on Clubhouse. Text me. So take a look at this. I'm going right. I like that one. As soon as I get off my speech, I'm texting. I'm on Clubhouse. Text me. So take a look at this. Take a look at this, guys. When I was in the Caribbean, I always had a problem with Black people hanging out with Black people, white people hanging out with white people, Asian hanging out with Asian. I think that's a real fucking sickness right there. I think God created the gardens because he liked variation. I think God created the forest because he want to see different trees with different fruits, and he want to see variation. Now, as a Black man growing up in the Caribbean, I have gotten more pushback from my young Black queen than anything else. I have gotten the most fucking shit tossed at me as a young black man growing up from girls from within the culture than the white girls. Oh man, thank God my wife's not close to me. She'll kick my ass. Won't be able to get anything for the next couple of days. So basically, when I was younger, I just got lucky with the light skinned girls. Whether they were from a different culture or whatever, but the light skinned girls really fucking dug me. And I just, when I was single, guys, I made it a point to connect with different girls from different regions because anytime I find someone who's very radical, like let's say a Jewish guy says, oh, he's so racially, he doesn't like black people. I was like, oh yeah, you're about to say black and Jewish baby because of your culture pretty soon. So that was the kind of mindset that I had. Because as a spiritual being, nothing separates us. As a spiritual being, nothing separates us. But as a human being, we look at the skin color that basically govern our existence. And I think if you want to connect with anyone, you need to first have a conversation and connect with that individual. So anyway, let me get back into the point of the conversation. When I was in the Caribbean, I was dating a young girl that was the daughter of the Speaker of the House. And for guys out there, if you're dating high-powered girls, sometimes those are the ones you're going to end up spending the most goddamn money on. Because their parents are not giving them what they deserve to have. And if you're a man of means, you might be the guy end up giving them that money to them. So while dating the young lady that was the daughter of the Speaker of the House, where the hell is it? Charlotte disappeared? Okay, I'll keep talking to her. So while doing that, guys, I was young. I was like a teenager. And she was starting to speak about marriage and all this kind of serious commitment. I was like, oh, hell no, that's not for me. So I left that relationship. I told her, I said, hey, let's just, spend some time alone. Kind of like, that's the guy's way of saying, yeah, I'm not ready for marriage. Long story short, I met my first wife after that relationship. And after being in the relationship with my first wife, I found that she was very damaged. Because she is Indian actually, from Trinidad. So she's very damaged. And I also found out that they had this kind of fucking racism rooted within their culture. But one thing I learned, being a black guy that makes shitload of fucking money, when you pull up in the room, that racism stigma disappears. Especially when you understand who you are and you bring your energy with you. So I was a black guy in the fucking room that never had a problem with anyone. Because if you're a fucking racist, I'm gonna fucking challenge your ass financially. I'm gonna say, okay, let's go to the fucking Bangkok white guy or light skinned fellow, whoever it is. And then is when all of a sudden we became good friends. All right. After my first encounter with my first wife, guys, which was Indian, as I mentioned, she was very damaged, and I was not the guy to help repair her at that time. And that's how I stated now, as opposed to saying I was married for a woman from hell. So when the relationship broke up, I messed around with my first with the girlfriend I was messing with before, and she said to me very simply, she said, Sean, you're not the man I fell in love with. You're very defensive. You're no longer caring. You're no longer compassionate. And she read a list of things that I was no longer at that state of my life. And the only reason I became that person is because of the individual that I was with. And I said, holy shit, she is right. And I made a decision that I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to disappear for 5 years and I'm going to go find myself. And I decided to buy so I did that. And then I left the marriage and I started going back out to the clubs. When I went to the club, I'm the guy that when I go to the club, I'll just stand by the bar with a few drinks next to me and I'll just attract individuals coming my way. And at the bar, I saw this white girl and she was the hottest thing on the dance floor. And I looked over at her and I said, I asked, what are you drinking? She told me she was drinking. I bought her 2 drinks and then I got her friend 2 drinks to make sure that both hands were occupied. And she had no chance but to come and talk with me. So she came and we started speaking. We connected. Long story short, we started messing around. And she's from Holland in the UK. So we started to mess around. My ex-wife, one day when I went to see my son, my ex-wife took up one of my phones and she texted the young lady and said, Sean is married. What are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. When I went to see my girlfriend, the moment she opened the door, I saw the look on her face. I'm like, oh shit. Sandy called this girl. I said, what happened? She said, why didn't you tell me you were married? I said, step one, when we first met, I told you I'm not looking for a relationship. I'm looking to have fun. I just got out of a relationship and I'm not interested in anything serious. And she told me the same thing too. So we never spoke about it. Long story short, that day we went out. I said, look, if you can give me 5 minutes to really have a conversation with you, I'll share everything with you. Where it goes from there, it goes. No big deal. We went out, and let's just say the sex was never better before that conversation. It was amazing thereafter. So what my ex-wife thought she was about to break up, she only ignited. So why am I sharing all this with you guys? The girl told me, she said, after speaking to your wife, I called my mom and I told her I don't want to be here anymore. I'm coming back home. And I told the girl, I said, okay, does your mom have room for two? Because at that point, we were messing around for about a month. She said, wait, you're going to leave your business and everything and come to Holland with me? I said, yeah. She said, okay. So I went to Holland. I spent 1 week over there with my black ass. It was fucking cold. If you guys think New York and Canada is cold, go to Holland just for a minute in the middle of winter and find out what's happening over there. So after 1 week, guys, I left and I went back to the Caribbean. And then my ex-wife started stalking me. And then after she was stalking me, I said, hey, yo, I can't do this shit anymore. I said, look, let's have a meeting on Wednesday. We're going to sit on Wednesday. We're going to have a conversation as to what we're going to do going forward. When I hung up the phone, I booked a flight on the Saturday before the Wednesday. And I booked a flight back to Holland. And the day when I was flying away, I went over to the house. I took her car and I said, let me go to the supermarket. I want to get some, she was making burgers. I said, let me go buy some sodas. So I took her car just so she wouldn't have enough time to follow me. And I parked the damn car at the airport, guys. I left to Holland and I was gone for how long? I disappeared literally for 5 years. She couldn't find me because she was my legal wife. She took over my business. She fired all the fucking managers that were there. And she said, I'm going to run this business to the ground if you don't come back to save this business. I said, one thing you love about me, I connect myself to nothing. That business is now an inheritance for my son. So if you decide to run it to the ground, one day you're going to tell him what you did with his inheritance. So obviously that pissed her off. And when I came to America, I remember looking at walking through Manhattan, and I saw men dressed in suits, living a successful life and so on. And I'm like, that's the life I'm going to live. You know, if I'm going to leave my country where I'm running shit, that's the life I'm going to live. So the first job I got in this country, guys, was as a salesman selling Dead Sea products. I went to an agency. They paired me up with one of these Israeli companies, and I was the first black man selling skincare products. That was way over a decade ago. That's maybe 10, 15 years ago now. But here's what I did, guys. I understood I was the only black man among a bunch of Jews. So I had to ask myself this question. What's my unique selling proposition? What's my unique proposition here? And my unique proposition was, I'm in America. And most people that are buying look like me. They didn't look like the fucking Jews. So I started connecting with the clients, and I bought the clients' trust because I look like them, and I'm connecting with them. And I didn't sell them a product. I sell them a solution. I sell them advice. I sell them taking action. I sold them an experience. And when the Jewish boss recognized what the fuck I was doing, he was smart enough to try to make me into a partner. So what I did, I literally entered the Jewish space and built a formula for the Jewish community, which we made millions of dollars doing things differently. And that's why now, guys, when you hear me fucking speak today, I have a passion and a heart for bringing good stuff to our people. Anyone that ever bought those Israeli products will realize it's a bunch of bullshit and it's fucking overpriced. But what I did with clients, I let the clients know one thing very simple. I said, hey, if you're buying this product for $69.99, I don't want to sell it to you. If you're going to tell me I want to take action, and this is one of the steps I'm going to take towards getting the results I just shared here with you, I'm going to recommend you get the product, and I'm going to give you the best price on it. And that's what I did with my clients, guys. When I got a chance to start building my own products and delivering products like the 10K card, this is a dream. Because not only I can inspire our people to do good stuff, but I can also give them a good product to go along with them. Sorry for being so fucking long-winded, guys, but I think it was important. Because if you're doing business with me, I want you to understand who you're doing business with. And my heart extends throughout all cultures, but most importantly, as a black man, I have to make sure I bring equality and justice within our community. I hope that was in any way helpful to someone here on stage or in the audience. And with that said, I'm going to mute. Let's open up for some feedback.
That was powerful. That was powerful. That's one thing I like about you, Sean, your transparency, and really you keep it real. And that's one thing I like. People in my world that I allow to come within my sphere. And I'm Tiffany the Wise CEO for those of you who are just joining us in this room. But you know, the one thing that I have really been laser focused on, and it's been a while since I've done this, is only invite people into my world that I can trust with me, basically, because I am the most valuable one to me in my space, and my energy level matters. And so anyone around me has to have that same tenacity, that same grit, that same drive. And it's very easy for me to recognize that, because when you've been through enough, you learn to recognize others, and they don't even have to share who they are or what they've been through. You know by their energy that they've been through some things, even if they don't say it, because there is a connection that happens when you step into a whole different level. And that's what happens when you have been pressed and put under great pressure, and you've had to dig yourself up, and you had to survive. You are a diamond, but it's because of the pressure that you've been under that you have blossomed into the diamond that you are, and the strength that comes. And it's very easy to recognize those who are so sensitive that they can't handle much of anything, because it doesn't take a moment. You're like, oh my God, you got offended by that. You know, it's like, what is the real reason that you're here? You're not here for people to pronounce your name a certain way. You're not here, you know, and I try to get clarity on everyone's name, because I always believe that we should be focused on that. But I've been in rooms where I've seen people get so focused on the wrong thing, which is my point, that they fail to realize, let's say focus on why you're here. All of that will correct itself in the course of time. But are you getting what you need from this space, from this sphere? And I don't mean just Clubhouse. I mean in your world, in your life, in your work. If you're not being fed, then you need to go out there and find out where you can be fed, but yet be open, because like Sean 10K was mentioning, everyone's style is not going to fit you. But what I've learned is, when there's a spirit of offense, the hearing stops. Let me repeat that. Where there's offense, the hearing stops. And it's because you're so focused on sometimes the wrong information and the wrong perspective, and feeling that you're not getting the value that you want. I used to be like that. I was very sensitive and very raw, and that was from things that I needed to go get healing from in my younger years. And I had to develop some tenacity and grit. And the thing I learned is, when you've been through enough, you finally stop judging other people's perspective, and you become more open to, hey man, be who you are. Do you? I'm cool. And it will walk you into spaces where you might be the only person in the room that looks like you, acts like you, walks like you. But it won't matter, because you're laser focused on getting what you came for, and also offering value where you can. But at the same time, understanding that when you walk in that space, you know that their perspectives are not going to be, oh, look at this person. Oh, they're so nice. Oh, let's just be open and share everything we can with them. No, they're going to be like, who are you and why are you here? And what do you want? But you got to be okay with that, because you're not there for their personal gain and their opinion. You're there because you want something. You need something. It is my hope that there's an objective for wherever you go. So what I can say is, I just have to co-sign that, because when you've been through enough, and I told someone once, and you know, it's interesting that Sean's perspective when he came in here was speaking about all of this whole sensitivity thing, and then he said, I want to talk about prostitutes. It's interesting that he mentioned that. One would think, well, what's Tiffany got in common with that term that he just threw out there? Well, what he didn't know is I was speaking in a room of businessmen once, and it was more of a spiritual kind of retreat. And they were talking about how to guard yourself and, oh, these women out here out to get us and all of this. And Tiffany, what do you think? And y'all know, I'm like, no, y'all don't have to ask me that because I'm going to be honest. And I said, I'm just going to say this one thing. Because I read in the scripture that God said, if we don't give him what is his, then the rocks will cry out. I said, so here's my perspective on everything you just talked about. And the whole room was about prostitutes, clubs, strip clubs, and all that. And I'm thinking, why are you going there? But I said, okay, since you asked, I said, do you believe God can speak through anything? And they all said, oh, yes, Tiffany. Oh, absolutely. We understand. And they said it deeper because it was men. And I was like, okay. So you do agree that, if you can't get God what he needs and you're not giving him the glory, then the rocks will cry out, oh, yes, oh, yes. We believe it. I said, okay, let me ask you a question. Since you believe that God can speak to anything, if a prostitute walked up to you, she just got done with her job, and she walks up to you and said, I don't know why I'm saying this, but God said to say so-and-so, so-and-so. And it's confirmation of what you've been praying on and you've been believing for, and it's going to give you the breakthrough of your life. But because the message came through a prostitute who just got done with her sinfulness, do you think God cannot speak? Oh, it's tainted, Miss Tiffany. I said, so you really don't believe that God can use anybody? That's how I know you're not ready for grace. Because if I'm walking down the street and I'm desperate for an answer, and if that prostitute has the answer from God, I'm going to say, thank you, my sister. God bless you. I received that. And I'm going to go pray on that because I know that God would never tell me something that he hadn't already confirmed for me. Typically, I'm just waiting for confirmation. He's like, well, since you don't believe me, let me just go get somebody that don't know you while you're walking down the street. I'm like, yes, God, that's preaching to me because I have said that to people and they've got nothing but offended by it and super laser focus on the messenger instead of the message. Sometimes it's important to focus on the message. I'm not co-signing the lifestyle or any of that. I'm saying be open, be ready to receive and ready to give. And sometimes, though all the time, but it's time to go to another level. The God that I know always challenges me to get out of my comfort zone. That's the God that I serve. And when he says, speak to them this way, I'm thinking, well, Lord, they're probably not going to like that. But the God that I know I'm committed to. So if I decide I'm not going to say that, he's like, well, I can't use you then. What could I use, Tiffany? The wise CEO. If I can't use you to change someone's perspective. Because maybe, just maybe, I'm confirming something for someone in the room who just might have a sister problem. And they're actually looking for something positive so they can continue to pray. So one never knows. I tell people, I said, don't let the sweet boys fool you. There's the warrior princess up in here. Yes, queen.
Here's another thing to Tiffany. Not because someone, went through a life like that for whatever reason, whether it be by choice or by trickery, it's just to let everyone in this world know whatever occupation you decide, if it's of your choice, it's okay. And, there is support out there for you. To either A, continue, or B, take a different look at what you're doing. Because some people may choose it, may think it's something of choice because they weren't given all the different perspective to look at. And I don't think God made any of us to put ourselves through those situations. If God made us and put us in here's my view on life, guys. If God happened to put me in a place, it's for him to use me to create some awareness and to make a change. If he put me into a space that I think is not the way of God, my goal is, okay, what is God trying to do here? He's trying to get me to wake up someone, wake up something, wake up the environment, and show them where the fucking light is coming from. So that's why, man, look, as I said, my wealthy friends who are offended by my curse, they can go book a goddamn session with a psychiatrist. But the ones who cannot afford to book a session, I want them to understand that, hey, it's okay. I will meet you right where you are. Enough yapping on my end. Jill, welcome to the stage. How are you? Jill with a beautiful smile.
Thank you. Let me tell you, I don't know how to double dutch, but I've been wanting to double dutch into this conversation. So thank you for bringing me to the stage. Just some clarification on something. So because I am an educator, so there's cursing, which is putting some motor on someone, and then there's cussing, C-U-S-S, which is profanity. So I just want to clear that up. I have to make sure that.
Well done.
Yeah. And also, Gloria, you talked about Gloria still here? No, she jumped off the call. Anyway, I'm going to shoot my shot because I came on this. I found you today as I was walking. I said, let me go into this group here and find out about the 10K card. So I got in a little bit late. We may have already discussed pricing, but I'm going to shoot my shot because she mentioned about affiliate. So, Sean, do you have an affiliate for me? If not,
Absolutely, yes. What are you talking about? Let me show you how beautiful the affiliate system is. Who inspired you to come into this room? Who did you recognize?
I don't recognize anyone.
Yes, so I get to keep the sale. Yes, I get to spoil you even more. Okay, so here's the thing now. So the digital card, we put everything all in one place. Your website, your phone number, your email, your clubhouse bio, everything that pertains to your business, we put it all in one place. And then when we're finished doing that, we have two options. We have the basic option, which is 100. We have the premium version, which is 300. The premium version, whenever you share your card with someone and they decide to make a purchase, 20% of that purchase goes to you. So that's the affiliate program that we have in place.
Okay, great. So if you can send me the link for that.
You know why I'm laughing? And I'm gonna poke fun at my boy right now. Anyone know who I'm gonna poke fun at right now? But Gus, we're family, so don't even take it the wrong way. Gus, I'm gonna tell you why I'm gonna poke at you right now, and why you guys to listen to me carefully. If ever there was a question who was the more superior being between men and women, if any man have the audacity to actually give himself that title, I'm going to kick him in his face, and I'll tell you why. In my experience, every time I encounter a woman that asks what's the difference between the two, they always go for the premium version. If for whatever reason the finances are not there for them to take action, that woman have the audacity to be like, hey, listen, I want the premium version, but I don't have the goddamn money to get it right now. Or they will come up with something. And the only reason I say that, the real value is behind the premium card. And by me saying that, guys, here's what I want to tell you. We all have the money. We're just not aware of it. We all have the money. We're just not aware of it. And Gus, I'm going to keep poking you, my brother, until you upgrade. The reason for that, when you buy the regular card, you're getting to display your company. But if you want to maximize on your impact, you want to go to the premium version. So if you're asking one brother to another, like I'm keeping it on a buck with you, that's where it's at. But I'm going to take my time with you, sir, and we're going to work with your speed, okay? Jill, check your inbox.
Also, just let everyone know about me. So I mentioned that I'm the educator. I'm a former elementary, middle, and high school principal. So my passion is education. My question with the 10K card, not only am I an educator, with that, I have an education consulting business. I have a tutoring business, but I'm also a realtor. How do I structure that? Maybe you'll let me know that, Sean. How do
I will tell you that right. I'll tell you that right now. So one of the products we have is called a digital wallet. The digital wallet is a product we sell for $500, and it comes with three premium cards. So if you have multiple businesses, we normally recommend you build a card for each business. And when you build a card for each business, depends on the audience you're in front of, you can pull that card from your digital wallet and you can give that audience that card. If you want to share your portfolio with an individual, then you can send your digital wallet to them so they can see all the different businesses you're involved in. If you want to cut costs and you want to put all the businesses onto one card, we can do that for you as well. But we don't normally recommend it because my goal is to guide you towards maximum impact. And the difference between 300 and 500 is only $200. And you end up with 3 premium cards, all put in one concise place. How are we so far, Jill?
No, that's great. And lastly, before I do, as I was listening to your conversation, I believe with Sean.
Before you touch on the conversation, Queen, you mentioned you're an educator. That's correct?
Yes.
How many businesses you have currently?
Education related, I have 2.
You have 2?
Yes.
Okay, so the fact that you're in education, I know how of an unfair rewarding industry that is. You're gonna pay only for the 1 premium card. I'm gonna give you the 2nd premium card as a gift.
Oh,
And the reason I'm gonna give you the 2nd one as a gift, my math teacher is the one I credit for all my intellectual success today. Because he's the one who taught me to take the long route with everything that I do. And that was the quickest way to success. Anytime you're looking for shortcut, you're in trouble. Because to reroute your path and have to clean it up and then go over it again, that shit is very long. But if you go the long way the first time, you're going to find success. You will leave no stones unturned, and you're going to be 100% guaranteed to the outcome that you're committed to. So just to be the teacher, sweetheart, I'm putting in the educational card as a gift from me to you. Sounds good?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and it helps a lot. Because, you don't get paid a whole lot.
I don't know how the heck you guys can do it, but you know what? I salute you and I respect it. And that's why I said anyway I can add value, I will. Because where I'm concerned, you're going to have a lifetime of rewards coming back to you for the profession that you have chosen. Absolutely. So back to the conversation, Queen.
And back to the conversation, yeah. So I want to commend you for what you said regarding, kind of being a chameleon. You need to be a chameleon, as a business owner. And I oftentimes tell my friends, because I do consulting just with business owners, just pro bono, because they're my friends, and people often tell me, well, you shouldn't do that, etc. But that's where my heart has been. So now, I'm bridging into the consulting side of it as well. But being a consultant, I often joke with people that I speak 3 languages, the Queen's English, Pig Latin, and Ebonics.
There we go.
As a principal, I have families children whose parents may not even graduate in high school. And you have to make them feel comfortable whenever you're having those conversations with them. And so I know how to build community so that people around me are comfortable and will listen to me and build that trust because they know that I'm there to support them. And so whenever we're on in the groups where we may hear something that we may not approve of, the way someone may be delivering a message, I just want to encourage everyone, instead of putting that out there for everyone to hear, go into the back pages or whatever and send that person a message. That would just be my recommendation to do that. So I yield back.
For being an educator, sweetheart, I salute you because, as I said, that's one of the areas, if not leveraged correctly, you can feel a lot of pain. I'm going to say this again nice and slowly. I don't want anyone to miss it. That is one of the areas, if not leveraged correctly, you will feel a lot of pain. Because when you're finished studying and you're finished gathering all this data, you can use those data correctly as a consultant and as a keynote speaker, and you can literally start putting some mileage on that information. What do you say, Jill?
I totally agree because I have years of experience. And as I stated earlier, I've given away my knowledge for free.
That's it.
Now I want to begin really building it so it can help me impact more schools across the country.
There we go. I am loving it. What the hell is that? Okay, cool. Okay, so with that said, guys, I have a client to go connect with really quick. So who's available to take the room? Tiffany was there right away with me since this morning. Tiffany, are you available, or do you want to pass it up to Michaela or Melissa?
Oh, I'm actually over here in another room.
Oh man, you're just she's just like Michaela. Between you, Melissa, you guys take it on. I'll be back in like 10 minutes, guys.
Okay.
Okay, and welcome to the stage, Queen Jill. Oh my, I'm gonna butcher this young lady's name. Let me, Miss Watson. Miss Watson. Wait a minute. Hold on 1 second. I think I was about to exit the call to go call Miss Watson.
You are.
Look how funny this is. Okay, Miss Watson, take a look at this. When you fill out the form, did you enter the details that you want to appear on your card?
Yes, I did.
Because they're looking for your name, they're looking for C. Watson, they're not finding any of that. So I'm going to copy your damn profile right now. I'm going to send it. What? Oh, no, the 100 was easy. Shit. I'll even find out my eyes closed. So I'm going to copy, and it was so funny, right? I was literally about to exit the room as you heard, just so I could call you on a one-to-one. Reason being, Never a client should send me money and not get the product back within the hour. If that happened, you're gonna get a call from me personally because something obviously went wrong in the system, and I'm gonna find out exactly what that is. So step one, I'm sending your Clubhouse profile to my team right now. That's number one.
Thank
Boom.
you.
Number two, the moment it's finished, stay on stage here with us. The moment it's finished, I'm gonna send it to you, and then we're gonna polish it until we can get to the end results. Does that sound good?
Yes, sir, it does.
There we go.
I'm anxious too. We started on it last week and everything was going well, and then we tried to make some changes and we just weren't able to go.
So here's the question. Did you get the link back for your cards yet?
No.
Okay, so when you said we started it last week, what information did you enter?
I entered my name, my information.
Okay, your name, your email, your phone number. That's mandatory.
Yes.
Did you put your social media links and your website and those stuff?
We were in the process of doing it, and then we tried to log out and go see, what it was looking like thus far, and that's what we weren't able to do.
Oh, I got you. So you never got a chance to press submit. Oh, no problem, Queen. So the team is already working on it right now. Just got a thumbs up from them. When that is finished, I'm going to send it back for you to preview, and then after that, I'll send you the form to add any additional information. Sounds good?
Sounds great.
And welcome to the room. You're meeting with one of the most transparent guys on the app.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome, my dear. Where were we, guys? Where were we? Greg, give me a chance to introduce Greg to the audience, guys. I met this guy on a few days ago. I'm very taken by his character. Although you only have 53 followers, guys, he's way more impactful than that 53 that's next to his name. Greg, you in the building? Greg, where you at? Oh shit, Greg is probably wiping out the sweat of his. What up, Derek?
Hey, I got a question. Can I leverage you real quick?
Man, my mic is on. My mic is off mute. Go for it.
All right, so I got a client that is the CEO of an international sporting event.
Step one. What links do you have of him? Is he on Clubhouse?
He's not on Clubhouse.
Is he on LinkedIn?
He's on. I don't know. I don't think so.
Do you have his business card?
I got his business card.
Take a picture of the business card and send it to me right now in less than an hour. I'm going to send you back the electronic version of his card. Do you want to continue or you got the answer ready?
I got the answer already. I'll be wasting time if I will continue.
Oh, you're a smart guy. Is it because Gus is on stage and talking shit?
No, I didn't hear that part. I was busy trying to get some more clients.
So guys, just for you to know, what I just did there for Derek is leveraging his partnership with 10KCARDS to literally find his success. And when you become a partner with us, that's how we do business. If you see logics in something, the company already see that logics together with you. With that said, guys, I'm not normally a mic hog for those who believe that bullshit. Let me welcome Mr. Banks to the building, and I'll come on to Queen Kim. Mr. Banks, you in the building?
Hey, yeah, I'm in the building, man. We in full effect. Man,
yo, Mr. Banks, I gotta fucking shout you out for a second. Every time Banks come into the damn room, he bring an entire community with him. Shout out to you, Mr. Banks. Go for it.
Hey, yo, everybody just get in here, man. I rock with 10K. If y'all look at my bio on Instagram, y'all see I got a 10K card. If you got a business and you meet people and you don't have this digital business card to get rid of the paper cards, you have lost your mind. So if you want one to, go to the link in my bio and click get a card like Mr. Banks, because that's what a real boss do. Shout out to 10K, man. Hey, 10K, guess what happened today, 10K?
Tell me, brother.
This is my 10K day. I got 10,000 followers on Instagram.
Hey! Congratulations, my brother. Welcome. And you know you have access to the swipe feature, don't you?
Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying? You're trying to represent correctly.
That's right. There we go. So, will you be in the room today?
Yeah, I was in there.
Oh, no. Will you be hosting a room today to celebrate the 10K followers?
I
think you should.
Day 8 of my son's birth. So
which is even more important. Congratulations.
Thank you. So I might not be hosting any rooms. I'll be popping in, popping out, saying hey to everybody.
Anyway, you need me to show up and support you, my brother. I'm here for it. Number one. Number two, the fact that you hit your 10K today, I'm willing to give you 10 cards to give away today, 10 of the basic cards. And then we're going to upsell their asses after that. Oops, I was not on mute. You heard me, Mr. Banks?
I heard you. I heard you. 10K. Y'all listen. So, you got a 10K card. Yeah, y'all tripping. Y'all better get y'all one. Stop it.
Hey, Mr. Banks, first of all, congratulations on the new baby. And as I said, if there's any way you want me to show up and assist you, let me do it. Guys, when I first came on the app, Mr. Banks was one of those first people that would put me up on stage, give me the respect that we deserve. And we've just been rocking from day one. So what a genuine dude. What a man from the culture, and he's very strong in his belief. And also, he has a lot of influence on the app. That's why it's whenever Mr. Banks shows up in a room, your numbers just move up automatically. It's just that simple. That's how Mr. Banks roll. So, Mr. Banks, what do you want to share with the audience in relation to the topic? It's time to pull the trigger. This is not a safe space. And I know you're one of those guys. So what do you have to share to the audience?
Hey, man, listen. Pull the trigger. Oh, man, don't get me started about no triggers, man. I ain't got no triggers. But I don't know, man. You know, I really appreciate what's going on. I think people been too soft as of lately. So I think, you know, people like a little bit of WWF. They want to see a Royal Rumble sometimes, just a little bit, you know, as long as you learn something from it and understand if you're really looking at some entertainment or whatever. But it's a safe space in here, man. It's always a safe space over here with 10K.
It is not a safe. It's not a fluffy space. It's not a fluffy space.
You're not gonna get away that easy.
There you go.
Don't act like you brand new, sir. You need to get out, tell people about your course, tell people about once they make that money, how they can get that stuff to work for them, man. Come on, let's go, Mr. Banks. All right, y'all. So they just pushed me, y'all. See, I'm going to tell y'all right now, I'm Javaris Banks, a.k.a. the Boss's Accountant. And if you're not a boss yet, I'll show you how to be one. I got some great courses over there on my website, thelegacythinktank.com. Send me a DM, and I'm going to send you the link to my free credit boost challenge. Boost your credit 15 to 50 points in 48 hours. I'm going to tell y'all a little secret, y'all. I count millions of dollars for a living, and I save my clients hundreds of thousands of dollars on taxes, and I actually show them how to get the money from their bank. And guess what? I show my mentees how to do it. It's a one-on-one coaching over at the Legacy Think Tank. So that's what I do, and I love seeing new businesses start, and they get their bread up. You know what I'm saying? I'm responsible for multiple companies going from 6 figures a year to over 6 figures a month. And that's when I realized, like, hold on, I'm not just an accountant. I might be a business coach. This is Mr. Banks, and I plant this seed.
Bam. Love it. Wait, Mr. Reggie's been awfully quiet. Reggie, you in the building?
I am here, brother. I am here, and just sitting here reflecting a little bit about your message earlier, and my feedback. Two words came to mind immediately, brother. You know, we all have levels to us, but I saw a few more of yours, and just really, really appreciate you. But those two words were transparency and authentic. I mean, brother, you are authentic as it gets. I personally don't have a problem with your language here, and I know that's that's just a part of you. Well, first of all, like I said, we all have levels. So when there's environments that we all come from. So I resonate here with the expletives. So I'm definitely cool on that. But I definitely saw some additional levels to you, and I just really wanted to just share with you that I appreciated that your message overall, your background, and where you are and how you are helping individuals. I'm just proud to know you, brother. And I give the mic. Bam.
You want to hear something so funny? Banks, you know Dante, right? You know Dante Brooks?
Yeah, I know Dante. Yeah.
Okay. Take a look at this, right? My foul language, the way I come across aggressively with my curse language, right? Would you say that's one of the things that actually bond me and Dante together?
You know what? Y'all are pretty simple with y'all language. You kind of right. You know what I'm saying? I have to know when y'all in the room. I got kids in the car. You right?
I'll tell you why. That's one of the brothers I respect the most on this app, because he's gonna tell it to you as it is. He's not gonna polish it up. He's not gonna bullshit you. And I remember the first time me and Dante met in a room, right? I was there speaking on business, and Dante said, "It's not like you brothers out there trying to audition for some pussy." I said, first of all, Dante, step one, I don't need your fucking room to fucking speak the way I speak. That's number one. Number two, there's a leave quiet button that I'll push at any goddamn time because I'm aware I can start my own goddamn room. And so the first time me and Dante encountered each other, man, look, I cursed the crap out of him. And then what happened? We became good friends after that. And the reason I say good friends, I respect the brother. I see his heart. I see what he's doing for the community. And anything that I can do to keep supporting him, I definitely will. And he's definitely not someone that uses nice, eloquent languages. And I do personally believe if I was not speaking on that level right there, we would not connect the way in which we connected. I'm 10K and I approve that message. What do you think about that, Mr. Banks?
I mean, I'm with you, y'all. I just know that, we have to be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. And sometimes I crank all the way up on you. Sometimes I'm just chilling. So, you got to have a little balance, a little sweet and a sour. You know what I'm saying? A little spicy and some sweet, spicy too. You know what I'm saying? But Dante cool, man. And you even cooler. You cooler than the fan on 10K. But I'm gonna tell you right now, you need to ask if folks got their kids in the car before you do all that damn cussing. Oh my bad, my kids around me.
First of all, full community guidelines. Clubhouse is only for 18 years and older. All right. So if you make the responsible decision by not fill out the disclaimer, that's on you, my brother. Personal responsibility. Now, guys, I would recommend you watch your language. Queen Patrice is in the building. And when Patrice comes at you, you'll physically feel as though she's in your environment trying to go after you, okay? So with that said, Queen Patrice, just say hello to the room.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Guys, you see what I call my friends? Okay, just feel it though. No, but guys, anytime you see Patrice in the room and she's actually moderating, she's very serious with what she do. That's number one. Number two, Patrice, let's start with something, sweetheart. We run around different rooms. We're in most of the damn rooms together. And, when people are making a big deal over the green beam, here's what I'll tell you publicly in front of everyone. There's not a damn room I'm in that I wouldn't moderate you or Mr. Banks anytime I see you guys in. Even if it means they're going to kick me out to the goddamn room. The only one room I would really moderate people in just like that is Nelson's room. Why? He made a very simple ask. And the fact that he made that ask, I respect that ask. But this thing with moderators in different rooms, I think I know moderators come with a sense of responsibility. And for the value that come out of people like you, Mr. Banks, I'm going to shout from the top of the rooftop to you guys everywhere I go. Because I love what you represent, and I see your authenticity and your congruency. You want to speak to that for a second? Oh, that was perfect. That was perfectly said, Patrice. Oh, carry on.
No, I didn't know if you were talking to me or Mr. Banks, so I didn't want to jump in if it wasn't me. But you still, and you and I've had this conversation online. We've had it offline. If I'm in a room, there are not many rooms that I go into that I'm not moderated, and I'm fine with that. There are a few rooms that I go into where maybe I have moderated before and they choose not to moderate me. And that's fine too, because it's not my room. When I'm running a room, I like to moderate people that I know, like, and trust, and I know are going to bring value to the conversation. So if I'm in a space and it's a new space and no one has heard me, doesn't know if I'm going to bring any value to the conversation, I'm fine not being modded, and I'm fine having to go through the vet process on that. But you're right, there's a certain amount of responsibility that comes with being a moderator, because there are a lot of people who come into these rooms looking for people who know what they're talking about so that they can learn and glean information. The only thing I only ever say to anyone who's listening is, do your due diligence. This app is a social media app like any other social media platform. And there are a lot of posers on here, and you really have to figure out who is authentic and who's full of shit. And then there is a whole lot that's in between that. So, listen to who's saying what, listen to the consistency of what their message is, listen to the consistency of the value that they bring. Do your due diligence on them, because you can, and then determine whether or not it's someone that you feel like you're getting good advice from. If you have questions, reach out to them in their Instagram, DM them. I get a lot of stuff DM, and I'm going to tell you one thing that I hate as a moderator, and I'm putting it out there so everybody knows. There's a back channel.
And if you're not someone that I'm following, I don't always get your messages. So I will be moderating, and I will leave the platform, close the room, and I go back, and there's 20 questions from people on the back channel that were in the audience that had questions. Just raise your hand and come to the audience. I can't moderate a room, keep the conversation going, keep up with who's speaking, keep up with what the topic is, and then check the back channel for questions that people are hesitant to raise their hands and come up to the stage for. So I don't know how much of that brought value to what you were saying there, Sean, but that's my message, and I'm sticking to it. Done speaking.
You know what? I think you called my name, 10K. I'm going to say something about this moderator badge real quick. I'm going to tell you, you got to earn this thing. It does come with responsibility. I would say this. People don't know you. Don't be in your feelings. They don't know you. And then at the same time, there are some other people who really don't, you get people that close rooms out, do little crazy stuff. So I'm going to be honest with you guys. I get moderated in most rooms I go into. But when I don't get even when I'm moderated, first of all, I still send a DM and be like, hey, Patrice, can I get in the queue? You know what I'm saying? Hey, 10K, can you, whoever's moderating, I still act like I'm just a regular person on the stage, even though you might have the green bean next to my name, right? But I'm gonna tell you what I don't like. Can I tell you? I'm gonna pull the trigger. I'm gonna tell you this I don't like. Don't pull me up on stage just to ping all my followers and the people that's gonna come in the room. You don't even know me and they ain't follow me. I go to some rooms and be listening. They be like trying to bring me on stage. And I'm like, do I really want the people that's gonna hop in this room to even hear what you talking about? So I do consider that at this point on even being on the stage, because I'm exposed to people that follow me and trust me to your room, and I don't even want to give them that. And then that's about it. This is Mr. Banks, done speaking.
Love it, love it, love it. And Mr. Banks, the fact that we rock everywhere we go. Anytime I pull you up and I put a badge on you, that's my show of respect. Same for you and Patrice, obviously. And guys, not because you hear me speaking only of Mr. Banks and Patrice that me you're excluded. If I rock with you, you're gonna know I rock with you. If I don't rock with you, oh no, you're gonna know I don't rock with you. Okay, that's definitely that's not the 10K way to be secret and quiet about shit. Okay, with that said, let's get back to the topic, guys. Time to pull the trigger. It's not a safe space. What do you think about that, Patrice? Based on all the information and knowledge and gems that we've been getting on Clubhouse.
I don't know if I understand the question. Ask me again.
Okay. Everyone on Clubhouse, we're dropping a lot of gems. We're getting a lot of gems. What are we doing about the gems that we're getting?
Well, if you're just sitting on the information and not doing anything, you're just dooming yourself to be exactly where you are 6 months down the road or a year a year down the road. So if you're hearing stuff that's going to help you move your business forward, act, make a move. Make a decision and move forward. And I'm going to tell you guys something. I've been talking for about 3 months about wanting to get into investing because I don't have any investment property. And this morning I got called out in the mortgage syndicate I was moderating. And somebody said something about the fact that I hadn't done it. And I had to laugh. And I said, I am totally convicted. And I will tell you, from that, I thought, well, damn. Because, it's not just about talking. It's about walking. So you got to walk your walk, right? You can't just talk it. At which point in time, I was convicted. So now, what does that mean? I've made 2 phone calls this morning to 2 people that I know are going to help me with the things that I don't know, or the things that I don't realize I know, so that I can wrap up my first investment property. And yes, I plan to do it within the next 90 days. So Sean, you've heard it. Mr. Banks, you've heard it. And anyone else who was in the mortgage syndicate room this morning, you heard it. So if I get it done in less time than that, great. But you got to choose to move forward and make the move. Don't just sit on the information. Don't get into analysis paralysis. Don't overthink it. Sometimes you just got to move forward, learn what you're going to learn through the process, so that when you do it the second time, you don't make the same stupid mistakes. So that's what I got, Sean.
I love that. I just want to add this too, Mrs. 10K, just quickly, because I don't want people to miss what she just said. I'm Tiffany, the Y CEO, for those of you just joining the room. Ms. Patrice, when I was over there in that room, I remember the first time I came in there, I was asking myself the question, do I fit in this room? Should I be in this room? Because at the moment, I'm like, well, I don't have any personal real estate I have in the past. But when you said that on the stage, it made me feel more comfortable and more open about being transparent in that room, because anybody that knows me knows I'm just going to speak the truth and what's in my heart. I'm never going to pretend to be something I'm not. And when you said that, that really moved me. And then it motivated me to keep coming back for the information, because I'm like, if this is above my pay grade, I might not want to be in here, because what I don't want to do is add confusion into my heart, and be in a space I shouldn't belong in. But the moment you said that, I'm like, she's right. She's absolutely right. So I appreciate you. When you said that, it really impacted me. And I felt brave enough to raise my hand and begin to ask questions. So for everybody out there, you see us up here modding, we have our challenges too. We're real people. So I just wanted to say that, Queen. I really appreciate you, Queen Patricia.
Well, thank you. That was very sweet of you to say. But yeah, like I said, the person that's talking to you now is the person you would meet on the street in Walmart or Target or Publix or wherever else you go. It's easy to be myself, and if I try to be somebody else, I'm not going to necessarily remember who that person was when I meet you. So I'm good with that. Back to you, Sean.
I am loving this stage. I want to really quick introduce, is it Azure Blue? I don't want to butcher your name this good day, Miss White. Is it Miss White or Mrs. White?
Yes, it's Miss White, Azure Blue, or Blue, or as other people have notably named me, AB, in other rooms. I don't care.
So, Mr. Azure Blue, first off, introduce yourself to the stage, and share with them who you are, what you do, and what actions are you taking based on the information that you're getting from Clubhouse?
Yeah, we were just talking about that in Good Morning Real Estate. But first, my name is Azure Blue White. I'm your friendly neighborhood realtor here in Atlanta, servicing all your needs and getting your home sold at the highest value possible. So what I'm doing is I'm taking all of the little tidbits and nuggets from social media, because what my biggest fear is that I looked crazy on social media. And I was like, man, there's so many people behind me being so productive around social media, and they make like the silliest videos and they bring so much value. And I was trying to find my happy medium in that. And doing that, I found that just being me has benefited me the most. And that's what I got from other groups. And just getting successful tips. Like this morning, we were talking about how you can gain a certain type of clientele that you want to work with, and dropping pins through IG and sending those ads out in major events. And it was so awesome. I was scared to kind of raise my hand to ask a question. And once I asked the question, not only did I get the answer, but I got the help that I needed to be successful for when I want to implement this. And that's what I get from Clubhouse, period. I always say, if you're not on this app, like, you're doing yourself an injustice. And people are like, no, well, I just want to listen in. And I'm like, well, how will you get your answer specifically answered and your problem specifically solved if you're not out there telling people what you need, you're advertising what your wants are, and you're proclaiming where you want to be at and where you want to go. And so that's what I've gotten from the inception of Clubhouse. I always call myself a introverted extrovert, but this app and the people that support me through it have just given me a brand new confidence to just move forward, and has helped my business so much. I just recently got my first qualified buyer through social media, just off of like 4 different posts, and they were like, I chose you because I related to you, and everything that everyone has been telling me about being productive with my social media and how I need to conduct it, and so many Google Meet calls and FaceTime calls with those people that
really want to offer support and value on this app have done that, is just a win-win for me. So anybody in the audience that may be feeling like that, or are trying to overcome those challenges in your business, me as a real estate agent, I've overcome those just by being on Clubhouse for such a short period of time, and I have committed to myself that once I learn this information and once I get it down, I am definitely sharing what has helped me to be successful, and definitely having those people contact the people that helped me, because if we don't continue to give, there's enough out there for everybody, and if we don't continue to give, we're doing ourselves an injustice in the purpose and what we walk in. So I'm done. Back to you, Sean.
Guys, I'm absolutely loving the stage. And question is your blue. What do you think of the card that I sent you?
Oh man, guys, hold on. I'm so sorry. I was remiss in telling you all about this card, digital card that 10K has. Let me tell you something. It's the most brilliant thing that I have ever seen in my entire life. He has the technology to build a digital card for you, and it has every single social media link, how people can get in contact with you, all of your business information. And Sean, let me tell you something. Over this weekend, I think I probably passed out about like 150 or more of my digital cards just by being able to send that link. And it just makes people more accessible to me, and me more accessible to people, and they can have all of my information all in one place. And people have really appreciated that and just comment me all the time. I've put it on all of my social media. I have so many people that have contacted me on there, like, where did you get that from? Guys, if you don't have a digital business card like Sean offers, you've got to get it today, right now.
And the reason I ask you that, right, Queen, and this is just a full disclosure, guys. Whenever I was trying to put up Chrissy, if someone can help me put up Chrissy, that'll be awesome. So the reason I sent it to you, Azure Blue, full disclosure, whenever I'm on stage and I come across anyone that's adding value, I'm always one of the first ones to actually add value to them by sending them the card. So when we send a card over to you, Queen, if you said, hey, look, I like this, I want to get the paid version, when you get the paid version, we actually get you a custom URL. That's number one. Number two, we have a premium version to the card that actually pays you 20% commission every time someone purchases a card because of you. So every time you share your card with someone and they see the value in the one that you have and they want to move forward with it, you can actually get 20% on that transaction. So anyone by the sound of my voice, either on stage or in the audience, that's interested in getting one of the cards, guys, just DM me or back channel me the word, the basic version or the premium version. The basic version is 100, the premium version is 300, and with the premium version, guys, as I said, you get 20% of every dollar spent. I'll share with you guys two pieces of news that I got recently. One client was on stage, I can't remember who was on stage with me, but she said, I see the card, I like the card, but I want to get more than 20% on the card because I have a good network. So I asked her, I said, let me ask you a question. Have you bought any cards in the last 10 years? She says yes. I said, okay. How much did you invest in the cards that you actually purchased? She said, under 1,000. I said, okay. Under 1,000, like 500, 600. How much is it? She said, $980. I said, okay. I said, in the last 10 years when you spent $980, how much money did the business card company pay you for sharing those cards? She said, not $1. I said, and here you walk into a company where you actually got a chance to speak to the founder and CEO, and you're telling me the 20% that you're being offered is not good enough, right? This is the problem with the community, guys. Here's my way of becoming partners and associates of wealthy people. I never walk into a conversation asking for shit. I always walk in looking to see how I can add value. If I can add enough value, I think wealthy people are going to say like, hey, I don't want to lose this valuable relationship that I just encountered. Let me do a collaboration and keep this person connected to me. What's your feedback on that, guys? I want to get your take on it. Guys, don't be shy. Let's do one at a time.
It's me, Sean, Michaela. Sorry, I have something in my mouth.
Go for it, Michaela. Take the mic.
I think that's powerful, and I do agree that you don't want to come in the room asking for anything. You need to show up yourself authentically and be able to add value. So whatever it is you do, whatever it is you know, whatever it is you have to share, you want to add value. So me being a Reiki master practitioner and healing advocate, I'm an empath. So I can feel the energies of people in the room. And so I can kind of assess the individual when I meet them. And I can kind of tell if they're in a good mood, if they're in a bad mood, if they have an energy of sadness, if they have a high energy where they need to calm down that anxiety, then I go right into, how do you feel? And sometimes they'll tell me that they feel okay, they have a headache, I haven't been feeling well, and that kind of leads me into adding value. So then I kind of talk to the individual and tell them, what I can do or share with them about their situation. They have a headache. I ask them, hey, have you ever tried peppermint? Peppermint is good for relieving headaches, things like that. So I go in the room and just add value. I don't go in looking for a sale. I'm not going in immediately looking for a client. I am going in to share what I do because I've been blessed with my gift from the Creator, and it's my responsibility to give back to others. And I'm not always looking for pay for those gifts, but as I give that value, people understand the value of what that is. They're willing to pay me for what I charge. And I don't undercut myself. I don't lowball myself. I don't tell them that, you can just get this for this. No, I just tell them what my rate is, and they're willing to book appointments with me. And they say, well, when are you available? And I give them my calendar. I now give them Michaela10K.com and tell them to book a session with me. And that way, everything that I do is right there on my 10K card. So I'm adding even more value. Not just about the conversation that I just had with them, but also they get to see what I do and how I show up in the world. So I agree 100%, Sean. This is Michaela, and I yield the mic. Is there anybody else?
You guys know my rules. You guys know my rules on stage. Whenever you guys are on stage, you have as much power as me, okay? So crap, I moved this guy before I mod him. Bro, I was trying to mod you. Guys, whenever you're on stage with me, even if I'm quiet, someone grab the mic and let's take it. Kendra, that was me, my bad. I was trying to mod you, brother. Okay, so with that said, where are we? What are we doing yet?
I think other than you Michaela jumped in and she dropped some really good information there, and it pretty much just co-signed what you said about, when you're on a stage, bring value. Don't come into a room that you haven't been into before, get on stage and try to pitch a product or pitch a room or pitch yourself. Recognize that if you're new to a space or to a room, that you really need to give people an opportunity to vet you, whether you're in the room once, twice, or three times. And sometimes they're just not going to mod you, and that there is nothing wrong with that. I think that was it. But Michaela was talking about how wonderful the 10K card is too. So, I have to co-sign that.
You want to hear something so funny? Greg just got into our space. So before I let Greg take the mic, I'm going to have Kendrick introduce himself really quick. And then Kendrick, after you, Greg, you're going to go. Greg, if you're there, just flash your mic. Let me see if you're there, brother. There we go. So Kendrick, just introduce yourself really quick to the audience, and then Greg will go after you, buddy.
Thank you again, Mr. Lashley. My name is Kendrick Richardson. I'm a realtor from Chicago. Been a realtor for the past 6 years. And I love Clubhouse. It really got me out of a dark spot. I lost both of my parents 16 months apart. So I believe when I got on this app, it helped me improve my speaking and everything. So thank you. Appreciate you, Mr. Lashley.
Brother, I'll be honest with you. Adding value is something that I'm very big on. And, thank you so much for sharing that. And by the sound of your voice, I hope everyone just heard what you just said. Clubhouse got you out of a dark space. And guys, let's never forget the reason of this app, the purpose of this app. Don't get short-sighted in the BS that's taking place out there. Always remember, there are greater missions out there than the stuff that we sometimes get ourselves caught up in. So if you have something of good content, either A, find a room to be a part of that's actually producing good content, or B, start your own. Because there are people like Kendrick who's out there listening, and you just never know what kind of healing energy is coming his way. So Kendrick, I salute you to that, brother. Now, let me get on to my boy, Greg. Greg, first of all, Greg, let me share something with you, man. As I told you, I'm one of the most transparent person you're going to meet ever. And any topic that you want to bring to the fore, you have to warn me about it. So go for it, Greg. Greg, you there? Greg, I don't know if it's me, but I can't hear you, man.
Yeah, Mike.
You may need to leave the room and come back, Greg.
Let's go, Greg. Speak close to the mic, Greg. Speak close to the mic.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Much better.
All right. So, yeah, full transparency, I had text Sean and told him that I have, because I just met Sean not that long ago, and I found out about 10KCARDS. My background is basically, I'm very techie, very nerdy, stuff like that. So I vetted the shit out of this thing. And, no offense to Sean, but that's just how I operate. So I did come up with a couple things, and I had asked him ahead of time because it involves me mentioning other brands. So when I got the actual link for the card, I compared it to other ones on the market. I used Linktree, what the hell is it called? It doesn't matter. There was like there was like three different ones that I brought up. I did look at them all. Now, the thing with this one is, one, on a technical level, the load speed is quick. And we are dealing with the market that the attention span on a desktop is 2.5 seconds. The attention span on a mobile phone is 1.7 seconds. This is as of July 2020 from an article from Moz. It's a technical, website crawler, and they do a bunch of work, great work. But anyway, that being said, that page needs to load up pretty quick so your client doesn't back out of it, right? Because the attention span obviously reflects that will occur, right? That's a reality we're going to have to contend with. So the load speed is nice. Also, compared to the competition, they all have the same frame. Like if you go to Linktree, if you go to all these other ones, they all have the same frame, and it's basically like a forever scroll. It could turn into that, right? Meaning like each link I add on, you just keep scrolling down and scrolling down. Now the 10K card is different in the sense that he's got a side-by-side scroll. It's like two boxes side by side. So that basically saves that forever scroll because the attention span is short. If you have content way at the bottom, they're probably not going to see it just because of sheer numbers alone. So that's that. And then I ran it by some clients that I have in the queue because I wanted their feedback. I did basically a blind study, or I don't even know what you would call it, but I didn't tell them that I was thinking about one over the other. I just said, what would you pick? Didn't tell them prices or anything. And they liked the 10K flow and the format. And I think that, it sounds like such a nuanced thing to consider, but I think it is something that's important, especially in today's age, right? We all like things that are aesthetically pleasing to the eye, to capture our attention. So I don't know, like the numbers don't lie when it comes to stuff like that. I mean, you could be on the fence about getting it, which, I don't want this to turn too pitchy. I do like the product, but I'm coming in here with an honest approach from someone who's very tech savvy and really vets things hard. And this, for me, passes my test I actually haven't jumped on yet. I got set up with the temporary card. I literally have one more client that I'm waiting to hear back from about getting this card, and then I'm going to jump in and just kind of do all these people at the same time and set them up. But I don't know. If you're on the fence, if you're like me, if you review shit, if you vet shit hard, I would consider what I'm saying. I think challenge what I said. Look it up for yourself. Check the load speed. See what I'm saying. It's definitely true. And I yield the mic.
All right. So after you, I'll go after you. In fact, wait, Michaela, give me a quick. I want the entire audience to witness something here, real quick. We can make decisions based on the opinions of others. There's another way to make a decision. Take a look at this one, guys. What space are you in again, Greg? Was it what was the space you were in again?
My space is I set up social profiles and business page profiles for clients that want to get on the web and arrange.
Was it Upwork? Was it Upwork?
No, Fiverr.
Fiverr. Okay, so Fiverr, right? I want the entire audience to listen to something that's going to go down right now. You guys are there, right? I'm not sure if I mentioned it to you, Greg, but we met about a day or two ago, and we were speaking on stage. Did I not mention to you that I'm going to partner up with you on the Fiverr community?
Oh yeah, yeah. You
All right. If I partner up on you on the Fiverr community, do you see the potential for making money there? Yes or no?
After researching it, I definitely do. I was gonna send you a message. I haven't had a chance yet. I've been working, and I kind of have this just in my ear. But I am currently an affiliate marketer with Haystack. Haystack is a digital business card, and after seeing this product, I'm going to drop Haystack because it's, if I look, I got to stand behind my product, right? So if I'm going to push something, the client's going to come back to me and bitch. They're not going to know to bitch to Haystack. They're not going to know to bitch to 10K. So I'm looking at this as, retention. I want damage control, and I really want something that I would stand behind and that's going to stand behind me if I have a problem, right? So sometimes these companies are too bloated and you don't get this kind of response. I mean, honestly, this kind of response is very rare and it is unheard of. So it is something to consider, especially, at the speed tech changes, tech changes. If you have a CEO that's very boots on the ground, he's going to make that change quicker than someone that has to go through some kind of bureaucracy to make those changes. I mean, that reflects in so many different industries that, what I'm saying is true. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm going to start pushing this. I think it is beneficial to a client. I just had one this morning. He's a contractor. And over here, they're really big on QR codes. QR codes do seem to be making a big splash. I mean, nowadays, any restaurant you go into, they got the QR code on the table. Very few of them are passing out menus. So there's a lot of people that are getting savvy with how to use QR code at a huge rate. And I'm not sure if you guys are aware of that statistic, but it is happening where the QR code is getting pushed hard because of COVID, right? During COVID, can't give you a menu, scan the app. And then everyone started, because they had to take that action, they all started to realize what a QR code is. My dad knows what a QR code is now, and he's 80 years old, because of menus. So we have to implement that QR code. Now, QR codes you can get for free. But the problem is it's specific to that platform. So Facebook will give you a QR code specific to that page. Google Business, same thing. If you have a QR code that encompasses all of those links, like the QR code in your app, it just makes it easier, because then if it's on this client's truck and someone else walks up to it and they snap it, at least it gives that 10K card, and from there the customer could decide which platform they want to go to or which platform that they're familiar with. or they could just contact directly, through email. But having it all in one location and having it be aesthetically pleasing and easy follow to read, is really half the battle, right? I mean, the load speed is half the battle. If any of you do Google Analytics, you'll know what I'm saying, that bounce rates are a real thing. Bounce rate, right? If bounce rate usually occurs because of load speed. So that's what I have.
Tremendous value, Brother Greg. Thank you very much for sharing that, brother.
One of the things that Greg is a little going to learn from me is that I'm really good at leaning into other people's data bank and forming a quick alliance where Greg can speak intelligently with 10K cards, and all I have to do is sit back and relax. Greg, let me ask another question. Do you normally register clients' business on Google?
Currently, like my core pack is Insta, Facebook business, business suite, which encompasses Instagram business and Facebook business page, and Google My Business, and depending on the business category, the Yelp or House or whatever that business category calls for, but the three core is going to be Facebook, Instagram, and Google Business.
All right, here's another question. If someone only want to register their business on Google and they wanted you to do the heavy lifting for them, how much do you normally charge for a service like that?
Unfortunately, I'm one of the more expensive guys out there, but I charge, it's $225.
You're only $25 more expensive than me.
Yeah, and the thing is I also build it out. Like I connect it.
I know you do. You know why I purposely interrupted you with that question? I want to speak carefully. When you come on as a partner with me, my brother, you're not spending $300 to get a card. You're getting into a relationship with 10K. And whenever I have a business owner that's a part of our ecosystem that is in need of your product or services, you're the one I'm going to end up putting them over to. So my thing is, and as I'm pretty sure you'll be aware of, I do business with those who I know, like, and trust. And when someone partner up with me and I realize that they do have a good business, the more you become successful in the 10K card brand, is the more you're going to become a cheerleader for 10K. So that's exactly how my brain normally processes stuff. And with the Fiverr community, we're going to actually create an alliance where all of your clients that come through you, you'll be able to offer them a 10K card. That's number one. Number two, me and you're going to build a landing. No, let me correct my word. Sorry. You're going to build a landing page to represent the new partnership that me and you're about to start. And hear this carefully, guys. Greg, people will be able to go to you direct, pay you the damn money. We're going to fulfill the order, and you're going to send me my cut. How does that sound so far, Greg?
That works. And one thing, just to bring it up, is you did mention someone that they talked about the 20%, and can you, they kind of rebutted on the percentage. My question to something like that at an instant would be, are you familiar with other affiliate programs? Because all the other affiliate programs in that space do not pay that. I don't, like, that's a Google search, right? That's like, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't have rebutted that to you, because I can Google it ahead of time and go, oh, okay, Linktree pays this, Haystack pays this, all the other ones. I mean, that is competitive in that market. Maybe they'll have bonuses, like all affiliate programs. They'll be like, this month you get X, but at its core, at the foundational entry point, 20% is a hard, that, like, not a lot of people are given that. I don't know. I don't know where that person was coming from, but that's don't take my word.
One of the reason I decoded her on stage is because sometimes we become so greedy and self-centered that we forget the secret to wealth is in adding value to others. I'll say this again nice and slow. The secret to becoming wealthy is adding value to others. I'm going to be very transparent with you, Greg. You realize I boldly said you're the one who's going to build a landing page for the partnership that we're doing. When I'm this bold to come on stage and tell you you're the one who's going to be doing the work, It's not because I'm going to give you 20% of the partnership, my brother. You're going to be making at least 30% on the cut that we're about to do, and I'll tell you why. Not only you're going to be building the landing pages, but all of your clients, you're going to barter with them to put a link to the landing page that you're about to build. For us, you're going to be able to put a link of that landing page onto their websites. So if someone within their ecosystem want to purchase a 10K card, we can give your client a version as a gift. And when their ecosystem is ready to purchase, they can purchase through our partnership site. Are you with me so far?
Yeah, I hear you.
But if the client decides to actually purchase the premium version or get the paid version, then we can actually give the client their affiliate link, and then you can incorporate their affiliate link onto their site. So when I'm speaking to someone and I see you're in the Fiverr world, a lot of my friends have been telling me, oh, why don't you go through the Fiverr, bro? I need to pick up the fucking phone and call someone and tell them exactly what I'm looking for. And you're the guy that I'll be able to tap into the whole Fiverr community with. Because if I need something and you're my partner, all I need to do is to express with you what my concerns are, and I'm pretty sure you can help me answer those concerns. Isn't that correct, Greg?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And that's why the fuck I'll pay a premium to do business with people like you. So anyone in the audience that's saying, wait a minute, I can get a 30%? Oh, absolutely, yes. But you're going to have to build your own website, and you're going to have to go take it to a community that you're in front of. And just for you to know, Greg, everyone that you bring in from Fiverr now, if I'm doing a 30% commission split with you, everyone that you bring in from the Fiverr community, they will get a 20%, which is standard, and you're going to get a 10% override for bringing them into our ecosystem. How does that work for you, sir?
I'm going to start picking out my vacation home now.
Guys, welcome to 10KCARDS. This is why I love what we do. Let me see. Any additional question for anyone on stage?
Can I mention something?
Go for it, Kendrick.
So what really told me, like, I'm the complete opposite of Greg. I kind of buy in, then I do my investigation.
I'm the same damn way, Kendrick. Go for it.
So when you called me and I actually heard your voice, I was like, wow, this is real. You're like actually hands-on with the business. So that was another thing that sold me on the card. How your response, not even the response rate of the app loading, like your response rate is actually fast in your whole team. So you really got your systems in place. I just want to applaud you for that.
Appreciate you, brother. And I believe in building a team based on who you are. Because I'm not going to present myself one way and have my team do something else. Whatever you guys are seeing from me, my team will be an extension of who I am. And anytime my team is in violation of what I represent, you will see me drag their asses in public. Also, if my team member think I'm out of line with what I'm doing, they have permission to come and call me out. And that's why I work extremely hard, and I always make sure whatever we are doing, ethics is at the number one on the list of whatever we do. So if someone or something is not ethical within my environment, they will have to hit that leave quiet button quick. Because when it's time for me to start having that conversation, I'm going to be open and honest about it. So Greg, I'm really looking forward to doing great stuff with you, because the skill set that you have and the access that you have with existing inventory and resources, I know we'll be able to bless our community tremendously well. Tremendously well. Because people always need work that's done from your community, and you're going to be one of those trusted sources that we can connect with. And when I connect with you, Greg, I understood what your strong points were, but I also recognize what your weakness was. And your weakness is my fucking strong point, bro. I have fun with that stuff.
And that's honestly, that's what makes it work. Like I don't want to do everything. Like I want to lean into the people that can help me in certain areas. And really, I also quantify it by how much time it would take me to learn that. Like, okay, you can have someone that says, I don't want to use Linktree. I don't want to use 10K. I don't want to use Haystack. I'll do it myself. All right. Well, I used to do that. But the thing is like my time is worth money, right? At a certain point, you got to look at it like, all right, I have 8 hours a day. Let's try to make $200 an hour. $500, like scale it up. And, sometimes you get stuck on projects that someone already figured out and that you can purchase it for, $100. Like how much much time would that take you if you try to do it yourself? A week? You know what I mean? So for $100, it's an easy kill, or for whatever. It's just, knock it out. Because there's some things, and I've done it in the past too, where I'll go down rabbit holes and I'm trying to figure out something and do it myself. and I could have paid someone, $40, or I could have paid an app, or I could have done something, and it would have solved the problem in an instant. And then I would have had more free time to do the shit that is going to make me more money. And that's a reality that it does come across. Like, we don't see it, but we don't see it when we're in the thick of it. But when you step back and you approach it from like an observation standpoint and looking down at it, god damn, I've spent a lot of time on shit that I could have had someone else do for, half the cost of what it cost me in time.
To add to your point as well there, Greg, only when people can start seeing through those lenses that you're speaking of, only then they'll start making decisions fast and pull the trigger. Because the quicker you pull the triggers, the more triggers you can pull. I remember approximately 6 months ago, guys, there was a guy that I was speaking to. He had like maybe 11 or 19,000 followers, I'm not even sure. And he said, listen, Sean, you and your pitch and your videos and your this and your that, you're not gonna move as fast as you want to move, you're not gonna go as far as you want to go. You need to pay guys like me a couple $1,000 a month to help you push your message. I waited until he was finished respectfully. And I said to him nicely, I said, let me explain something to you, my friend. I have a machine gun with 1 million fucking bullets. And all I'm doing is squeezing the trigger with that fucking machine gun. And all the bullets are the same. This is the product. This is how it solves the problem. Are you interested? Yes or no? That's just one bullet. And I'll squeeze that bullet 100 million times. So by doing that, I was able to attract all of the right people coming our way, guys. And that's how we're building a team that's going to be unstoppable. And when I say a team of collaborators. That's what we do. We have no employees. All my team members are collaborators. Because if you want to win with 10K cards, guys, let's find a way to collaborate. That's it. And that's what I'm doing with people like Greg. Greg, the first time we spoke, the information that I shared with you, how much value did that add to your business and your structure? And how much clarity did it give you?
Can you guys hear me, first of all? Just mic check.
Yep, we can hear you.
How much value it added? I would have to say, I think the value that I got was probably about 2 days ago, or even yesterday. I don't, actually, like, I gathered something today. So I'm kind of in that place where I'm learning something every day. So I can't say how much value you have added, but I can say that every day you do.
Here's why I asked you that question. When we were speaking, scaling was on your mind. Scaling was there in your mind. And in my opinion, if you're in business and you don't have the scaling part outlined correctly, you can end up becoming a slave to your business. And what I know for a fact, on the first day we spoke, I triggered a few areas that will challenge you to think differently. Okay, would you say that's a true statement?
Well, first of all, like yesterday, I had a whole set of different things I needed to do on my task board, right? So, but it really, looking at the 10K card thing, it not only, for the audience, like it's hard to come off like not trying to just sell the shit out of this guy's stuff. Like, I respect him, but at the same token, like, if it wasn't good, I'm not going to steer you the wrong way. If it was good enough that I had to take a time out of my task list and figure this element out in my business, because he did talk about scaling up, and I'm like, hold on. Like, I'm pretty busy as a fiber seller. Like, I do well. I know people think $5, but my price is set different, and there's no shortage of clients, which is, I'm blessed, right? I appreciate it every day. The thing is that I did look at this like, okay, I'm currently using Haystack, right? And I use that as a affiliate as well. This would change my income, and I'd be doing the same thing. This, instead of on my delivery sheet where I say, hey, here's a thing you should check out, and my little quick 5-minute pitch, I could implement this, make more money, and also he knows what he's doing. Haystack, contact customer service. There's no community, right? They got to go out, they got to reach out to it. It is clunky. This is more streamlined. The more streamlined that is, the more streamlined my income is going to be, right? So I'm basically clearing up a choke point that I used to have at some point. So that's the biggest value that I got from it monetarily. Like looking at it, for me, it's an easy change. I've already been on the phone with 2 clients that I know for sure are going to do it. A third one, and it's only been since yesterday. So I don't know, man. I'm excited. One more thing, actually, I wanted to add. Well, there's a little blank spot. Patrice did mention something that I wanted to, and actually her bringing it up added value to my day-to-day. Because you guys were talking about an investor or, investing in property and you didn't have one yourself. I had that same feeling, but I had a condo that I bought and sold, rented it out near a university and made pretty good money. I also tried to buy 3 doors in Las Vegas and went through with that, and it was a shit show. Like, I totally effed it up. I did get out of it, but broke even. But it did eat up like 18 months of my life. And because that happened, I don't give any advice on investing, real estate investing. And I've always been like very conservative with what I say because, if they ask, what do I know? Well, I got one that worked, one that ate shit. So I just keep my mouth shut. But someone did reach out to me in a group like 2 days ago or something like that and asked me what I did wrong on that Vegas deal. And I told them, and it saved them some time. So even they were like thankful. They're like, I didn't even think of that. And sometimes, even if you're not where you think you are, your mistakes or your journey might offer insight into someone else's that could change them for better or worse. I mean, if it's something bad that happened to you, it could change them positively. If it's something good that happened to you, it could be something they implement. But either way, there's a lesson there to be learned and a lesson there to, I guess, pay forward.
And one of the things about what you just mentioned there, Greg, is if you're not living to make someone else's life better by sharing your experience, I think you're a little off track. But if your experience can make it better for someone else, man, you can be touching millions of lives over the next decade or a century. So that's something to always think about, man. It's not always about what's immediately in front of you. It's always about what is it connected to. And when you mentioned the word of Fiverr, I just have a very expansive mindset that took me down the entire network of Fiverr. So whenever I hear the word Fiverr, I hear, okay, boom, there goes community of professionals that people don't exactly know how to connect to. So you can be our portal for that. Just want to drop that in. Guys, don't feel free to welcome Michelle. Michelle, welcome to the stage. Take a mic and tell us who you are. Michelle, I know you're there.
I
Michelle,
apologize.
you are good.
Yeah, hang on one second. How you doing?
I'm good. You better bring your damn female voice on to before someone call you.
Well, I just wanted to know yesterday, your 10K card allowed me to do a mic drop. I was doing a presentation and I brought it up, so everybody was like, wow. When they scanned my QR code, it was amazing. But I apologize. I'm in a place where I get some of these codes a little noisy. You can come back to me and I'll explain it in a minute.
As soon as you're ready, just flash your mic and then we'll call you back on. Is that okay? Bingo. All right, with that said, does anyone have anything of value they want to share on stage while we have the room here? Also, the topic is it's time to pull the trigger, and obviously it's not a safe space. The next time I'm going to put it's not a fluffy space, because safe space in my mind is when you have to watch what you say, you have to say it the right way and all that bullshit. But when you can just say it as it is, that's what makes it a real place for me. So does anyone want to share anything before we go to exit the stage? Tiffany, take the damn mic and spread some of your beautiful flowers on this beautiful audience.
Oh, I would be so happy to hear it.
I can listen to you all day, sir. Go for it.
Gotta spread that magic.
She's my host buddy. I've made her my honorary host buddy.
What's gonna be the title? What's the title of the room that you guys are doing?
We haven't decided yet. Greg, what are your thoughts on that?
Oh man, I mean, depending on the topic, I'd probably say two people that I don't even know. I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm gonna have to think of something witty because I want to be able to stop the scroll on the hallway where people are like, "What the hell is that?" So I'll think of something good.
Yeah, we want to drop that bomb. Yes, absolutely. Use that Fiverr gig strategy. You know, I'm a Fiverr girl. I've been on Fiverr now for probably 15 years. And developed some really neat relationships with people over there because I love Fiverr. I love anything that helps me leverage my brand. And whenever I find myself stuck on a task and it's taking more time than I have to give, I've learned the hard way. Just release it to somebody on Fiverr.
There we go.
In 5 minutes.
It does work. Like, it's a great tool. My only thing is, like, I guess I'll just chime in real quick for those in the room if you want a little quick Fiverr tip. When you're going on Fiverr, the filters are your friend. So if you need something done quality, if you want, like, if you don't know what kind of logo you want, then pick 5 different people at $5 and then choose a logo. If you have a budget for it, and you really have a good idea of it, you already have it envisioned in your head, you're looking at, you want to spend like in the $30 to $40 range. But when you are searching for someone, use the filters before even queuing that search. And on the filters, you want to check the box that says English, speaks English, because that you want to get the communication part down. So when you check speaks English, us on Fiverr, we have to pass an English skills test that proves that we can communicate in order to get that badge, in order to be displayed in that filter. So click that, and it'll save you time on going back and forth. The next thing is go by seller level. I usually start at seller level 1, and then go to seller level 2, and then look at their feedback. And then I look to see that they deal with people in the U.S. So all their reviews that I look at, like, I don't look at the ones from Finland or Germany or anything like that. It has to have the little American flag, and that way I know how to communicate, with American clients, because I need to get, they basically, the problem is that you got to find someone that thinks American, because our audience is American, right? So you'll get some countries or some overseas guys that'll give you this product and you just don't like it. Because in India it's great, but in the U.S. it's different. So the more Americanized you can get them as far as marketing goes, the better. And my other tip is basically Fiverr charges 5% of the total purchase amount. So if you stay at 40 and below, it's a flat fee of $2, I believe. Yeah, it's $2. If you go over 40, that's where they hit you at 5%. So keep that in mind. Like when you're trying to justify price, like if you see something that's $100, it's going to be 100 plus 5%. So that was my third tip. But I'll go back to you.
Thank you, King Greg. Well, I was tasked by Mr. Sean 10K with bringing something positive. I want to challenge you to fall asleep with a dream, but wake up with a purpose. Whenever I go to bed at night, I think to myself, when I wake up tomorrow, what am I going to be excited about? That's what I want you to focus on. Don't focus on the problem. Don't focus on the to-do list, because you'll lose sleep and you might wake up at night. Focus on your purpose. And if you have something that you're about to offer, even if your purpose is to spread positivity, make sure that you wake up with that on your mind. And I promise you, the universe will rise up to meet you, and that energy will flood you. And you never know where that's going to lead you and what door that's going to open, because your perspective is, I woke up with purpose this morning. That's what I want to leave you with. God bless you all. Let me sprinkle some fairy dust on you. Back to you, Sergeant.
Wait a minute, you have sound effects and everything? I need to step my game up.
Okay, so
my game up.
she have to do a song. She have to do a master class now on exactly what the heck she's doing. What are you using an external device, Tiffany?
You know what? I just want to share this with the audience. When you get the 10K level up card, it comes with some sound effects.
Tiffany.
What happened is I leveled up and bought the 10K card, and that happened.
I love it. Hey, Tiffany, you had a perfect opportunity to say, actually, I play the harp. That's I have one right next to me, and take it in the car with me.
That would be a lie. Yeah, I can't do it.
And then hit them with tickets around. Say, link to the bank. Click the link.
So when you get your 10K card and you come up to the senior level, you get sound effects. Yes, that's what happens. No, seriously, I actually do have a sound system.
It's so funny. It's so funny, Greg. The first time I spoke to Tiffany, right, and I'm just a straight up dude. Tiffany is very well versed in the tech space. In fact, I think she used to have a technology company. Is that correct, Tiffany? I don't want to misquote you.
Yes, for 10 years till he tried to take it in the divorce, but that's another story.
There we go. So take a look at this. When I come across an individual who tell me I can create the card, I can get my own QR code and everything, I leave them right there. Because that clearly is someone who doesn't respect their time and the best use of their time. When Tiffany said, look, I can go about putting together something like this myself, is not a problem. Why did you pay the $300 and yet behind that went and upgraded like a monster again, Tiffany? Share with the audience, why did you make that decision?
Because I understand, number one, the value of my time. And time is money. And I promise, by the time I go somewhere and find someone to do all those things, I could have just got the card. And I wanted something that was going to project my personality and who I am and give everyone what they need in one space without sending them over here to the website, over here to Instagram, then you go to Facebook, then I'm on LinkedIn. Oh, it's just too much. I wanted a simple link to send everyone to, or a QR code that they could scan and find me and connect with me on whatever platform they were comfortable in. I got clients who don't have Instagram. I got clients who don't have Facebook. So that's why. And at the moment you said I can upgrade the card to include other features that I already had on my mind without knowing that you had that, because I'm a visionary. That's kind of how my brain works. I'm like, I want to leverage this to the hilt, to the max, because I've been looking for this. And who has the vision for this card? Mr. Sean 10K. I've been looking for you.
And in full disclosure, Tiffany, one of the things that I'm very proud of, and one of the things that give me so much confidence with what I do, is I'm not going there alone. I'm always looking at ways to leverage the experience or the skills of other people so we can go there together. That's why when I found out that Greg was in the space that he was in, Greg doesn't even know we're about to launch a 5 or 10K.com. Because when you hear 5 or 10K.com, you're combining the 10K world with the Fiverr. Because everyone that needs specialized stuff done through the world of Fiverr, they're going to have to go through Greg's portal. End of story. So that's just how my mind normally works, and it's the best way to grow the biggest mastermind on the planet while everyone gets paid for it. So that's just full disclosure right there, guys. Michelle, are you back in the building?
John 10K, it's about mindset. Someone said yesterday in one of the rooms, it might have been this, when you get a car with Mr. Sean 10K, oh, you upgrade, you get unlimited changes, you get all the changes that you want. So it's about mindset and perspective here. When I heard them say that, I knew what they were projecting, but I knew their mindset might have been that, yes, you get unlimited change. Yeah, change your website, sure, he'll change that. Change your Facebook link, sure, he'll change that. But what that did not encompass, and I want to make sure I clarify that, it doesn't mean unlimited features. It's a whole different thing.
So to separate the changes is unlimited, that's not a problem. The features, well, that's where the Blue Diamond conversation comes in. Because the Blue Diamond is to solve a problem, position you to make more money. End of story. And A, if you have that link that we can just add it to the card for you, that's free, no problem. But if we have to create it for you, that's what they pay separately for. So the Blue Diamond is going to be a whole new different marketing campaign I'm going to be putting on pretty soon, just so people can see what is possible. I'll put it to you guys this way. There's nothing 10K can't offer to this community. Okay? Either directly or through a partnership. Back to you, Tiffany.
I'm a Blue Diamond. Yes.
No, you're maximum freaking Blue Diamond. Tiffany found the Blue Diamond. She said, I didn't want one, Sean. I didn't want two. I heard you have a package for 10 of them. That's the one that I want. I was like, God damn, this woman got problems. Okay?
I want it all. I want it all.
And I respect you. I respect you for that as well. Oh, yeah. Guys, anyone on stage or in the audience have any question? Christy, I'm so interested to hear what you have to say. Come on stage. Don't be shy. I've seen you in multiple rooms before. You must have a story or a question that you want to ask. Christy with the big smile. CHRISSY. Now let's move on to Mr. Clayton, Mr. Burke, Terry, Brandy. Is that Diaja? I'm probably butchering your name, young lady. Joseph is in the building, guys. Come up, say hello, man. We're gonna close this room down in a little bit. Okay, I see you in the building.
Deja, that's Deja.
Oh, Deja, I'm gonna beat up you for a little bit if you come on stage. Terry, okay, guys, look, if you don't want to come up, I'm gonna turn the room over to one of my mods, and I have several rooms I'm sponsoring right now. I have to go say hello. All right, let's pull Clayton up. Let's go, Clayton. Clayton, you in the building there, brother? What's up, Hugh? I'm coming to you there, right there. I'm here. Okay, until Clayton get up and talk with you. Hugh, what's good?
Yeah, I'm here, man. I just want to say, I love what you're doing. I'm actually taking a look at the 10K card now to actually put it incorporated within my business. What I do here in Memphis, I run an online business directory called Share That Biz, and I see somewhere I can actually use your card. I was using a card called I think a dollar card, to put all my stuff in one place, but I'm actually filling the card. I'm just trying to get the gist of it.
Okay, so to get a better gist of it, man, look, I wish you had unmuted and come up earlier. You would have been so ahead of the game already. So I just copied your Clubhouse profile. I sent it over to my team. They're going to build you out the templates within the next half an hour to an hour. So within the hour, I'm going to text you back the basic version to look at. And then if you're happy with it, we can make any modification as per your request. And then we can choose one of the subscription, whether the basic version or the premium version. How does that sound, brother?
I'm sorry, you got sounds pretty good.
You got it, my brother. And one of the reasons I do this, guys, I was in a seminar one day. Let me see, working on the template for you. I was in a seminar one day, guys, and after the presenter made his presentation, he said, okay, so who's ready to take action? And there was a few black and brown people in the room as well. And I saw a considerable amount of our people just walk through the door feeling defeated. And on that day, I made a decision that was never, ever going to happen. So any room that I'm in or I'm in charge of, anyone who walk into one of our rooms, man, and they want to get a sample of the product, they will be more than welcome to actually sample the product. So that's where it starts for me. Then after the sample, you can make a decision as to how you want to move forward with this. Hugh is in the building. Hugh, what's good, brother?
I've been busy. How are you doing? Hi, Michaela.
You're a smart guy. You telling us you're busy. You better come back with a progress report. So let's hear you. The mic is yours.
Well, afternoon, everyone. I'm Hugh Williams. I'm the founder of Morgan Ferguson Design. I create bespoke jewelry for men and women, and we ship internationally. Everything that we do is infused with love, and it's custom made especially for you. Regarding our homework, the homework that I had to do was get back to you with the pricing. So I have a breakdown here to go through with you. And I chose one of my top sellers. The amount of material takes 20 inches. And the total cost to create the actual item works out to $81.28.
sorry. I think his volume went out. We could hear you, Hugh. Hey, how you doing? I'm just
we're listening. Mike Astoria.
Okay. No problem. Well, what I did was to take one of my best-selling earrings and to break it down. And I worked out the amount of material that was in it. This particular earring takes 20 inches of copper, 3 inches of stainless steel, and I had to work it out in Jamaican and US dollars to make sure that I was staying on course in terms of price. There was one snag or challenge where I was charging for my time. It took 10 hours to knit this particular earring, and I was challenged with charging it at $15 per hour, or a little less, at maybe $8 an hour. And this was kind of a wake-up call, because when I see like, wow, I wasn't putting the time in there and how much my time actually was worth. So that was included, and I came up with the production cost to produce it at $81.28. Then we have the packaging, which is $2 for the packaging, and shipping itself, which takes 2 weeks or 2 to 3 weeks, $10. So
okay, so what is your premium price range? Because I know we asked you that last time, what was your range? But on the high end, now that you are including your pricing, you're landing really on the premium pricing scale, which really is where we thought you should land with your.
Yes. So your question to me was, what was like the cost?
Once you have added in your hours to each of your pieces, because I remember your price range last time was on the low end. I believe you said $15 on average, and you know, we were shocked because we kind of know the work that goes into that. So now, where are you landing on your pricing scale?
Okay, so currently I am working with, I remember Denise and Kimberly were saying, hey, you need to be considering doing a retail price, which would be double or triple. So I'm doing it at twice. So for this pair of earrings, $81. Let's call it $82 plus the shipping. Well, the cost for plus the shipping and the package.
So you're really landing probably at around the $100 range?
Yes, that's correct. $188.
$100 and what? I'm sorry.
$188.
Okay, so on the higher end for your custom handmade jewelry, you're really landing in the $200 range, because you know I always think in the terms of like $199. So know that you've got a clientele for that premier product, and it's all about marketing. And I'm gonna let Greg come in because that's his wheelhouse. But I believe that when you're marketing to a specific type of client, and you can use influencers, specific influencers, to market that and sell it very easily, because once they put it on, everybody wants it. But know that you still have a clientele for that. And now that you know that the cost of doing business in the premium space, it costs what it costs. Now, when you're talking about the lower end, my advice is to balance out your product, because I believe your passion is your premium product, because that comes with you. You're the only one that can do that. You're the master of that. So when it comes to your medium to lower end items, I would say supplement that with something that can be imported, or something you can buy from other local merchants who are hand making jewelry and resell that. That way your time is primarily focused on your premium clients. There's a woman I know here, I believe she's in Atlanta in the States, and she only produces her premier level of product maybe twice a year. she'll have a product, and what she has done is presented hers as, this is art. I'm an artist. I'm not just a jewelry maker. I'm an artist. So I handmade. It's like you're buying a sculpture. You're investing in a piece of sculpture. That's basically what it is. And she only comes out and sells out immediately. She only comes out with her handmade goods a few times a year, and that's the only time you can get it. I believe one of her items is in the thousands of dollars. So I can tell you that you're right on the money when it comes to pricing your product. Now, I still think you're coming a little low because it still takes your time, and you still have to make, typically you do whatever your rate. I know here in the States, when, for example, you hire a contractor, you're going to pay probably, their cost times 3 is kind of where they land. But I know you have to start somewhere, and you're trying to build momentum. But at the same time, you want to, land in this place where you feel like, okay, I'm not only making a profit, I'm excited about creating this. So you want to create that excitability for yourself. So, I would dare to say that the minimum of your handmade product would be $250, because you got to land somewhere. Because I promise you, people will come up to meet it. Because when I see $199, $189, my brain calculates $200. That's just me. So I would say that if you want to give a discount of like 10%, well, if you buy 2 of my pieces, then you get a discount. You feel me? So you're still landing at where you want to be, but you're giving the customer something as well.
Thank you so
I'd
much.
have to agree with her in that sense, and also, what spaces are you looking to advertise on? I mean, at a glance, you should be on Etsy. You should be on Marketplace, Facebook Marketplace, Boost, a lot of product like that. Where are you planning on promoting these products?
Well, currently I am using Instagram. I did have an Etsy account, but I'm supposed to just set that back up and put some fresh work there. And also, I do have a Facebook account or a Facebook page where I put some work on, but currently I'm focusing primarily on Instagram. I could be doing it wrong, but Instagram is currently where I met some of my customers, and I get to understand it's very visual based, so I just thought it was a great platform for kind of low income but high returns on marketing.
When Hugh came in here, Greg, I believe it was maybe a week or so ago, I think Hugh, he took us to his Instagram page, and he wanted to know how to make profit. He's in, I believe, Jamaica, correct, Hugh?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, yes, I haven't been back to your page, even though I have you on my Instagram. And he was trying to find out how to price his jewelry. And, we were like, there's a market. And he was really concerned about increasing pricing. And, our suggestion was to have, a good idea of what it costs you to manufacture and make your product. Because once we saw it, we recognized the value because, we're all kind of with jewelry. And we were like, how is it possible for you to charge such a small amount for what you're actually doing? How are you making profit? And so we challenged him to go back and look at it and come up with an assessment of exactly how much time it's going to take, and then follow up with us again. And so Hugh landed back over here. And that's, and then Sean, advised him to try and ensure that he understands his market, and people love his pieces. But we just felt like he was just doing a disservice by not pricing it properly. So that's what we advised. And then we were going to take him to the next step. Okay, this is what you do. And one of the challenges, Greg, that he was going through is because you are, and Hugh, you probably didn't hear this, but Greg is an expert at marketing, and a lot of his services are out there. He's also a fiber expert as well. And so, I'm definitely going to let that land in his wheelhouse when it comes to marketing. But, I will say for your higher end products, Facebook is where your target market is going to be, probably, because most people who spend that kind of capital have been on their careers for a while, and they're closer to my age range, because they're not looking for one of those what do you call those one of those young people stores where they just go and buy things, and then when they're done with the store,
Forever 21 or
Forever 21. Thank you, sweetheart. I mean, your demographic for your higher end pieces, and you will, and as Greg can probably advise, but I believe you're going to want two separate types of landing pages, and you may want a landing page for your launches for your premier products, because you don't want people to deviate and start scrolling everywhere like they do on Instagram. That's fine because they're used to scrolling. But when you're dealing with someone my age, just give me a few options. Don't give me a whole lot because my time is limited. And when I see something I like, I take action pretty quickly. And so people who are in my wheelhouse, we know what it costs to buy quality. So, that's where we're going to land. We're going to land at, okay, I know that when I buy a piece, and I don't refer to it as jewelry, I refer to it almost like art. When I buy a piece, I want it unique and I want it to stand out. So I'm definitely going to certain retailers. I think I said yesterday there's a difference between going to Target to buy a lamp and going to Restoration Hardware.
Is what you said.
I did say Target. I do love Target. But there's a difference between the quality of what I'm going to get over there and what I'm going to get over at Restoration Hardware, because everything that shines isn't necessarily gold or quality. So there's a time limit of how long I can keep something I buy over at Target versus Restoration Hardware as far as lighting. And I have a particular taste, so there's some things I would never even look or think about buying at Target, not if it's going to be in my house. So, I'm just saying you got to know your clientele and know that price is not a barrier of entry when it comes to investing. So when I go to buy a piece of jewelry, knowing that I'm probably going to only wear it once or twice in a year, I'm looking for quality and I'm looking for something that can stand out. So I hope that helps as well now that you've done your homework on what it really costs to make your jewelry. And that's why I said then you want to price it up a little bit higher, because I promise you there are going to be some things that you miss, that you can add in. It always is. But Greg, I'm going to let you jump in here and talk more about the marketing and the space that you need to look at for the high end versus low end, because you know that business like the back of your hand.
Yeah, this would apply to pretty much anyone in the room that may have a question similar to this. But in your instance, competition research is going to be key. Like, what is that price range? What is that price range? That level of craftsmanship? What's that audience? What's that audience looking like? Where are they shopping for that kind of stuff? What keywords are they using? Right, handcrafted is going to be key. Handcrafted, like
where would he go to do that, because he's so new?
I would just make sure this is like a free tip here. When you do make the content for that page, make sure you use the keyword handcrafted, right? Made in Jamaica or made in the wherever it's made. Make sure that you do that keyword handcrafted, and make sure you target this audience properly and figure out, the people that are spending this level of money, where do they hang out? And make sure that you're also, are you currently making a website right now?
I am currently building a website.
So on the website, you're gonna want to make sure that you could track data. For example, like we all have our own tastes, right? Like as a user, if I was making jewelry, I'd probably make jewelry that I like, that's my taste, right? But the thing is I may make something in 3 different colors, or maybe you have something that you made a variety of, or maybe it's just one's a bracelet, one's a necklace, one's earrings. Make sure you're tracking which one gets the most views, because then that'll kind of hone you down into what piece you should make next. You know, if you're selling a bunch of necklaces, but you're thinking in your head, I really want to sell, you know, earrings. Well, maybe you should go with the necklace, because you're looking at your numbers and you can see that you sold more necklaces than anything. So the audience at this point wants a necklace. Now, if you have a set of earrings that accompanies that necklace, then that's a great thing to hit them back with, you know, email marketing. So whatever you're doing, make sure you capture email addresses and you say, hey, you know, this, thanks for purchasing the necklace. I also have this piece that's available, handcrafted, limited time only, because I'm sure you only have a certain amount of them, you know, that looks great with it. You know, a portion of your email list may buy it, but it's great to get one, traffic to the site, and, you know, get some sales out of it. So having all those things in mind as you create this business, which can be overwhelming, that's, you know, for most people, understand that it's going to be important that all this is mentioned. It's going to be important that all this, your whole back office is constructed with this in mind. You know, it's going to save you time in the long run. It's going to save you those dead spaces that occur when, you know, you're like, well, I made 5 sales now, nothing's happening. You know, well, that back end system, work on it. Like get it like a little finely tuned machine, and get it to a point where it's maintenance free to a certain degree. Like it'll be maintenance free. You still have to tap into it to add content, remove content, or add products, remove products. But at least the bones of it, the foundation of it, is constructed so it's constantly feeding you who's visiting your site, who's looking at your stuff, and who's purchasing it.
Where would you suggest I use? Yeah, it does. I'm taking notes because if I can see who the demographic is, one, which Instagram give me an insight, give me some clues as to, not clues, it gives me the numbers, tells me how many women or men visit and what they're looking at, what days, that kind of thing. So it definitely makes sense. And what I was just wondering is, I'm using Wix. What would you suggest? You know, because Wix is kind of free and it still has templates that look good and I could tweak them and stuff like that. But what would you suggest?
I would suggest you go on Amazon Business as well. Amazon has a handmade section, and the jewelry prices there are pretty broad. I mean, they're all over the place. But most people are going to segment that out by what they're looking for. So Amazon has the biggest target market you could find. So definitely you want a website that will allow you to filter your product over to the Amazon handmade space as well.
And in terms of Wix, if Wix, because you're using the free version of it.
That's right.
You know, Wix in that space, I guess, would be fine. Like I would keep it simple. You know, you got to remember, like a store page, most store pages, they don't need to be really bloated. They just need to showcase the product, right? You don't need long bios. Yeah, you don't need long bios. I mean, you still want to describe it. You want to describe the product well. You want to really give it some heart and say, you know, this piece, I made this because it means this to me. This is the attention to detail I gave it. You know, really good, juicy details of what inspired you to make it and why you went with this. People love that. It makes it feel more unique. And to be honest, that's a product that most people want to get behind, something like that. And also, because you're a new store, Tiffany did mention something interesting, is like, you know, don't have too many options, which I agree. Like, you don't worry about, I have to have, you know, 15 items up there. Well, you might not. Like you know, because if you studies show, and this is not Greg talking, this is just, you can Google this. More options a client has, the more problems they run into on that purchase.
That's why that goes places like Kirkland and what the place name again, Trader Joe's. They buy these bulk good products and just stock the shelf with like one or two stuff like breads or stuff for chicken. So it's like the consumer isn't confused to make a choice. They're willing to buy more. Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah, and it really hones down the customer purchase process. You know, it doesn't, if you add too much into it, and this actually goes, you know, for whoever's listening out there, this goes for any industry. I take the same approach for pretty much every business category. I've set up t-shirt shops, and they'll make a design, and they're like, oh, I want this on all the different colors in the color wheel. No, it's not going to work. And we've done a test where we'll set up a shop and offer 3 colors. And then we'll set up a shop, same shirt, same logo, you know, same texture, same logo, and do 15 different colors, or what I think the max. I mean, it varies, but this guy had like over 15 different colors. We compared it side by side. Having 3 colors sold more, right? And this is like numbers. This isn't something like a
black, white, and gray. Black, white, and gray.
Yeah, black, white, and gray. Black is the most popular color for shirts. And then another thing too is for your jewelry, the photos are going to be key, right? Because it's a product that someone needs to touch. So you have to do your best to capture. Like you want them to literally feel it without feeling it. So video is going to be key in your, you know, even if you have still shots of it on the website purchasing, when you're advertising it on Instagram or whatever, make sure you're doing a video. Do a black background, because things pop on black all the time. Make sure you get all the lint off it, whatever's black, because 4K cameras or even an iPhone will pick up those little black specks. At this time in technology, the cameras are pretty good at the phone. So black background, really take your time to go slow over it. Describe it well, highlight certain features, because like Tiffany said, she buys stuff. I'm sure she's buying things that she's feeling at some level or another. She's looking at it and she feels it. She can picture it on her. She can, what's the weight on this thing? What's the, how's it gonna look? Is it flexible? Is it pliable? What is it? What's the experience of wearing it? And make sure you break that down. Like, this is a lightweight chain, very, very flexible, doesn't snag your hair or whatever. Just bring up things that a typical customer would ask, before making that purchase. Is this making sense here?
Yes. Yeah.
So focus on one product launch at a time on your higher end. Just focus on getting that landing page. As Wix does have landing pages. A lot of times, these when you go with the free plan, I would advise you sign up for something that will give you so many weeks or days of using their service for free, and then they charge, because typically they're not trying to give you their advertisement too, and it's kind of distracting. And just make sure that the page is simple and it's not going to distract people from your objective. Funnels are really good for that kind of sale, and they integrate really well with Facebook. I think you need to use laser cook. I'm sorry.
What was the name of it? Swallow?
Oh, funnels. Well, they're called funnels, but Lead Pages has funnels. They're very inexpensive. It's easy to create a landing page, and they do have free trials over at Lead Pages. And to my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, but they're one of the lower price points of entry for high traffic SEO optimized landing pages.
Lead Pages?
Yes.
The company? Yeah, they're pretty good. I do have actually one that I discovered maybe like 2 weeks ago. Someone brought this to my attention. The name of the company, and I'm not affiliated with it, so don't think I'm trying to push some shit. But it's called Systeme.io, and that's SYSTEME. So SYSTEM as in Mary E.io. They have a freemium. It's basically like a ClickFunnels or Lead Pages, and they have a freemium version, right? Where for what you're doing, just the freemium version will last you a long time. This is not as bloated. Doesn't have as many pages. You're still going to have to figure out how to do a privacy policy page, returns and exchange page, all that. But as far as funnels go, that one has really impressed me lately. I've built out several over the last couple of weeks for clients that they're not very tech savvy and they just needed a solution. And if that can help anyone out there, I would highly suggest checking it out and playing with it. It's free to sign up, and it's actually free to use. They have some features blocked out, like if you want more pages and this and that, you have to pay. And even at that, I believe it's like $20 a month. I'm still operating from the free page. I have a campaign that I drew on there for a different product, but Systeme.io has really impressed me, and to impress me is tough. So I would, for anyone out there, really, if you're looking for a landing page, a low cost entry point that's not going to keep hitting you to buy the free version and it's getting shut off, I would look into it. It's fairly new, but those are the best. The new kids on the block are good because they take your feedback.
Like this so I heard 3 of them. I heard Systeme.io, which is the one I'm really getting sold on. I hope I'm not talking too much, guys. I also heard Lead Pages and Funnel.
ClickFunnels is the other one, but that is a little more expensive.
Stay away from ClickFunnels. No, don't go over there.
Okay.
I went over there and I ran away.
As long as someone else bashed them and it wasn't me.
All right.
It's like remember Infusionsoft? They called it Confusionsoft for a reason. No, don't go over there. No, a funnel is what he just showed you, and what Lead Pages is. It's just a description of what that means. The thing I like about Systeme.io that caught my attention immediately is the ability to run your own affiliate campaign and your own affiliate program. And that's when you're able to give people who refer you to other friends a little kickback or a discount. But I like that. I like that they have an affiliate program. That means you can bring on partners. That's a game changer for any business. So I really like that feature. Thanks, Greg.
Yeah, you're welcome. It really is a good one for anyone in the room. If you're trying to put together like a landing page, you haven't really had the time to do a website yet, you just need something up there. I would lean into it. It's like that click, drag, drop type thing. It doesn't have a lot of different options, which is good, but it's still tasteful. It's still like they didn't give you like the shitty blocks. They give you pretty decent looking blocks that you can click and drop in and play with without completely messing up your website. You know what I mean? There's some that you make a change and then you look at your page, you're like, what the hell happened? Like everything's sideways. That happens a lot.
Thank you very much, Greg, and thank you very much, Tiffany, because I was concerned about the Wix being, the advertisement is there, but I was like, okay, let's just do it anyway.
I try to give Wix a chance. I run away. I don't know why. It's just I start reading through the information. I'm like, oh, this is too overwhelming. I need it. Technology has a chance beyond that.
I used to use them, and actually, when I used to do an affiliate for them, and I did an affiliate, and even my website at one point was on Wix, the free version, because I wanted to show clients like what it could do. And it is pretty powerful, but to be honest, the amount of time that it takes to build it out is not as quick as you would expect. Yeah. It's for how they sell it. You know, you look at the commercial on YouTube or wherever it is, and he's like, I went on, I logged in, I clicked here, and now boom, I have a website. And it's like, oh, bullshit. That's just you signing up for it, and then you got another 50 hours ahead of you to set that thing out or build it out and then set it out. So yeah, I do respect it. Like, I think all that technology is really hard to do. They really did a good job putting all of it together. The load speeds are not the greatest. That's true. But if you keep your page simple, it can be. You know what I mean? If you're not using a bunch of colors, if you're using images that they're JPEG rather than PNG, faster load speeds, that definitely increases the time. Like, I increased one by God, this is sad to say, but 2.6 seconds. That's a lot of time. And that was just images. So make sure your images that you upload aren't too polished, because the page is going to take a long time to load on Wix.
And also make sure your domain, you have control of that. I use Namecheap, but you can use GoDaddy or anybody. But I also use a service called Cloudflare, and it's spelled CLOUDFLARE. Cloudflare optimizes your pages, and it makes it very easy to manage your domains. It's free, so never click on pay $20. No, it's free. I've got a gazillion domains directed every which way on Cloudflare, and I've never paid a dime. And you can, and it actually, when you update something, it's almost instant. It's not like these other places where you got to wait 24 to 48 hours. Cloudflare, oh, give it 5 minutes, it's done. I'm sorry, Greg.
Oh, it's Cloudflare. You said CLOUD.
Yeah, CLOUD. F as in Frank. LARE.
I got it. Thank you very much, Tiffany.
Hey, Tiffany, I think I just found what our next room is going to be.
Yay!
we need to do like a resource center or something like that.
That would be cool. That would be cool.
The back channel resources.
Right, because for different industries, there are different resources that can really help out. Because I've never heard about System E or Cloudflare. So
yeah, System E.io is
Shark Tank.
There you go.
But it's a nice Shark. It's not Shark Tank. It's not gonna be like that though.
Yeah, and it's so funny. Before I met you guys, I was watching that thing for weeks. I was just sitting there, just watching the Shark Tank. I don't know why I was so obsessed with it, but I guess I know why. Because I guess I have my dreams and aspirations, and seeing other people doing it is just a good feeling. So
yeah, and then
that's where we all started.
Okay, one more thing, Hugh, because I wanna get to Kimmy here. If you're looking for samples of what's working currently on pages, sales page, not sales pages, but product pages, I would check out these two websites. Check out Supreme.com. There's a clothing line called Supreme. They have a very simple, very, very simple website, but it's very clean. It's very, it's all tasteful. And the other one is Goat. They sell shoes. They sell Air Jordans and all that kind of stuff. But they have a very clean website, easy checkout process. And the same goes for Supreme. Supreme, they're a very popular website. They're very popular on social media. And they don't release things all the time. But when they release something, it's gone. It's gone. So they do the same thing that we were talking about, like, hey, we have a hoodie coming out. And then, everybody's just frenzying over it. They're frothing at the mouth. Then the thing comes on, and if you didn't log in at 2 a.m., like, it's gone. So, think about things like that. Think about how they're handling it. And I would use that, as inspiration to make out your website, because that look, that load speed, that mobile friendliness is kind of what's piquing interest of buyers.
Thank you so much, Greg.
That goat site is everything. Now I want some of those tennis shoes, and I'm really not a tennis shoe girl.
I can't even log in. Because I'll start. I'll do damage. That and Amazon I'm banned from.
Wow.
They remind me of the latest Nike campaign where they did the design your own shoe feature. Where you could, as soon as I found out I could design my own shoe, I didn't care what it cost. I was like, give me the app so I can design my shoe. I already got my colors in my head. Let's do this. And wherever I go, I get so many compliments, and it's uniquely me. Yeah, somebody can take a picture and copy it, but who cares? But it's still uniquely me. And that's the thing I like about that. So you got something to offer, and it's going to be uniquely for you. And that energy that you have about your uniqueness will transcend into the website because you want your product to shine. And we want you to be successful. See, we're not here on Clubhouse just to offer nuggets for nothing. We want you to come back and give testimonials so you can then help somebody else that's coming behind you say, hey, if you can do it, I can do it.
Yeah, and I'm interested in testimonials because, look, all the stuff that I've told you, try it out. If I'm full of shit, come back and blast me in front of the room. Like, I'll take it for sure. But I've done the dance way too many times. All this stuff I'm completely immersed in. But, I just don't have time. Like, there's two different types of people. There's the boots on the ground that are doing the shit all the time. And, that's me. And then there's the people that can, they're doing it on social media all the time. That's not me. Like, I can't lean into my own business as much as I like because I have business coming in. But I'm trying to make that change with the help of Tiffany and Sean and everyone that I come across. But try that stuff out.
You get his coaching class for free right now.
I know. I'm just taking notes, soaking it up, and just extremely grateful. Trust me.
Yeah, I'm grateful for you, man. I really mean it. And anyone in this room, like, I hope that you thrive beyond what I can imagine and beyond what you can imagine. Like, I think just you taking the step to be in here, or to sign up for Clubhouse, you have some type of internal fire that you're trying to let out. And I hope you find your way, and I hope you make it. Like, I really do, from the bottom of my heart. I love that shit. I see people that are like, oh man, that tip worked. Or, I gave a tip to my wife on her business. She's just like, oh yeah, that Reels thing works. I'm like, hell yeah. Like, I love it.
I just did a Reel yesterday. I'm so proud of myself. I'm like, I did Reels.
I think you told me that one before. I think it was, you were saying for persons.
Well, Reels is the latest thing, Hugh, that's going to get you the most views. So when I learned that, and Greg was talking about that, I'm going to do a Reel. I challenged myself. And while I was in the Clubhouse, I did a Reel. And I'm so proud.
Yeah. Yeah, they're moving right now. Like, without a doubt, Reels are moving. And, to be honest, guys, anything that these social media platforms put out, and I've seen many over the years, and I always have my ear to the ground. That company is invested in making that shit work. So let's say, for instance, you're someone that's like, oh, I always post, single frame image, this and that, and I've always done well. Okay. But if a company has taken a step forward to do Reels, that means they're pushing that shit hard. That means, like, they're looking for content to publish because they're pushing that as a company. So you're kind of just riding their little wave. And because maybe before it was stories, before it was this before it was that, like, they're always changing things up. You know, Facebook's making some changes right now, and you can see it happening in the back end. Because sometimes they'll go with something and it's not working as well and they drop it. But in that time frame, they're going to be pushing it. They're definitely going to be pushing it because that's where their marketing efforts are going. So, you know, tap into what they're pushing, and it helps you get more reach and more visibility. Because if Reels doesn't work, do it on something else. You know, if Reels doesn't work for you on Instagram, and you're like, bullshit, Greg, Reels doesn't work. Okay, is your audience on Instagram? Because if you're a dude and you're selling to other dudes, Instagram is probably not your spot. I'd probably go to YouTube Shorts because they're doing the same thing. YouTube Shorts is, you know, YouTube's like 80% male. So if you have like a product that's more male driven, I would do the same thing with YouTube Shorts. It's just like Reels. They're just called YouTube Shorts. You guys can check it out. I'm probably going to do a video on it. Like I don't know. I'm trying to come up with a little YouTube channel myself just to kind of give all these little tips in some type of visual format. But I'll let you guys know when it's up for sure. But if you have a male audience, YouTube Shorts, go to that. If Reels is not working for you. So anyway,
Reels is on Instagram.
Reels is on Instagram. Shorts
and
is
they're
on
number 5 right now, so they're really pushing Reels hard because, you know, Mark Zuckerberg is competitive. He doesn't like being number 5. But Instagram is number 5 when it comes to video creation, like the Reels. And so that's why they're doing that. So you definitely want to start producing Reels. And they're really, really easy. I went on YouTube and learned it just within like 5 minutes. So it's pretty.
All right.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Thank you very much.
All right, Hugh.
Oh, but we got
we're
some
gonna
more queens on the stage. Go ahead,
let's move down on the wheel. Kimmy, are you there?
Hey guys, thanks for having me. How are you guys today?
We are drunk, both of us. I'm kidding.
Okay.
I remember Kim.
Hey lady, I remember you too, Queen. So I came in on part end of the conversation. I think you guys were giving advice about platforms to use to build your products and or service your business. I heard you mention a couple of the sites for websites. So before I give my tips, I want to make sure that I'm not stepping on nobody's toes. Are we looking to talk about a particular company for those type of services, or are we just in general speaking?
I think for this particular one, we were talking about Hugh, and Hugh is selling a product. So we were basically talking about a product page, but you know, feel free to jump in. Honestly, you're not going to step on anyone's toes. Like we're all trying to, you know, help each other out here. So go for it.
Okay, cool, great. I always got to make sure you bring in respect to the rooms. So what I have come across after a lot of research, I looked at WebEx, I looked at so many different platforms for my financial company. And so what I decided to go with was Kajabi. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Kajabi, have you looked at Kajabi, but you know, you want an email list, you want to be able to have a way to reach your customers, you want to be able to have a way to possibly have codes for different types of sale, to track analytics. I looked at Kajabi and I fell in love with them because they offer so many different services that eliminated me from having to go to all these different other services like MailChimp and I might be saying it wrong, but y'all know what I'm trying to say. So I didn't have to have myself all over the place playing for these different services. I can get it in-house with one thing. They even have started something for podcasting, in case you don't know that, if you guys are interested in podcasting. And I'm able to get my website, my email, my domain, and they have so many features that really will help, you know, someone launch their products. They do the ClickFunnels sales, which ain't ClickFunnels with the company, but basically is.
Okay, hold on, Kimmy, one sec. Just so we can all get on the same page, can you spell that out for me?
Sure. It's KAJABI, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, thanks. And so,
yes, Queen, I just signed up for my account a week ago actually, and I went to one of their trainings. So yeah, Kajabi is the gold standard when it comes to coaching for me, because I've compared it like you to Teachable and some of the other platforms, and nobody could beat their offering and their services. And all the high level coaches are using it. So I mean, can't beat them. Join them.
That's right. And here's the thing that I like so much about them. Greg, it doesn't matter what your product service industry is. There is something there for everybody in Kajabi. I'm not even affiliate, I'm not getting paid for this information. I'm just basically sharing these pearls because I spent a lot of time researching it and I know the value that it can bring. And they're so easy to communicate with. Their support system is so easy. So if you guys are trying to do anything, I would definitely encourage you to look at that space for your business product and or service. This is Kimmy. Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Queen. Oh yes, Kimmy is right on target. One of the reasons I didn't bring it up is we were talking about product with you, but every platform has its own different types of SEO marketing. And the thing that I like about Kajabi is when I went on the training, it was last week actually, it was Thursday. We were on a Zoom and it was live. And we were talking to one another on video. It's optional if you want to do video, but we were doing our homework. We were actually working on our platforms while we were going through the training, and it was live. It impressed. I haven't seen that anywhere, and I will say that I haven't seen that anywhere where they'll put a technician on the phone with you it was like group coaching. And they're walking you through it and then say, okay, now go do the work and let us see it so we can give you live feedback. I was blown away.
I like that. That's really cool.
Yeah, and they do podcast. They just started doing podcasting. A lot of these different platforms are trying to get over there because I think the barrier to entry is pretty low. So it's all going to filter through different services and RSS type feeds anyway. But I was really impressed, and like Kimmy was saying, by the time you add up all the money you spent all over the place, you still don't land over one of the platforms if you want to do a one-size-fits-all kind of approach. Now, Greg, I don't know much about their SEO. I don't know about, the analytics. But what I do know is those who do know the analytics are all switching over to Kajabi. So I don't know if I met Kimmy. I was part of the Women's CEO project last year, and when I was thinking about starting to research and pivot, what is this all about, and should I get into this space? And I was so impressed by all the experts that came into the room and all of our different trainings, because they were all very, very in alignment, and they hadn't discussed it. They were just saying, if you want the best and you want to present yourself a certain way, you got to go with the best. And really, Kajabi is like the gold standard. It used to be Instapages and some of the others, but Kajabi has found a way to draw all of those away, unless they've got a financial investment in those. These high-level marketers are all over at Kajabi, so can't beat them. You got to join them.
I like that. Yeah, I'm looking at their page now. It looks pretty interesting, and really, they got a lot of social proof behind it. I mean, there's been other people that are using it that have given attention to making sure that their funnel was tight. So the fact that they're using it, they probably have vetted this thing over a bunch of times before transitioning from one platform to the other and taking their book of business with them. So that's great social proof.
And as we build out our, Kimmy, thank you so much. Greg and I are about to start a room where we're discussing this, because I think it's important. And one of the things I'm going to do with all of my room, well, not all of them, but some of my rooms, is link them to my podcast, because I think that's a smart way to actually do it instead of reinventing the wheel. So, Greg, let's connect offline, because I have a contact over at Kajabi. What I want her to do, if you're interested in looking at going to the next level with your coaching spaces, they actually had a special that they just stopped. I was eating too. And they they were offering a special, and it's over now, but nothing's over until it's over. I'm just one of those.
Yeah, that's. I get that.
All they can say is no. But they were offering 3 months of any of their programs, and I went for the premium, the $400 a month level, for $99. I'm like, 3 months for $99, so it's $30-something a month. So I don't even have to think about that yet. So I'm going to forward you. I'll look in your bio, and I'm going to send you that link. And I know the person that did our training, and I'll reach out to her and copy her too, because all we can do is ask. Because I think that because of your background, you would know what you're looking at. And, with this, you could build one of these platforms out yourself. You're such an expert in your space. So
yeah, I've actually, that's part of, not my coaching, but what I wanted to bring up on YouTube, should I get off my ass and do this channel, which I will, but, it does take some time in between work. Like right now I'm working on, this real estate agent stuff, but, if you guys can always look, my link to Instagram is down in my profile here. If you have any questions about platforms, definitely I'll take a DM, ask me about it, because I've dealt with, a lot of clients, thankfully, and all of them have something different. I've had to deep dive into so many different platforms. I can't even tell you, every, even the dumb ones. I've done it. I've had to set up. I've had to create in there. I've had to use it, because there's such a wide array of client types, and they all get sold on something different. So if you do have any questions, because it's kind of hard to answer here, or you want to spread the word, what'll help my growing and help understand what YouTube videos I should make in the future, let me know. Ask me about it. And I'll definitely give some feedback. Like all the social media posting platforms, I've pretty much used all of them. Hootsuite, Sprout, all the high-end ones and all the low-end ones. Definitely reach out. It'll help me gear, where we can take conversations in this room, and also, videos that can help you guys out in the future. That being said, I did, should we go to Katina? Is it?
Hey, Queen.
Hey, sorry about that. How you doing?
Oh, we're doing great. What brings you over to the 10K card room?
Well, I just recently invested into one of the 10K cards. Yay! So I do have one, and so I said, you know what? I want to make sure that I'm showing where it is.
She did the heart.
That comes with the card.
She does it live, by the way. I don't know if you guys know this, but she's been playing heart professionally for about 20 years.
Really?
And, even when she's in her car, she takes it with her in the passenger seat. So when we need her,
God
she hits that.
God is the best friend. I'm praying for you. I push the button.
I actually would love to hear the harp played live in front of my face. I really would. I think that is so peaceful. But yeah. So yeah, my name is Katina Francis. I assist women who are having a difficult time trying to get up off their asses and get out of their mess so they can go forward with life, even after a tragic and unfortunate experience of losing a child. I myself lost a child in 2017, and that's just a little back history, but it was one of the worst times of my life. But I had to learn how to move forward, and I had some strategic processes that came into play that I would definitely use to share with other women to assist in that process. So, yeah, but I saw the title, and I thought I should jump in to see what's up, what you guys are talking about, what's going on, and how I can learn or either contribute.
Oh, I love your testimony, Queen Katina. I've been through a miscarriage before. And even whether you planned it or not, even if it was a surprise, processing it and knowing how to process something like that is very difficult. And especially if you were planning it. For me, it was I found out all at once that I was pregnant and that I miscarried. I just knew I was really, really sick and didn't know why. So it was pretty early on, but I'm so glad you said that, because not many people, I haven't heard of anybody addressing that. I mean, I haven't heard anybody addressing that specifically. I think that's powerful. Absolutely powerful.
I really do appreciate you saying that. And let me tell you why. It's because for me doing the research that I've done for the market, I mean, I know that there's so many people affected by this, both men and women, but there are not enough spaces that are safe havens and absolute places that you can really get some results from. I mean, we can spend tons of money with therapists and psychologists, and I don't, knock them at all. But I've been through a number of them, and it wasn't until I took the time to study myself, heal myself, and really hone in to inner work to get some results. And I really wish there was, this big, huge, popularity behind, hey, there's a place, or hey, there's, this is well known for people to talk about this, but it's not. So I do appreciate you for saying that, because before even trying to grasp this concept of me being this, spearhead for this type of work, I was apprehensive. I was very apprehensive, because I felt as if, hey, there's nothing out there, nobody's doing this, so shun down. But I think that it's a need, so I follow my heart. And thank you for that.
That first off, I'm sorry that happened to you. That's gotta be devastating on a level that I would never understand. It's but I can only imagine just the journey that it takes to even be here, clicking on shit and trying to live life normally.
Thank you.
But you are here now, and it's I don't know. I have a personal connection with not just what you're saying, but with the fact that during COVID, suicide rates are crazy. It's the number that nobody's really looking at, but at the same token, the news really doesn't even. It just doesn't make the news cycle. But suicides are crazy right now. And the problem is that during COVID, you couldn't go to these meetings. I have a stepmom who's dying from a brain tumor, and my dad couldn't go to therapy to kind of cope with this. She couldn't go to therapy. Everything had to be done via Zoom and all that. And, but also the space wasn't set up for that. The space didn't see that coming. So okay, a group that used to have 30 people in it now it has to go to Zoom. Now these things that were voluntary don't have that tech in place to make that happen. I saw it personally with my dad's situation, my stepmom's situation. I've had a close friend, similar thing. You just can't get that help. So you taking a step forward to fill that gap, believe it or not, it's probably more needed than we realize. It's just, you can go and down rabbit holes and look at the numbers, but it's a significant market that it does require people like yourself, that have experienced it, to kind of help each other through it. You're never going to be healed, I'm sure, but you healing other people helps you heal. Them being healed helps them heal other people, and you really are paying it forward. So I commend you for that, without a doubt. That is keep it up. Do not stop.
Greg, let me say this. I don't know what you have inside of you and your voice and your heart
in your spirit. But you got me pretty much kind of almost in tears here. I came on here sounding so vibrant and let's go and let's get it. And I tell you, I'm always trying to make sure that I'm tough, and not tough as in a way where it's too tough on people, but me having a way where I can build up the strength to have for other people, if you understand where I'm coming from. And by you speaking those words, you and the Y CEO, and just the words that you said, and all of you here, thank you for, just the warm vibe, the warm acceptance. I appreciate that. And thank you for those beautiful words. They touched me, and I needed that. I needed it. I really, really needed it. Because I sometimes go into this place where I want to doubt what my purpose is. I want to doubt what I feel in my heart my son allowed me to do, which was, in essence, he died so that I could live. I carried him a full term, all the way to the hospital, water breaking, half a child. He lived for 2 days. But it was one of the most devastating things I have ever been through in my entire life. And I thought that I was going to die from the pain, from the hurt, from the depression, and from, the whole era of it. I thought I was actually going to pass. But I didn't, thankfully. And I figured out a way to climb out of my mess and go forward, because I knew in my heart that if ever there come a time where my daughter, she's 7 years old, if she has to face something like this, whether it's alone or whether it's with tons of people, and she just can't get up out of her mess, I want there to be a way that you find a way out, that you find a way to keep moving, that you find a way to look at not just yourself and your problems and your sadness and your guilt and pain, but that you find a way to help someone else get through theirs. And like you said, helping other people is my healing. I've been healing for a while, and no, it's never going to go away, but I'm learning to cope with it strategically. And I appreciate what you said. That means so much to me. Thank you guys so much.
We're also here to help turn pain into purpose. Because we got to now sow those seeds into your purpose. Because I believe that there's a greater purpose to what you went through. I see you landing in the meditation space also. Yoga kind of fits in there too, but this is more spiritual meditative. So I would challenge you to think about what you would have needed and come up with some cards or journals, stickers, posters that are going to help project people, send them in the right direction. I know journals are very, very good for, when you're downloading your pain and coming up with activities and, meditations and what people can do. And it doesn't have to be complicated. It can be simple. But I believe that the products that you're going to produce out of this are really going to help people talk about it. But first, you got to download your feelings, and you got to get it on paper. Let's get it out of you. Because that's something that a counselor won't do. A counselor will sit there and listen to you talk all day to the cows come home.
You're right.
No offense to counselors.
You're right. No.
I come home like, well, what did I do other than talk?
Let me tell you, you are spot on. You are spot on. Why? Because I am a big advocate for meditation. And if you are on my Instagram page, you would see that there are a lot of different videos and the things that I would put out to
I'm going through right now. I hadn't even been to you.
Yeah, so I put out a lot of videos that tend to tell you how to heal or different meditative tips or things that you can do to heal yourself and take the time to take care of self. But you are spot on, because that is exactly where I was headed, in that direction, to present and express different ways for meditation. It's part of what I'm doing on my Zoom calls, my one-on-one coaching, is to first learn how to meditate, learn how to tap in to inner self so that you can begin the healing process. And that is like top number one thing to do in terms of healing anyway. So that you are spot on with that. And yes, you're right. You can spend tons of money, like I said earlier, with these, therapists and psychologists. And no, of course, these people are good at what they do. They are experts. They are certified. They have gone to school. They've done what they need to do. But at the same token, when you don't have the absolute exact experience of losing a child, it's difficult to really pinpoint what questions need to be asked. Like, what is it that you can offer a person who is going through something that you haven't directly been through? I mean, other than knowing how the mind works. Right? Or knowing.
And that's why people are going to come to you, because they know you get it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I appreciate that, you guys. Definitely.
One thing, Christina, I just wanted to mention, this is kind of going a different direction, but are you doing a podcast currently?
So I have been saving content. Funny you should ask, but thank you. I just did a podcast.
All right. Yeah, I would, if I were you, I'd lean into developing like a podcast, because the subject matter, unfortunately, especially when it comes to, dealing with death or whatever, it's not a bite-sized piece of content. So, go to the platforms or use the mechanisms that allow like the longer content. The YouTube, the Instagram should be like a segment. You should be showing segments of a more of a long form conversation.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But when you say segments, you mean like shorter, little pieces?
Well, so like the shortcut that I tell everyone is, if you record, get yourself a little stand and a ring light, and set up your phone and do like a podcast, but while recording yourself. Now you can upload that thing to different podcast platforms, which I'm not sure whatever one you use is, but oh my God.
Spotify.
No, hold on. Damn it, even I don't have it queued up. Someone help me here. Podcast platforms.
Anchor. You're not talking about Anchor?
Anchor. Yeah, Anchor goes everywhere. But when you record it, you can also do something on YouTube with it, and you can also chop it, to do little reels on it or do little stories on it. So the content, like one piece of content, can be used on 4 different platforms. So right there, recording yourself, podcasting about the subject matter can be. It can be uploaded to a podcast because you're just taking the audio. Then you can do the audio and the visual and upload it to YouTube and possibly get into monetization to help fund your project. And you can also do the same thing on Facebook and Instagram. So that's 4 platforms right now from one, hour podcast that you sit down and do. So
put a donation button. Put a donation button on there before you release it for your Cash App, because you'd be surprised what people will hit. Just $5, but $5 times 100 people is $500.
Yeah. I've donated to podcasts. I've donated to stuff like that I've heard. So I'm sure other people will take that similar action. But that's a great point, Tiffany. Like really, I mean that. Yeah, the donate button is key. Like again, it'll take you 5 seconds to.
So your donate button, you're talking a donate button on which platform or all?
You can actually donate on all, can't you, Greg?
Yeah, you could pretty much just put it in the comments or put it in the description. of the video to donate. Click here. Like it'll let you hyperlink anything.
Gotcha.
You know, but it's a way to make evergreen content. And you know, if you're really locked in on the zone and you're like, I can knock out a half-hour podcast right now or an hour podcast, recording it, doing the audio, it gives you, you know, content to spread across the different platforms to help, you know, get that message out there. So, you know, I don't know if that'll help you.
Have your Cash App. Put your Cash App in Clubhouse. We all have, because when I copy what I see. So I'm like, well, I'll put my Cash App in there, but you never know. And the first thing people are going to do on Clubhouse is go to your profile. So like Greg said, you want to make sure you put it in your profile. And it's not a link. It's really just, you know, here's your Cash App ID. So make sure you put that in there. You make it easy so they can remember, you know, hopping from one platform.
Okay. Yeah. And I did. I did. I had placed that in there. That's already in my profile. I never saw a button, so I just typed it in. You know, at the first time I made my profile, I just kind of typed in Cash App and my Cash App tag, and you know, whatever other different forms of payment I would accept. So it's typed in. No button, no link, but it's just typed. I mean, I didn't think that there was a link, so I just went for what I knew.
On Instagram, it's on the back office. They have a space for you to add a button if you hit edit profile.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. On Instagram. Okay.
And that's not the regular profile link, it's a whole different link.
Gotcha. Okay. Awesome. Okay. I'll look that up. Will do. Thank you guys. You guys are so beautiful. You're such jewels. You're so awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Can we get a harp? Can we get a harp?
We're going to have a room called Shark Tank or Nah. Shark Tank, are you ready for Shark Tank or Nah?
Oh my God. It's going to be great. So yeah, Tiffany, there's a lot. This is good. This is good. We got Hugh. We got Hugh that we've Hugh's on the right track. Kimmy dropped some knowledge on us with that with the Kajabi.
Hey, we're gonna make him a moderator in our new room.
I know. It's and then Kutina again. My heart goes out to that situation like that. Like, I don't even want to get into that, but
powerful.
It's okay.
Hey, she got a book in her too. She gonna write a book.
I do. I have those things in me as well. But listen, I do appreciate that. But listen, I count it all joy. So it's okay. It's all good. I count it all joy. I mean, it's gonna turn out to be a beautiful thing. So that's the joy in it all that I see. How beautiful it's gonna turn out, because I want to be able to help people lift themselves up. So that's the beauty that's going to come out of this. So I look at it as beautiful right now. It's not a horrible, it's not a terrible situation. That part is gone. That's gone. So we move forward, right? With everything in life, we move forward. Regardless of whether we've lost somebody, whether we've lost a job, whether we've lost, a relationship, in a marriage, whatever the case may be, we got to still keep pushing. Got to still keep going forward. So that's how I look at it.
Yes. And the weird thing is that getting to that conclusion is not an easy process. Like I had witnessed or been through a death of my mother, and it was a horrific.
Oh wow! I'm so sorry.
But the way it went, it was like I almost wish. Like, I know it sounds bad, but I almost wish it was quick. And I almost wish it was, like, even cancer or something. It was just a horrible way to go. And it really effed me up, like, to be honest. Like, I went all the way down below the gutter. And, I was basically looking up to see the gutter. Like, and I wish this was hyperbole, but it's not. Like, in my profile, I wrote, started from negative $153. And that was the truth. And we were broke and homeless for almost 2 years, living in the streets and stuff like that. And it was that death thwarted me into that mindset. As positive as I could be, that thing definitely succumbed me. Now, I don't know what point my brain changed, but how I view it now is I distilled it down into, look, I have kids, right? Right now I have kids. If there's an afterlife and we could sit there and float around and on this earth and watch over people and all that, and my daughter just goes down this shithole, you know, of thought and starts kind of destroying her life, what would my advice be to her? Would it, you know, if I could come back from, not from the dead, but be a ghost and float and be like, hey, what are you up to? And she's like, oh, I'm just so depressed that you left this world. And I would be like, no, get up and get things going. This is not like I passed, but you're living. Like any parent is not going to tell their kid, you know what, you're right. You drink more, do more drugs, be sad, cry 15 hours a day. Like, you know, most likely a parent is going to get that mama bear or papa bear instinct to be like, get off your ass. Like, yes, I did go. I didn't want to go, but I did. But that doesn't mean your life stops. If anything, I'm your dad. You move forward and you make me proud. And we forget that, and I forgot it. I did forget it, you know. And I consider myself intelligent, I guess, but I completely forgot it and let my whole life crumble. So, you know, I don't know why I got off on a tangent, but we have to. Yeah, we have to not forget that, you know, distill it down to your core beliefs. Like, all right, you know, look at yourself sitting there all depressed and say, wait a minute, like, is this how that person in the past would want me to live it out? Because I don't know anyone that would. I don't know anyone that, you know, in their next life as a ghost that would come out and say, keep crying, keep drinking yourself to death. I don't know anyone that's wired like that. So, but again, it took me a while to figure that out. And the faster we can get people to realize that, you know, the better they'll be, you know, for themselves and for their loved ones. But yeah, that's my 2 cents.
My hats go off to you, Greg. I am so proud of you. I am so proud of you. I'm proud of you for who you are. I'm so proud, and I appreciate your existence. I appreciate your existence, you and your family and children. I appreciate your existence. I appreciate your story, because that is beautiful. It's beautiful. And I don't know, but when you think about people who sometimes you can look at them and say, oh, well, wow, you look good. You look together. You speak articulately, and oh, you look like you got your stuff all set up and you look all together. That's not always the case, because a lot of times people don't know what people have been through. People don't know, you know, the struggle, the hardship, the pain that someone has had to go through in order to climb themselves to their sense of freedom, mentally, spiritually, emotionally. And I commend you, Greg, for that. And thank you so much for sharing that, because first of all, my condolences to your mother, to you for your mother. And I'm sorry that she had to go through that. I'm sorry that her spirit, her soul had to experience that. And I'm sorry that you had to experience. That's devastating. But I do commend you for reaching that pinnacle moment in your life to where you were able to recognize what needed to be done within yourself first, right? So that you could catapult yourself to where you needed to be. You know, I myself remember this one particular thing. I used to try to think back, what has helped me to move forward? What was it? And it's in part of my my program that I have, where it's called the Honor of Reverence. And the Honor of Reverence just means that you give an opportunity and a time and a space to where you will honor and give reverence to that person who passed away from out of your life. You give them honor and reverence by thanking them for their presence, for their time, for what they've given you, for the opportunity, no matter whether it was 2 minutes, 2 days, or 20 years. You give them thanks, you give them honor, even in your release. And what I call a release is your time to cry. You have to do that. Why? Because if you don't, you're building up pretty much disease in your body if you don't build this stuff up, because if you don't release the stuff, because later on in life, when you don't release things like that, there's a chemical imbalance in your body. And not to get all deep on you guys, but there's a chemical imbalance that takes place in your body when you don't release these types of toxins out of your body, because pain is energy. And when you don't, later on in life, there are other things that comes out, disease with, stress on the heart, diabetes and cancer and all these other different things, high blood pressure, just a lot of stuff that can come from just holding in all of the stress and the pressure and the pain and not releasing and not dealing with these things. It comes out. It may not come out in the way that you want it, but it's coming out, so that you have to look into releasing it in a safe space. And so that's why I came up with this, piece in my program. It's called The Honor of Reverence, so that people can have an opportunity to have a safe place to release this stuff. And also at the same time, give honor to that person that you lost. But no, that is a beautiful story, and I appreciate you for it, Mr. Gray. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. One thing, I'm going to say this to kind of, I guess, not lighten the mood, but a crazy thing happened when she passed away. She passed away in the Los Angeles area, California, and the traffic is shit over there. Okay, anyone that's been over there knows. When she passed away, there was people in the room, and they all wanted to sit around and pray. And the whole moment was nuts for me. And I'm like, I just got to go. And I went, I got my car, and I just went into the car and drove away from the scenario. There's nothing else that could happen. She had already passed. And I needed to be alone, so I'm driving down, Santa Monica Boulevard, of all things. And it's a busy street. And I was just about to go on the freeway right after, 20 minutes on this street because traffic is so shitty. And I was at a stoplight and I had to make a right, but there was someone in the crosswalk, so I couldn't go. There was this guy behind me that was honking, and he's like, I look at him in the mirror, and he's like, "Go, stupid!" And wow, it's like it did teach me a lesson. Like, you don't know what people are going through. And it did. That moment actually humbled me pretty good. Because even though it was like a small fraction of that whole scenario of the day, that little thing taught me, you know what? The one, how to be okay, because, I could have just jumped out of the car and went nuts, right? And that would have been a whole nother set of problems. But I remember looking back and going, wow, if this guy only knew what I went through, I don't know if he'd be honking or, if he'd want to go that route. And right. It does, I think about those moments when I'm about to unload on someone, and it actually changed my anger with traffic. It changed a lot of different ways that I handled anger. But, even in her death, she taught me, it humbled me. Wow. Saying this, it sounds disgusting, but makes sense at the same time. But if she didn't pass, I wouldn't have been here. I wouldn't have been humbled. I wouldn't have been. She gave me the best lesson out of all the lessons that she's taught me in life. Even in her death, she gave me the greatest lesson that she could have gifted me. It took me a while to figure it out. Don't get me wrong. There was still a whole segment there that I'm glossing over that was a shit show. But knowing what I know now, she gave me the best lesson. And being humble, being able to really truly be humble is I wish it upon everyone. It's the greatest gift that you can ever experience. And that's that was all stemmed from a little horn honk and some dude going ape shit behind me because I wouldn't make a right on the 405 freeway.
That is hilarious. I'm going to make it even more funny, but not to make light of the situation, but like you said, to kind of bring in a little bit more light. And I apologize. Well, I don't apologize, but I didn't know that. I don't want to come to a place and because of what I do, bring a blanket of darkness or sadness into a space. You know what I mean? If anybody knows where I'm coming from, I wanted to be able to, I guess, be able to brighten up a room with my presence and not darken a room with my presence. But I think that there's a process because of what I do. There's going to be a place where this is going to take place in order to get to that bright place. But again, let me add this. That person behind you was a very, very lucky and blessed. See, the design, it's almost like it's a design. She passed, you learned, and so did the person behind you. That person was blessed. Because had you had been someone else that was going through something very similar, but did not have the tenacity or the capacity to learn a lesson that was taught to you within that instant, then that person behind you probably would have gotten something much more difficult happen to them as opposed to what you did not do to them. So, it was a win-win situation in it all. But yeah, we probably would have gotten something much worse had it not been you in that car.
I know, and even now I think about it because my dad, my dad's like 70 years old. No, not 70. I'm sorry, he's late 70s, and he's that guy. He's the honker. He yells at people. I'm like, Dad, what are you gonna do? Some dude's all pissed off, and he just got fired. His wife just cheated on him. He's got a gun. He's en route to go over there and shoot her and the boyfriend. And here you go honking because he's 5 minutes. You're 5 minutes behind schedule. Like, you got to think about that stuff. And it's everyone. They walk into things like that, just guns blazing. Without understanding like the tone of the room or the tone of the scenario. I mean, you got to think about all those little probabilities because we are humans, and humans are unpredictable, and humans are going through a multitude of layers all at once. With what I'm going through is not what you're going through, and vice versa. And it's like, you got to bring it all together and kind of just shut up and listen and think about, like, is this worth it? Like, is it worth it honking and yelling at this guy and getting all flared up? Like, probably not. Like, I'll just turn the music up, sit back, finish out my coffee, go on Clubhouse, listen to harps.
Wow, that's deep. I have switched to my phone, so you'll notice that the sound has changed. But this is powerful. And you know what? I've noticed that in all the rooms I've been in, that it doesn't matter what topic we're on, sometimes it needs to deviate and pivot because you never know who needs that. Even we as moderators and people who are in our fields, we all need to be there for each other, and we're all human and we all go through real human situations. So I think it's really refreshing when people are real about where they are and where they've been, because it really, you just never know who you're going to help in the room. You just never know who needs to hear it. And sometimes maybe you just need to say it out to the universe. That could be the purpose. So I'm just really, really excited about our discussions, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just really excited. But I'm going to reset the room. You're in the 10K Cards room where we're talking about time to pull the trigger. Oh, it's not a safe space. Oh, I'm feeling scared right now. Just reading that part right there just does something to me. I like feeling safe. But you know what, in business, sometimes you got to step into a space you're not familiar with. So that's what we're talking about today here on 10K Cards Room. So also, if you have any questions, please come up to the stage and feel free to ask. We have a plethora of knowledge and information. And if you don't know, we'll try to direct you where you can get the help you need, because our goal is for you to succeed in your business. So you're in the 10K Cards Room. So feel free to ask any questions that you have.
Before you move on, guys, I just wanted to say how amazing you are for sharing your stories in such a real way. It's literally soul nourishing. Thank you so much.
Oh my goodness, that's why I love you, Hugh. Oh, the word nourishing. Yes, that's the perfect description. Thank you so much. Oh, I love it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Hugh.
So I see we have Terry. Terry, I'm gonna ping you up, and Alicia and Robert. So you guys go ahead and talk. I'm good.
Bring the questions up. Bring them up. Don't be shy.
Hey,
now's the time.
Please. Can you guys
Go ahead,
hear
Kimmy.
Okay, great.
We can hear you, Kimmy.
Hugh, I was in the room the other day when Sean was talking to you about your amazing jewelry and everything. And I was just wondering, and I like your background, don't get me wrong, but have you ever thought about like changing your profile picture on here to different pieces of your work and just maybe changing it once a week or something?
I have. Yes, I have.
Oh, look at that queen bringing that knowledge. Oh, I love it, Kimmy. Yes, I said y'all coming to our room when we set it up for real. Y'all gonna be moderators.
Actually, that's a good question. I'm fairly new to Clubhouse, to be honest. So, is that something people do, Kimmy? Like, I'm not sure.
I'll say this. One thing I like and I have learned about Clubhouse and just in life in general is do your own self with your own lane. Even if everybody else isn't doing it, doesn't mean it shouldn't be done. But if I had a product that I wanted people to see, if people can put the laser eyes on the Bitcoin, why can't he showcase his jewelry to entice us, intrigue us, and, stimulate the thought process? That could be my piece of jewelry. So, or he could do this for me. I'm just saying, I think that might really boost his interest, or shall I say, his audience interest in his pieces.
Yeah, there you go, Hugh. That's a good little nugget.
Yeah, I really appreciate that, Kimmy, because I was actually here thinking about doing that, and I guess I wasn't sure. So that what you just said is just confirmation that
We want you to take the bold action. You went on mute, Hugh. Were you done speaking?
Oh no, I was saying that when you said that to me, it's confirmation that I should do it. I should definitely do it. Probably I got cut off a little. Sorry.
Is anyone I guess anyone can chime in, but is anyone experiencing any kind of uptick on certain platforms more than others lately for any kind of reason that they've identified that they'd like to share?
That's a really good question. I know I've gotten an uptick on Instagram only because I have joined different groups here that have challenged me to actually be consistent and place posts. And now that I have my vision set, and that's usually my hindrance, because I never want to put information out there that I haven't thought through and been strategic. I'm kind of like Katina when she was talking about her new direction in what she's going to be doing. And Kimmy and Hugh and all of us, because I feel like, without a plan, what is your purpose? I'm just not one to put information out here just to be doing something, even though I know it's still a strategy. So what I'm doing is I'm posting more, and I am watching the analytics very, very strategically, because when I connect it to my Kajabi platform, I want to see what the differences are. So I will say that my Instagram has gone up by 1,000 and something percent, but you can't really count it because I was kind of dormant anyway. So, but yes, I've definitely noticed. I have noticed that they blocked me out a few times too. Oh, can't you hear the offense in my voice? They're like, you're posting more than you have been. So one of the things I realized is, you're kind of penalized if you're not doing posts. So I've learned to not overdo it now, to just kind of take my time with it.
Yeah, there is definitely such a thing as overposting. Like I've seen it in my works that I've done for clients, you know, they're like, I want to post every day. Well, sometimes the business category doesn't warrant that, you know, and when it comes to what gets distributed in the feed for a visitor or a user, to get tagged as like a spam page that just is throwing up shit, it's hard to bounce back from. So you want to, sorry to be raw, but you want to.
I just love how you talk.
Yeah, so you want to definitely, play with the numbers, see what's working, and because it might not be every day, it might not be 10 times a day. Definitely the business category is going to warrant it. So be very careful with that. I usually, like, when I set people up, I'll do a scan and I give them kind of all this information up front when they get their delivery. But it is something to consider for sure. And one more thing that now I feel compelled to bring up is reviews. Like, I see this being like the biggest issue when it comes to Facebook, and Facebook is the only platform that houses reviews, within social media. So you're gonna, and it also runs Facebook Instagram to a certain degree. So you're gonna want to play ball with Facebook, even if you like it or not. But on the reviews, I'll get clients, and part of my pitch is like, look, you're going to want to get some reviews because it shows page authority, right? Page authority is huge in ranking factors. So, get some reviews. But when you do get reviews, or you hear it online, like, reviews work for page reach and authority, don't dump them all in at once. It has to be basically in a line with the business category. And what I mean by that is, like, I had a client, he installed garage doors. Okay, and he was very aggressive in the way that he's like, I'm gonna get 1,000 reviews and all this stuff. Like that's just gonna make the page get flagged. And he said, well, this guy, you don't know what you're doing, and whatever. He did what he did. He dumped all the reviews in one day. Now, Facebook, the algorithm is not run by a human, right? The human will go in and give it a second look if you get denied for certain things and all that. But for the most part, the machine's doing a lot of the work. So how it looks at it is that it's a spam account, because when you set up your Facebook page, the business category was, local business, and then installation. I can't remember exactly, but that business category wouldn't warrant a review every day. Now, if you're a restaurant, yes, it would, because restaurants, you can dump in like 3 a day and it won't do anything. But a garage door installer, to sit there and say, well, I have a bunch, I'm going to transfer over, or, I have clients that are going to do it, or friends that are going to do it, segment it out, do what's realistic. I wouldn't do more than like 2 a week myself, because anything less than that, you're at risk to get flagged, depending on the business category. Like, obviously, restaurants, different beast, but something that's a service-based service-based category that you would go to someone's house, or air conditioning or something like that. It's just not realistic. That data is already inside the algorithm, right? It already knows that. So you could be doing that and thinking that you're doing yourself a favor, but you're not. So that's my little tidbit. I don't know how that came up.
That was really useful, because I didn't even know that.
He's talking about the response, like on Instagram, and this is where I got a little penalized. If you're replying to each and every, comment that you have, and you got a bunch of comments coming in, and then that's fine from different accounts. But if you reply to them, like, in a very short period of time, that's when they see it as spammy. And like he said, that's the software. That's not a human looking at it, looking at your uniqueness, and that each thank you is different. They're just saying, oh my gosh, she's posted a bunch of stuff, stop or flag her. And that's what happened. Now, they didn't shut down my account. I just had to wait
so much time for it to release. And then I realized after watching a YouTube video, I needed to take my time and do that throughout the day, not all at one sitting. So you're right on the money.
Yeah, because it is looking at well, first of all, you got to think of it as a user. So I'm an Instagram user. My feed is going to be unique to me. Okay, so this thing is watching everything. It's watching how slow we move across the feed, how quick we go into something, how fast we jump out of it. If you oversaturate your feed, let's say you get 10,000 followers, right? And I'm just stating this off numbers that I've seen on my end. If anyone cares to refute it, like, I love to hear that stuff, believe me, and I definitely consider anything and everything. But what I've seen is that, let's say you have 10,000 followers and you're hitting them every day. Now you can fatigue your audience with your stuff, right? I mean, how many people, like, if I'm interested in coaching, like, I don't need to hear from that coach every day about his coaching, because what's going to happen is I'm going to scroll faster past it, and then the algorithm is going to say, oh, this guy's post, now people are just blazing right past it. So now it's going to dumb you down in the feed, so people will generally see like they'll get audience fatigue, what they call it, where you're just hitting them too much. So you're going to want to hit them with, things that are related to you, not necessarily related to your business. So if you're, you can often see it in feeds. Like, I've noticed it. It's kind of hard for me to even say this, because I know I've had people go into my Instagram, they're like, I don't get it, you don't really do anything. I'm like, I don't have time to do it. But this is just setting up other people's things and having their platforms on my back end, and I'm analyzing their data. So, that's my disclaimer. But if you do fatigue that audience, you're going to have to start over, and you're going to have to start with content that's like, all right, they're following you for coaching, but also maybe it's your personality. Maybe even, let's say you have an audience. This is the craziest thing. The thing that gets the most looks on Instagram, for instance, is, sorry, but it's like boobs, butts, but it's
pornography.
Food.
Let's just put it as pornography.
But also it's food, and then scenic images, right? So let's say you're a coach, and you have this coaching page, and you're looking for content to kind of fill in the gaps and stuff. If you do some food, that's going to kind of revive your account. Like, if you take a nice little shot of some great, steak or salad or whatever your thing is, it does kind of revive the account. You'll notice that on some of those, you'll get more likes than you did on something that was more meaningful to you. Or if you take a picture of some landscape or something like that, it might get more likes than, a post that's meaningful to you because it's part of your product or something. So that is definitely a reality that I see often get overlooked, but it also is hard to keep up with. I mean, literally, you have to put yourself on a schedule. Put a little 30-day calendar on there. It's better when it's an actual physical paper like that you can touch, and write down, like, Monday is going to be something funny, Wednesday is going to be food, Friday is going to be a landscape, Thursday is going to be a video, and you kind of build, your layout. You kind of build what would that be called? I guess your shot. What do they call that in the movie industry? Your shot order or your shot schedule.
Yes, the different content schedules. Yes.
Yeah, you want to definitely implement that, because then it helps you figure out at a glance, what works and what doesn't work, or when you need to interject something or start to pull back from something. I mean, I always go by the 80/20 rule. I'm sure all of you have heard it, which is, 80% non-salesy stuff, and then 20% of what you post will be salesy stuff. And that formula has been working forever. Like, back to Think and Grow Rich days, so it's like, 80-20. It's tried and true. Even though we're in a digital age, the psychology behind it has not changed. 80-20 is here to stay for sure.
Let me ask you a question, Greg. So where I get a little, sorry about that. I get a little confused. Like, so for instance, my Instagram page is my personal page, right? And so I'm in the process of switching the account to a business page. However, I know that there are a lot of personal things on there, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna, flip the page with business stuff so that all of the personal stuff can get, trickle down to the bottom of the page, and then the page will look like a business page. But how would you say or suggest be the best way when you're speaking of algorithms in terms of if you've labeled your page as such, like products and services or restaurant or coach or whatever it may be, doesn't that have to relate to what content you're putting out there? Like, for instance, when you said to revive your page, you could put something out like, food or scenery. If I was a person that put out food or scenery, does that correlate with what my business is? You see what I'm saying? Like, if it does not correlate, wouldn't that like help my algorithm kind of sink down the drain a little bit?
No, because it's in, the users are stopping on it or engaging on it. So it's on one hand, you do want to capitalize on the space that people are viewing you. You want to when you do pop up in someone's feed, you want that message to kind of encompass everything about you. But that's a perfect world. The algorithm just really is like a popularity contest. So if you fatigue your audience and it starts to pull back showing your content in other people's feeds, then you're going to have to kick it up. Like it just, even though it doesn't really pertain to it, one, it does reflect who you are. So if you're sitting there barbecuing on a Sunday and you're taking a picture of some juicy ribs, people are going to like that shit. They're going to be like, oh, she barbecues? Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with your page, but one, it got the engagement, and now the algorithm is more likely to show your other content moving forward. I don't think it's fair, but there's only so much time or there's only so many pages that could be shown in your feed. Like, you think about your own feed, like you scroll. What do you scroll past? You may like some influencer or something, but after a couple weeks, man, like you've seen everything. Like you've seen everything that they have to offer. What now? Well, now the algorithms are going to start dumbing you down. But if you're throwing in other stuff that they'd be used to seeing, like food imagery, seeing, especially on Instagram, seeing, or seeing a place imagery, it does help kind of stabilize the page within the feed. It's not a perfect system without a doubt, but it is the system that's in place right now. We're just having to play along.
So it's basically a balancing act.
Yes.
So I should not, even though I have a business, even though it's considered as a business page on Instagram, I don't have to flood my page with business stuff every single day, whether I post every day or whether I post 2 times a day. It doesn't always have to be just strictly business stuff.
I would not recommend it whatsoever. Like, I have some people that have contested what I've said, but that 80-20 rule has been around before the internet, and it still exists within the internet. I think that core principle on human nature, it is without an unmovable process, that we can't change no matter what tech we throw. It just, it's not, as much as I'd love to do it the other way, I've never seen a space where it exists. And you'll notice that, like, take an Instagram person that you like and they have a huge following, right? You'll see it yourself. Some of them don't have the 80-20 rule, and you could be like, oh, well, they're doing it. Yeah, but look at the numbers. Like, they have 1.4 million.
People follow people, not brands.
There you go. See, you just summed up all my long-winded shit in one.
What did she say? I'm sorry.
I said people follow people, not brands. And I was like you. I was just like you, my sister. I was like, well, why would they want to see my life? I was one of those that was going back and forth last year about that. And a mastermind that I paid all this money for an expert to tell me what I didn't want to hear. And I was like, are you serious? She said, yes. I went on her page and she was living that. She's sitting there showing people she getting up in the morning in her robe. She's cooking food. She's cooking breakfast. She's living her life on camera. And I said, people want to see that? And she said, absolutely. I get more views on those than I do on my business stuff. Because people want to engage with folks who are real and relational. Now, I will say what I did do, and I got some advisement on this too, Greg. I went back through my page and I took my time and I archived some of the posts that just didn't have any views, didn't have any posts that I felt were too personal. I'm very protective of my family. I didn't want my sons on my page when I made it public because I went from private to public. And there were some things I wanted to get off of there that were just too personal, in my opinion. So I archived them, especially if they didn't have but a couple of clicks, because that's family anyway, and a few views. And then what I did is I was very strategic. I leveled up my marketing and I started promoting a few of my listings, and I made sure that I came out of the gate with videos. So you'll see a lot of videos down in my feed where I'm talking on camera. And that really is also a viewer strategy. Now, back then it was about IGTV. Now it's about Reels. So you want to flood like Greg was saying earlier, you want to flood your profile with Reels, because I've been in a couple of these viral spaces on Clubhouse. And I'm like, why is all these people have pictures and then reels, reels. I'm like, what's up with the reels? So once I went out there and found out that is what Instagram is pushing right now. And they basically said in one of the rooms, Instagram don't give a blankety blank about your pretty pictures, and they don't give a blank about your comments anymore. But it's true. All they care about right now is reels, because they want to win in the reels. So I would say do reels because they only have to be a few seconds long. They don't have to be very long, and they're easy to create. So you can even use, like he was saying, videos. You don't have to use you. You could use things that people want to see, like food. I did one recently on the Olympics, the opening that I had recorded from my TV to send the family, and I just had to put it on my reels. I said, that's my reel. So I would definitely advise that you put some reels. So when you're removing content slowly and archiving it for privacy reasons, or because you just don't want it there, replace that with some reels, because people are only going to scroll down so much anyway. So if it's like a year old, I wouldn't be too worried about it. Instagram, they don't care about it. But yeah, that's it.
Good information. Thank you. Yeah, I'm definitely going to take heed to that. I didn't realize how powerful reels were until I did one, and it was just with food. And when because all the reels that I ever did, and it was only just a few, just a handful, like 1, 2, or 3, and I was like, reels, whatever, what's that? And then I decided to show that I was cooking something with particular ingredients in it, and it got over 1,000 views, within a matter of few minutes. And I was like, interesting. And so then I said, well, let me try this again. I did it again with a character. So I have this character that I do. She's like a healing character. She's an old grandma. And I think about my grandmother, who's now still living. She's in her late 80s. And I remember speaking with her as a child, and she gave me all these good, wise nuggets, old nuggets, right? And so every time I listen to her talk, it's just funny, but it's also very real. So I decided to just do her as a character on my reels. And so I did one night and it got 11,000 views. And I was like, oh, cool. All right. So now I see how this works. And then so I did one another night. It was only like 300 views. And I was like, When I did it late at night, got up the next day, I saw it, had all these views. But if I did it in the afternoon, I was like, okay, so is there a prime time here? So is there a prime time? Because I noticed that the views would change if it was a certain time of the day and according to how fast I did another one. So like Greg was saying, there's an algorithm to it, which we know, but there's also a balancing act there. But I definitely will take in the information that you said and shared with me. So that's very valuable. Thank you.
Yeah, time of day. Thank you for bringing that up. That's actually metrics I use when creating content and stuff for clients. I will definitely analyze their time of day. Each business is different. For instance, I'm doing one for my buddy Mike, and I love my clients because they end up my buddy. But I'm going to call him my buddy Mike. So he's really big on Instagram in the sense that he uses it a lot. His business is not. And we took him, I basically started him out, and he starts from zero. And we leaned into Reels, and we had to play with the time of day, and it'll take a while before you actually see what time of day, because you can go on Creator Studio in Facebook under Insights. That will show you time of day. I know the Insights on Instagram does it as well. If you have any type of tool that's monitoring, that does it. But you want to get your time of day down, because for him, people weren't looking at his stuff until like 7 at night. Probably when they got home and they're sitting there or whatever. And each person is different for sure, but you will see a trend on your local area. So for this area, people don't go on till like 7 p.m. and up. For like Los Angeles area, it's all day, but generally 9 p.m. and up is like the prime time. Their time of bed is probably less or later. So all that stuff varies county to county, city to city, like for sure. So if your target audience is in a certain city, be mindful of that. If your target audience is a certain characteristic, like they're all meditating, like there was one that was like a meditation. Well, they have a tendency to wake up early, right? So they were looking at posts at 7 a.m. So depending on what your audience, what trends they follow is going to really dictate on time of day. But I'm glad you brought that up. I totally forgot to bring it up, but it is a factor, like for sure, without a doubt. All the pros will tell you the same thing. Time of day does matter, and figuring it out soon is going to be recommended. And honestly, it takes about a week. I tell clients all the time, like it's going to take me a week to figure it out, because I'm going to throw out a series of posts. Sometimes it takes longer because the post schedule is not, it takes us longer to get things out or figure out what content is going to stick. But ultimately, I'm trying to determine the time of day. And then when I do schedule it in the queue, I make sure that I'm going off those numbers. And it's a slow growth. Like I've only seen, I like to keep everything in the green. Like I'm really big on green. Green. As long as everything's up, I'm doing my job. But I believe it was like 23% was the last number I saw with Mike. So, take that and run with it.
Nice. Thank you so much. Now, I have a question for you. When it comes to Creator Studio versus, or maybe it works together, versus the Facebook Business Suite, which is the most strategic platform for looking at your engagement? I know I can see insights on Creator Suite. I'm actually on there now. Even though I can't link my Instagram to that for some reason. I thought it was because it was also linked to Facebook Business Suite. But I like the Business Suite because I don't know, I guess I'm just used to it, but it's easier for me to come in here and link and look at all of the reactions and respond to them. And I thought that Instagram and Facebook had made the decision that they want everybody in Business Suite, or am I missing it, Greg? I'm not sure.
This is another thing that I know I mentioned it earlier, but Facebook's always making changes. So they were really pushing Creator Studio. They even made an app for it. You could download that separate, attaches to your Facebook account to monitor your creative properties. But now I hear that they're going to phase it out, try to keep Business Suite as the master umbrella for all that stuff. So I don't even know how much longer Creator Studio is going to be out, because Facebook can definitely wipe that out. But yeah, right now, like, I still use Creator Studio because I do notice that it is less clunky, because the Business Suite is still being developed. Like, they haven't even officially announced the transition, like, or the drop dead date that you'll notice on changes that Facebook makes. They'll say on August 1st, this is switching over to this. They haven't even done that yet, but that is the plan according to the Facebook developer conferences that they run. But if you can always go into the actual business page and go to the insights in there, it gives you, for me, that one gives me an even better view on everything. I'm used to that. I'm old school, so I'm used to that one. I can see, and then there's a box there where you can type in your competition, and you can do like a side-by-side comparison.
Oh, wait a minute now. I didn't know I could do that. That's cool.
Yeah. So I do that just to see where everyone's at. So if I have, a construction company, I'll get competition. And generally, when I do a competition research, I'll take the highest authority in the field. So on a national level, so let's say construction, I'll take the top, online visible company in the construction field on a national level, and I'll put them as a competitor. Then the next person I search for is someone local, not local, but in the same state, right? Who's the biggest competitor in the state? Then I'll put them in that box that you're looking at to enter the competition. Then I'll look at more of a county level, a little more exclusive, see the biggest competition is. And then I'll take like a rando account, usually a restaurant, of who's the biggest fish in the town. Like, who has the most likes in this town? It's usually a restaurant. It's usually food. And I'll put them in there, to see how they're doing. And that'll be my 4 points to collect data to see where I sit, or see what people are watching.
Yeah, I definitely agree, because I recently signed up for Creator Studio after using the Business Suite for so long. And I'm like, I don't like Creator Studio because, like you said, it's different. It's just different. And now that I've gotten so accustomed to the Business Suite, it just makes it so much easier to manage. I don't have to hop back and forth, because before we used to have a separate Business Suite for the ads and everything, and you had to click over here, and it would send you all around the world and back. So I do like the integration that they've come up with. I just hope that they stick with it and don't keep bouncing us back and forth.
Okay, so I'm a little new to the whole Business Suite career page suite that you guys are talking about. Fill me in. I haven't been utilizing any of that.
Business.facebook.com.
Have I been making everything difficult for myself?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna. That's actually, I'm almost done with that video, but again, I'm gonna publish it on my Instagram and stuff. But I'm gonna do a walkthrough on how to set that up. It is free. It's a tool within the system. But
Gotcha.
you definitely want to tie in your Facebook business account, your Instagram business account, into it, and then you can monitor both. You can cross post, you can schedule posts across Instagram and Facebook at the same time. It does come with its issues. Like, I always tell people, out of all the platforms, Instagram's the buggiest. Like, on a technical level, Instagram's the buggiest. I don't know why. It's just the way it is. It moves too fast. It's hard to keep up with its own tech. But they get it right like 80% of the time. So you going through, linking those two pages, merging them, is going to be essential, pretty much for anyone that's relying on social media to generate business or run their business.
Yeah, and make sure you do the switch over, Katina, before you set it up, because you're switching your accounts. I believe you said you're switching your accounts over. Yeah, and it was easier to connect. Oh, you are? Okay.
The Facebook and the Instagram are both personal accounts, but I'm switching both of them to business accounts, being that I am trying to now pretty much kind of launch the business out a little bit more and make it more visible. So I'm just trying to, I was trying to make sure that I didn't just delete my personal page altogether.
I wouldn't do it that way.
Hold on, before you do that, like, don't touch it. Don't touch it. No, you want to keep your Facebook personal account. You want to set up a Facebook business account, right? Because you want to keep those entities separate. Like, if you transition a personal account into a business account, that's a merge process, and I've never met a client that's happy with it. So I would not do that. I would set up a separate business page account, and then attach that Instagram account to that business page account. And once you do it, it'll actually automatically change the Instagram, even if it's a personal page, it'll change it to a business account. As soon as you take those actions, it'll notify you that it's transitioning it into a business account.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, it gives you a little more insight on the back end when you change to a business account or creator account. And that's the biggest difference there.
Okay, so I don't necessarily have to go and change my Instagram personal account to a, not change it, but make a separate account from my personal account, and then make a business page as well. Talking about Instagram.
It'll do it automatically. Because when you open a business page, on the left-hand side, you'll see a tab with the Instagram logo. And you click that, it'll ask you for the login credentials for the Instagram account. You'll key those in, depending on the level of security your Instagram account is on. You might have to do a text confirmation number to complete that action. And then once that's done, it'll merge the two. But before it does it, it'll prompt you to acknowledge that it's going to switch to a business page. And it'll also ask you, if you want to share the same information
on Instagram
business,
too.
Yeah, like phone number. Like, if you have a phone number on your Facebook business page, but you don't have one on your Instagram personal page, it'll sync it together. So all the information will sync, and you can pick which direction it'll sync from. So,
gotcha.
If your Facebook profile is more filled out than your Instagram, you would sync that direction, and vice versa.
Awesome. I'm glad.
What if you have separate contact information? How do you sync them then?
Well, there's contact information, and then there's because how Instagram works is it'll have, I have my contact information if someone wants to reach me that's looking at the page, and then I have the contact information that's a separate email address that actually is where I signed up from. Sometimes they're the same, obviously, depending on how you do it, but it'll sync that contact info according to the being above the fold. So you'll notice on the Instagram page it'll have how they reach you for problems, and then they'll have the one that you would put up there to showcase the clients. So, which one is it? You know, or do you have separate?
Well, I've got two separate markets. For me, I have my business market. And of course, I've got, Facebook/YCEO. And then I've got, my Instagram YCEO. But on my personal account, people still want to know, not all the time, but they want to know what I'm doing in business. And it would be nice if I could cross post specific links to my personal, but it could be because my personal is private. Because in all honesty, it's private.
Oh, what the Instagram account's private?
No, I have a private Facebook and a business Facebook.
Oh,
so sometimes I want to post my business postings without doing it. I want to schedule it, but it doesn't seem to be possible because my personal is private.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to public. Well, what you would do, what everyone should do in that respect is the business page is operating as its own entity. So you're going to have, you could schedule something for Tuesday, 10 o'clock, and it's going to go out on both platforms regardless. The privacy setting, you can't do that on a Facebook business page. So it wouldn't pertain, but on your personal page, the action you have to take there is to share the post from your business page onto the personal page, which that drives more traffic to the business page, which is essentially at the end of the day what you want anyway. So you would just take that post, share it to your timeline onto your personal page, and that'll get the message out there.
Oh, I like that strategy. Yes. Oh, that's why we got to get our room going, Greg. I'm telling y'all these nuggets. I love it. And Hugh. Oh, Hugh, I wish I had my sound system hooked up. I would clap. Yes, Hugh, I love it. I love the earrings on your profile. That is beautiful.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. Thank you. And thank you, Kimmy.
My pleasure, Hugh. I love those.
Yeah, and I'm working on now with all this information that I've been getting. I'm working on, developing different strategies to drop new stuff, and excited to create a new collection. So you'll be seeing some great stuff from me. So.
Oh, Hugh, I just dropped in my spirit, Greg. Hugh, that's your product of the month. Whatever's on that post, whatever's there, you get a 20% discount if you get, every week I'm changing it, but you can get a 20% discount if you buy it when it's on my profile picture. Oh, I love it. I love it, Hugh.
Hey, can I say something? I wanted to tell you, Hugh, I wasn't looking at the phone for a few moments. I was just listening. And when I looked back at the phone, I was like, oh, somebody else joined. Let me take a look at their profile. And I saw the name and I was like, oh, that's you. Okay. So it really mattered what Kimmy told you earlier in terms of the changing your profile from time to time to show your product on your profile like that. It definitely does. And I just experienced that, like looking at your profile, not knowing exactly who in the world that was, just looking at the profile. I was like, oh, what is that? Let me look. And I was like, ooh, earrings, those are beautiful. And so just that alone, and I had no idea, but until I looked at the name, I was like, oh, that's Hugh. He changed his profile. What Kimmy told you was spot on.
Thank you
and
so much.
And you heard it right here on Shark Tank or not. Sorry,
I love it. And Kitina, since we're just exchanging, I just wanted to tell you there was something in my spirit to say to you, that thank you for sharing so much about yourself and in such an honest way. There's so many persons who have experienced trauma, and people like you who have the strength to get up and to take their personal experiences and turn it into gold. As I said, turn lead into gold. People really do need persons like yourself, and you're inspiring me, because I've been looking at different ways I could take certain instances and transform it into something else. So thank you so much for sharing, and I just wanted to share that with you.
You guys are just
Thank you.
amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're amazing also. Thank you.
Yeah, you're a pretty amazing dude, Hugh. One thing, I don't know if we touched on it, but make sure you save a spot on your website for a meet the designer, meet the artist section, and really let everyone know like your personality, what you're made
Why
of.
are you doing this?
No. You need to, man. You need to.
You know what, Hugh? If you've got reservations about that, you know what? You could actually be pointing your camera at the water, showing your wrists wearing something, or, you know, it could be flowers or whatever you want to point the camera at, but let them hear your voice. Let them engage with your voice. And then you just do a voiceover on top of the video or something. So you don't have to show your face. Because some people don't want to know who's behind. Sometimes that's the mystery. Who was it? Was it Sierra? Oh, it was an artist that she wore this wig and nobody knew what she looked like forever. And she made millions of dollars.
Yes, but I seen the value in it because it's like getting an opportunity to engage with me in some way, some real authentic way. So was actually thinking of the different things that you were saying about food and the boobs and the hiking, the scenery and stuff. And I was thinking, okay, well, whenever I go hiking, I could probably, take pictures or do a video, or, if I'm doing some really nice cooking, I could do something like that. So it still feels like me and not just trying to, work with the algorithm.
Yeah, and then the audience is going to have a connection to you as an artist. So whatever you put out there, like they're not only buying the product, but they're buying the story behind you. Stories sell. Like this is something I picked up along the way, but stories definitely sell, and everyone's story, one could be framed great. You know what I mean? The optics on a story could be framed great, or they could be framed horrible. I mean, look at the news. Right? They can make something look great, or they can make something look horrible. So any client, like I have clients, I don't have anything to say. Well, you're gonna have to dig. Everyone's got something to say. So tell your story. We're already drawn to you. I'm sure the other clients are going to be, and they're gonna have that attachment to that product. Like there's a lot of products that I buy, and I've slowly but surely been making a transition because I was a big Amazon-aholic. Amazon, who knows? But I was basically an Amazon.
Yes, that's the next room. We're going to have an anonymous group for those of us who get Amazon boxes every single day and has given them full access to our house and our garage and our cars. Oh, we need a self-help group. Thank you.
Actually, you know what? That'd be a great idea. Like, tell us your stupidest item you bought from Amazon that you haven't even opened yet. Because I'm sure I got them. I'm sure everyone does. That'd be hilarious.
I have one I opened 4 months later and realized it was the wrong item.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Hugh, I was listening to you. I first got introduced to you the same day I really was listening to Sean the first day. And when I came on, you were speaking about how your crystals and different stones that you use actually come from a story or something that's meaningful, or, something that's related to something in the universe. And for a person like myself who cares about, and I'm going to be checking your jury out, believe me, but for a person who cares about that type of stuff, I was just listening to you thinking, man, he's so soothing. I love listening to this dude talk about this stuff. And I forgot that you were even talking about jury. And then so I came back in, clued into this is, oh my God, this is the space that, that I vibrate in. And so perhaps taking Greg's idea and adding a little to it, maybe if it's a time when the collection, like copper is energy, copper is really big on not just how we use it in our building, but those who understand the properties behind copper, like with the rest of the stones. If you educated your audience and told them why you chose this piece and what this piece meant, now, like what my sister, the wise CEO was saying, they're not just buying your jewelry, they're buying the story, and then they're buying the jewelry, which makes them want your pieces even more. So little short things, just talking about, you know, why you're doing each piece and what each piece, like the wires and the stones actually represent. It gives us more value than just having on a piece of jewelry. Thank you.
That's a blessing. Thank you so much, Katina. I'm taking notes right now.
Well, you know, I love you, Hugh. I love you, Hugh. I just gotta say it. I love you because you consistent. I mean, this breath. I just, all I can say is you're a force in the universe that's sent here to add some light, and I'm just so excited that you're here. I just gotta say it. I just love you.
I love what you're doing, Hugh. I am one of those people, just like how Kimmy was speaking just a moment ago. I vibe in the same frequency from what you're doing. Crystals, I collect crystals, and I am big on, you know, turning my tune in to the universe and all things astronomical and just all of that. You know that vibe that I'm speaking of. So but I'm truly yes into the cosmic energy of it all, that healing space of healing energy and all of the above. And I'm definitely going to be getting in contact with you so that I can, you know, pull some of your energy as well, and vice versa, and reciprocate the same. But also to, you know, get a little bit of this beautiful jewelry that you have. I'm very intrigued. So I definitely want to, oh, and by the way, I don't know if you know this, but I don't know if you're in the process of cleaning up or straightening up the links, but the link to your Instagram page, I'm not sure if I'm doing something wrong, but when I click on it, it's not either connected or there isn't a page for that particular link. Did you check that out?
I'm gonna definitely.
Yeah, I noticed that too. Just go check it out and make sure that people can still link to you.
Yeah,
I'd
like to
go here
from here on Clubhouse.
Okay, all right.
So just refresh it. You know, just copy and paste it again because they've been updating the algorithms here on Clubhouse, so it could have changed. So just replace
mine while we're at it.
Right. I know.
Thank you so much for pointing that out. Thank you very much. Y'all are blessing me. I love it, and I love you guys. Thank you so much.
Well,
we're glad you're receiving value.
Yeah, you're blessed to us. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to reset the room. You're in the 10K cards room. It's time to pull the trigger. And that's all we've been talking about today is pulling that trigger. So you're in a safe space. I know it says you're not, but you're in a safe space because I'm here and it's safe. And come on in and ask any questions that you want to. Or if you just want to listen to the conversation, that's okay too.
All right, I'm gonna throw a question at the room here and see where this goes. But I'd like to know, I guess, while the room is small, what even prompted you to be in this business category that you're in right now? Like all of you are trying to promote this thing, right? This business of yours. Like, what is the how did you even get into it? Like, what's the plan with it? You know, it doesn't have to be. You can keep it down to, you know, however much you like. It doesn't have to be elaborate, but just give us some insight.
I'm gonna go ahead and go first because I am about to get ready to leave you guys, and I hate to leave you guys because you guys are full of beautiful, vibrant energy that I love to be around. Yeah, I'm actually getting ready to get off I call it the plantation. So I'm still in the matrix of plantation. I'm here in brick and mortar working at work. So just to answer your question, which brings me to the answer, I am trying to make sure that not only am I going to be able to supply value
to people and be able to assist and help people, but I want to be able to find financial freedom as well, not only for myself, but for my children. So that at one day, I can leave this place, okay, and leave this place with the comfort of knowing that I've made a place for myself in this world, with a stability that, a financial stability that I could share, and one day probably be able to pass on down to my children. I wanted to be able to start a business that could flourish and expand, not only just in this arena, but connected arenas to this. One of the things that I did to, get my head wrapped around that space of starting this particular business was the fact of knowing that, hey, you can step out there and you can do it because you've done it before. Back in 2015, I had a little small business. I was just selling shea butters and creams and different things like that with essential oils, and a lot of information that had to do with the care of skin and, healthy skin and all that good stuff. But I dissolved it and, gone through a few traumas in life, and here I am trying to figure out my way back out of the mess. And one of the things I really wanted to do was make sure that I made something of my life. Because to be honest with you, I think slightly, if not for a huge part of my life, I shitted it away. Okay, excuse my French, but I'm just saying. And I know that a lot of us have, some things that, we've done in life that we feel like we could have done better, for lack of better words. But I felt like, with the passing of my son, this could be a way that I could show honor to him as well as to myself. And I wanted that to be in connection with being a person of servitude to people, to my community, and ultimately to the world at large. But so that's me in a nutshell, and I'm gonna, on that note, get going. And I want to personally thank all and each and every single one of you that's on this stage, that's in the audience, that you guys are beautiful, you are love, you are peace, and you are light. And please continue to keep doing what you're doing, continue to keep sharing, continue to keep loving yourself and loving others and providing value. And don't forget to provide value for yourself, right? I love y'all. Y'all take care. Look me up, and I'll be following each and every one of you as well. Take care.
Thank you, Queen. We will pass the mic over to the next queen in the room, and that is Queen Kimmy. And you've been adding value yourself, Queen.
Oh, thank you, my dear sister. Wow, I was not expecting this question. So for me, it's very personal. I do multiple things, but the thing that I'm working on really strong right now is I launched a financial company by the name of Financial Outliers. And what I do is I provide financial services of information dealing with awareness, literacy, and curated events. Right now, I will be doing 12 events throughout the year. They're all going to be virtual, and they deal with different aspects under the financial umbrella. Just to give you a brief synopsis of that, that's going to be stuff like estate planning, getting ready for making sure you don't have your stuff caught up in probate court, all the way down to different types of business, what I call business solutions, things for people to launch their business and know what they're doing in certain areas. Now, it also even includes cryptocurrency stuff. But the reason that I started this is because my whole life, since I was 9 years old, I've always provided people with information to help them win. And when I fell into understanding what my purpose was, I ran from it for a really long time because I felt like God had the wrong person. When I finally accepted what my life was to be for living out my call, And that is to connect people to the type of information that helps them win financially. So they find their leverage points so that they have that ultimate goal of time and financial freedom. The key to this is my mother, and this is not to get dark, but it really all connects to it. My mother died at the age of 39 from suicide, from depression, of how she lived her life in relationships. And because I saw the way that my mother lived her life, it caused me, I'm 53, and it caused me for about 52, 51 years to live in fear of dying. What I realized was my mother never lived her life really relevant, and I was afraid of dying, living irrelevant, dying being irrelevant in the world, not leaving my mark on society like I know God wanted me to. When I embraced building this company and building what it's going to look like and do, my whole life changed, and I began to embrace what I was doing and my calling. That fear of dying irrelevant totally went away. So for me, it's a very passionate thing, and for me, it's something that I must do, and I work on it every day. And so that is why I'm in this space. That is what I'm doing. And I know that I'm going to help people set a lot of bondage around their finances in different areas free. And that's me. That's Kim.
Woo! That was power right there. Oh my goodness, my sister, that was powerful. Oh, this room is on fire. Greg, you better take it and calm it down. You better cool it down. Greg, you done asked that 100K question right there. Oh, and with that note, the king himself has actually arrived in the room. The man, Mr. 10K. Sean himself has made an appearance. So we got to step down right now.
Say hello.
Yeah.
I just dropped in and said hello. I did not even know you guys still had the room going on. But I'm happy to see everyone connecting, having conversation. That's what it's all about. And, if ever I'm not here, guys, you guys are fully in control. Whatever you want to do, I'm always good with it. Once we achieve the first hour, after that, the commitment was achieved. Anything that happens after that, is just a bonus, okay? Just want to put that out there.
Oh, sounds good. We just turned it into the Shark Tanker room.
There we go. Gus, welcome to the family, Gus.
Hey, Gus.
Guys, let's officially welcome Gus.
Yay! Thank you, Gus. Oh, I'm not connected to my sound system. Let me go hook it up.
There you go. There's that there goes the sound effect now. Let me go connect Gus's short link now.
How you guys doing?
What's up, fam?
Yes. Welcome.
Hi, Gus. Welcome.
Hey, so I'm a real estate agent up in the state of Maine, and I met, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Yes.
All right, so I met 10K. I met 10K this morning, and he really laid it into me that I should have business cards. I never thought about having business cards. I do a lot of business, so it's not like I'm a newbie or anything along those lines, but it does make sense. I like how the platform is with the 10K cards. So I've already, I've got some new clients from lead generation, and I sent, the link out to them. So I'm just appreciative to be here, and I got a few more questions down the line, so hopefully I could get some answers when those times come.
What question do you foresee you have right now, my brother?
So, with the card, now I sent the link to them from the website that you sent me. Is that the number one way to do it, or is there another way to do it?
Okay, so we're creating gus10k.com for you. GUS10k.com. Is your last name Ofili, Ofili?
Yes, sir.
Bingo. So I also got gusofili.com. Let me just verify. 1 second. Because I just connected gus10k.com for you. So let's do something like this. You have an iPhone or a Samsung?
You asked me this before, and I'm ashamed to say my answer, but I'm gonna say it anyways. I got a Galaxy.
Oh God damn it! I was trying to help you out, man. All right, click on your card and then click on your menu. The reason I love the iPhone is that there's so much more we can do with the card when you have the iPhone. But click on open up your card for a second. Let me know when you're there.
All right. Yep. I believe I'm there.
Okay, so go to the top right corner of your screen. You should have either 3 dots or 3 lines. Which one is it for you?
So at GusOphilly.com or GusOphilly10.com?
No. Open up your card. Just open up your card, my brother. The card, the link that you got, the link that I sent to on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
That link.
Yeah, I don't have the three dots on the top right.
No, when you open up your card, the card from the link, the 10,000 cards link, did you open up that link?
Yes.
Okay, while you're looking at your digital card, towards the top right corner, you'll actually have 3 dots or 3 lines. It's your menu bar.
Oh, for my own Internet Explorer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got you. Okay, yes.
Okay, so click on that and then choose the option that says add to home screen.
Okay.
And then click on add. Let me know when you add it to the home screen there, brother.
Yeah, done.
Done? Okay, so now it sits on your home screen like an app. That's correct?
Yes.
So if you ever want to share your card with someone, just click on your face and your card pops up. And if you click on the button that says share my card, you can send it via text message, email, or any of those options. You can also click the button that says scan my card and your QR code pops up. When your QR code pops up and anyone point their smartphone to the QR code, your card is going to pop up on their phone. Are you there?
Yes.
You got it or no?
Yes, I got it.
All right. So good news for you now. GusOphilly.com is now connected. Gus10k.com is now connected. So if you want to share your website, if you click on Gus10, if you click on Gus Ophelia, they'll find you. Yep. Let me take this quick conference call. I'll be right back, guys.
And Gus, now that you're part of our family, you automatically get sound effects.
I appreciate it.
And that's what happens when you get a 10K card.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. Welcome to the family. Hey, Joey, King Joey, how are you?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Oh, great. I was like, oh, he might be in a meeting. Oh, it's so good to see you. How's it going?
Doing good. Just relaxing. Just I saw this notification come up. I just wanted to pop in and say hello to everybody.
Thank you.
Hi. How are you?
Hi, Joy. I'm kind of still stuck a little bit on after Kimmy spoke because I can't believe any of the women on this stage is over 25. So I'm just.
Let's just say Kimmy and I are the same age. Kimmy might have me by a little bit, so she could technically be my big sister. But we close. We right there together.
Y'all look very youthful. Like when you said your age, I was like looking at the picture, like what? I need to know what you're eating. Just help.
Why, thank you, King. Thank you so much for that. I for one, really, really trying, especially having a granddaughter now. So my granddaughter is almost 4 years old.
Aw, the babies. We love the babies. And they're still babies. I tell everyone, if they're 5 or under, I'm going to call them babies.
That's right. That's right. I wish I could still call my son baby, but he's almost 30. So, yeah.
Oh, no. That does not go away. I have a 30-year-old as well. And I'm like, bend down, because you know I'm vertically challenged. And let me pinch your dimples. It's coming. Like, Mom, I'm a grown man. Not when you're my baby.
That is true. No matter how old you are, you're always going to be a baby for Mom. I know that from my...
You know, I got upset with my mom. I was like, Mom, you know I'm 50 now. Why you talking to me like that? She's like, you know what, honey, I forgot that you were 50. And she's like, I'm so sorry, you're still my little girl. I said, oh, I know. I'll always be your little girl. So, yeah,
so that
young too.
That helps me to understand the mindset, the possible mindset of my mom, because I have to remind her, like, are you kidding me? Are you serious right now? Mama, do you know I'm 45 years old? She's like, yeah, I know how old you are. I know. So it's like, you have to consistently remind them. I have one of those Hubbard moms who's like always trying to check and make sure everything is okay with me. And I also think that it has a lot to do with the fact that, when they know you, sometimes more than you know yourself. And they can relate to a lot of the, situations and trials and different struggles and even traumas that you've gone through in your life. So they're always trying to make sure that you're okay, knowing that, knowing what they know about their own child or their own adult child, so they try to make sure that they're being someone like a parent that's on the side cheering for you. And it's what I try to do with my son. Even though he's 30, I still try to just kind of move to the side and not be a hover mom or a helicopter mom, but just to be there to kind of cheer him on and sit on the sidelines and wait until that question comes where Mom, can I talk to you? Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Talk to me.
Oh, yes, I understand. I do 100%. And I have a 20-year-old, 20-something-year-old, and he's actually 28. Oh my goodness, he'll be 30 soon. But he's very young at heart, and he's one of those. He's kind of like me. You can't tell his age. People always think he's like a teenager. Like, no, he's grown. But we were talking about that very thing, and I said, you know what? Enjoy your youth while you can, because it is over so quickly. And my mother, I was basically the parent of my parents growing up, because they just didn't quite have it all together.
Yep, I know the feeling. I've been there too.
So when I hit, I would say 40-something, 45, that's when my mother really stepped up to be the mom, because I think it hit her. I don't have any more time. So I let her, baby on me when she wants to, because I realized that she recognizes that, she missed out on some things. But and it's all good. It's all good. I received the love. Mr. Sean 10K is back. Okay, continue with your training with Keisha. Let me get off the line. Okay, he might be in another room.
Guys, hey, guys. What's up, guys? Oh, sorry. It's my turn. Where were we now, guys?
Are you finished helping Mr. Gus? Oh. He was asking a question about where he can link his card.
Oh, very good. What's up, Gus? We're back again. Gus, you're there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so a few things now. Step one, do you normally do a lot of Zoom calls?
It slowed down quite a bit, but yeah, I still do Zoom calls.
All right, so one of the suggestions I want to make to you and everyone in the room, whenever you're on Zoom, instead of putting your first name, last name, I would put my website on it. So for you can either put gus10k.com or gusophili.com. Because my thing is this, I do not want to waste a moment when it comes to marketing. Knowing my name is cool, but actually doing something with my name is better. Okay, you follow me on that one?
Yes, sir.
That's it. So with regards to that, I would enter my website as my what you call this thing, the Zoom name. That's number one. Number two, on Instagram, if you go to edit profile where the website should be, and you put you can put gus10k.com. Here's why I love the 10k.com for this platform, guys. Step one,
It gives us branding. It gives us market space. That's number one. Number two, when someone look at your name, just looking at the app and they see Gus, ultimately there are going to be so many 10k.com on Clubhouse that if someone type Gus10k.com, chances are they're going to find you. Because the ultimate mindset is, okay, how do I learn more about Gus? Gus10k.com. So whenever you see me on any room, my brother, that's the one message I'm pushing. So you have Gus10k.com, Katina10k.com, Greg10k.com. And for Greg, I think we got Greg G10k. I'm not even sure which one it is. But once we do the upgrade for Greg, I'll let you guys know exactly what that one is. The YCEO is the YCEO.com or the YCEOcard.com. So the goal is to find a way to brand yourself on the platform, guys. So that's what I normally focus on. So add it to all your social media profiles. That's going to be a good help for you. Even your signature of your email. You can even put the link to your digital card into the signature of your email as well. So when you send someone an email, your signature is also there with the digital card. Is that in any way helpful for you guys?
Yes, of course, sir.
Any additional question?
No, I should be good for now, but you may not like this, but I don't have an IG.
You don't have an IG? My condolences again, man. God damn it. The only reason I'm making funny with that one, how the heck would you be in Clubhouse without IG? When you're on Clubhouse, one of the best ways to connect to others is through your IG, okay? So you may want to consider opening up Instagram.
Gotcha.
Even if it's just a blank Instagram page, just so others can connect with you, that'd be pretty cool. And then once you open up that, then you can put your Gus10k.com in it. On your Clubhouse bio, I'm looking at your Clubhouse bio right now. You may want to put contact me via either Gus10k.com, or if I were you, I'll put both of them. I'll put Gus10k.com and I'll put GusOphili.com, because both of them lead to the same place.
Okay.
Omnipresence, baby. All right, that's it. Any immediate need for me at the moment, guys, or I'm good to go? Kimmy, what's the story with Kimmy? Kimmy, what's up? What's good? Let me check my history here with Kimmy. Kimmy, how are you? Whoa. Kimmy with a great smile. What's up?
Sorry about that. I was running. I'm good.
Okay, that's good.
How are you, my king brother?
I'm absolutely amazing. How do you like the card? We didn't have much information on you, but how do you like the card that we did for you?
Listen. That's okay. I'll be really honest with you. I have not had a chance to do it because I was helping my daughter move. I just finished today. So it is definitely on my radar. So please forgive me. Listen, I already know who to be your customer, so it doesn't even matter.
I love it. You take your time, Queen. Whenever you're ready, reach out to us. We got you covered, no problem, okay?
Thank you, my king brother.
You got it. All right, is everyone else in the room good? Is it Katina? Katina, what's happening? Katina with a big smile.
What's going on, King? How are you? Good to speak with you again.
I'm always chilling. You know, you look like 21. God damn, you still a healthy smile. You still a healthy smile will have you age gracefully.
Oh, I tell you, it's a process. It is a process, but I truly appreciate that word. I was supposed to be gone, probably about 10 or 15 minutes ago. I said I was going to be going, but you know how it gets. This room has just been one of the best rooms that I've been in today, so I have just been stuck here.
Love it.
Yeah.
That's when you cultivate good people, my dear. You cultivate good people; they'll always be there to represent you.
Absolutely.
You know?
Absolutely. And I appreciate the information that's been given in this room. It's been a plethora of information from one topic to the next. And that's what's, kept me here. Just not only the information alone, but just the hearts that are behind the information that's been given. So the people, it's a conglomerate of just good juices of flow, information, energy, heart space, all of it all together. So I'm truly enjoying this.
Appreciate it, my dear. Anything we can do to add value, just let us know. We're all on the same page, okay? You is in the building. You, what's up, fam? Any question while I'm here?
No, I'm doing great though. I'm doing excellent. I've gotten a whole lot of jewels when you weren't here.
Love it.
Greg, everyone from Greg.
Love it. But make sure you put those jewels into action, okay?
Yeah, man. Definitely.
Whenever I come around and I'm asking questions, I'm looking for answers. So getting the jewels are cool, but putting them into action, that's a whole different ballgame. Okay, my brother?
Yes, that's.
You got it. Shireen is in the house. Shireen, anything before I exit the room? The room belongs to the rest of the mods. I'm just chilling.
Oh, no, just wanted to come in and say hello to everyone.
You got it, Queen Shireen. All right, guys. I'm on mute. If you guys, whatever you guys decide to do, the room. Greg, how's everything going, Greg? All right, Greg is probably actually doing some work in the background. That's good. All right, guys. The room is here for you guys to enjoy. Tiffany, what do you want to do to the room so far, my dear? Oh, Tiffany. Tiffany in the building?
Oh, I'm here. I was I was actually on another page responding. Yes, I'm here. I'm gonna reset the room because I'm about to head out, but I'm still gonna be here because Queen Shireen has joined, and Greg asked a really, really, really loaded question. I'm excited about his question. It was powerful.
What's the question? Let me hear you.
Greg.
Do you remember, Greg, you still there, brother? Okay, do you remember his question?
But what he asked everyone is basically, in a nutshell, what is your why? And what made you choose your why? And what is that purpose behind the why? It was very deep. It really is in a nutshell the why.
Nice. I love that. I love that.
Powerful.
And what was your why before I get off?
Oh, absolutely. He said, what drew you here and why are you doing what you're doing? And I think it probably goes to say the amount of time I actually spend in this room, even though I'm multitasking. Monday is my day where I can really just kind of do what I want to do. So, I choose to give back because it's in me, because I have been so blessed to have so many powerful mentors in my life that I perhaps didn't even deserve. God just opened the opportunity and allowed people to see so much favor. And I'm just like, wow.
I'm gonna challenge something you just said, because I can't have a good queen run away the wrong point. You just said something I didn't deserve. So I just want to share with you. I want to share something. I want to share something here with you, Queen. And this is for everyone on the stage. For everyone on the stage. You, who the fuck? Oh. So you deserve everything good that comes your way. This is number one. Number two, any quote unquote bad situation that you found yourself in, God is the one who put you in that position so you can be in service of others. I want to say it slowly so you can really marinate inside of you, my dear. You may think you're doing something, you may think you're making a mistake, but remember the God that we serve already know the path in front of us. The God that we serve already know exactly what's in front of us. So, sorry to say it, but you're not walking into anything. God is placing you into everything. So when he places you into something, be still, be in the moment, let him work through you. And when he's finished working through you, get out there and tell your fucking testimony. Does that sound good, Tiffany?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay, so Queen, again, you deserve every fucking thing that comes your way. And the only way you can really open up yourself to that is this. You know what? I tell people I don't feel pain anymore. They think I'm fucking crazy. But this is why I don't feel pain anymore. I understand that God is using me. I understand that He's taking my steps. So that's why anyone get all in their fucking feelings with a cuss language. Guys, I'm just cussing. I'm not fucking cursing. I'm uplifting. So when I use my little cuss word, get out of your goddamn feelings and understand what I'm trying to say. Because sometimes you have to disturb people, and when you disturb them, they can be like, okay, you know what? This guy's trying to say something. Is that cool, Tiffany?
It's powerful. I don't know why people are so bothered by your language. It has never bothered me, not once.
No, I know it doesn't. That's one of the reasons why we can rock together. That's one of the reasons we can rock together, because at the end of the day, you can only get to enjoy me if you can actually see me for who I am. Okay, and what I am is beyond the fucking words that I choose to use. I purposely use these words for a reason. I do not like sensitive fucking people. So what I do, I try to push them away from me by using my language. Like, oh, I can't handle that. Good. Go somewhere else. You know why? Because I need someone else around me to be themselves without fucking judgment. So if someone is gonna hang around me long enough and they can put up with this bullshit, they'll put up with anyone else's story and anyone else's quote unquote downfall. So God is ordaining every step. There's no mistake that you think you're making. Sorry. I'm sorry, as good as you are, Tiffany, you're not that good. God is in control.
Oh, don't apologize. I'm cool.
Wait, did I apologize? The fuck?
You did. You said you were sorry, but I know you didn't mean it though.
Wait. Let me see.
I'm like, sorry, no.
Or maybe I'm sorry for your thought process. God damn it. It's so funny, right? It's so funny. I was in a room one day and a woman was all up in her fucking feelings. And she's like, oh, I think you should apologize. I said, young lady, I'm going to tell you something like this, right? Because she walked into one of my coaching rooms. And the purpose of my coaching room is to get you uncomfortable. So you're going to take some actions. I said, young lady, let me ask you something to you. The only fucking woman I apologize to is my wife, whether I'm right or wrong. Because I'm not in this house to be fucking right. I'm in this house to be happy. So even if I'm wrong, I'll tell my goddamn wife, oh, God, you know what? I'm sorry. I didn't see that way. I'm just trying to get laid. God damn it. You think I'm gonna be wrong? You think I'm gonna be wrong? You think I'm gonna be right? I'll go prove to her that I'm right when I'm ready for something. She's like, well, I'm the wrong one. No, so I'm keeping it real, man. Honey, the sky was yellow and I thought it was blue. Oh man, I don't know where I went from. I should have listened to you. She's like, okay, you see, he's very obedient. Now let me reward him. God damn it. I think the sky was yellow in the beginning.
When I hear you speak, even with all that you said, all I hear is somebody who cares enough to speak up and say something. And you always got to keep it real. Always.
I can't do anything else, my dear. And I inspire everyone actually to do the very same thing, okay? Because if you're not going to keep it that way, man, I don't know what to tell you. That's it. I see Greg was off. Greg, you still in the building?
Yeah, I just came back. Sorry. I jumped in and you were rambling how you're the all-knowing except when it comes to the wife, and then all of a sudden
you get that shit. You get that shit right, my brother. You get that shit right. You know, we bought a cup for our son. No need for Google. My mom knows everything. Yes,
with my wife, I look at it like this. She'll be telling me something, and my brain's going, all right, Greg, you can take this two different ways, buddy. You can dig in and say hell no, or you can take the path of least resistance. So I think I'm the smarter one now because I take the path of least resistance and go, you know what, baby, you're right.
Smart guy.
The sky's yellow.
Yes, exactly. The contact that she got you, God damn it, because she knew you would have needed. She knew you would have needed those contacts to actually color the sky if you can process it correctly. Yeah, but it's all good, man. Look, at the end of the day, life is not that complicated. Let's stop fighting to be right and start fighting to be happy. And if you fight, if the goal is happiness, guess what? You don't even have to fight. Just fucking agree. Shit. Everyone have a different lens that they look through. And if we don't understand the lens you're looking through, share it with us by encouraging them. And how do we encourage them? By agreeing with the things we don't understand through appreciation. Does that make any sense, guys?
Absolutely.
That's it.
You got that right. Absolutely. Now back to me answering my question. I was trying to be all sensitive and everything.
Yeah, I don't know if you thought this was a safe fucking place, but okay, carry on.
I forgot.
Getting all emotional up in here.
It's not a safe space. Well, anyway, God has just been so good to me and opened doors. Because the thing is, when I look back at it, it's hard for me to even believe some of the stuff I've done. I'm like, I had the nerve to do that. But the thing is, I also know that because those doors were open for me, just from the beginning, because of God's favor and his hand on me, and someone saw that in me, that, okay, we're going to bless her with the crown. Because I used to believe that there was an angel, seriously, around me who was doing this stuff. I'm like, I can't make this stuff up. This has to be God.
Thank God the room is so small. You remember when you share... You remember when you share your birthday with me, Tiffany?
Yes.
I just want to know something very serious, Tiffany, and this is actually where one of my superpowers and one of my confidence come from. You know, when I meet someone, I know exactly how to connect with them, and this is not manipulation. This is just understanding. When you see a woman, you treat a woman like a woman. When you see a baby, you treat a baby like a baby. When you see a teenager, you treat a teenager. So I understand the different dynamics. When you shared your birthday with me, I know that you're coming from a place of love and you are a strong leader. Understanding the numbers is very powerful, guys. And one of the things that I'm going to do with my community is actually start having rooms where we're actually discussing those features with individuals. I'm going to actually start discussing what the different numbers mean and where it can take you and how you can use it. Like, take a look at this. For an example, Greg, when is your birthday? I remember we did it with Tiffany already. When is your birthday, Greg?
My birthday is April 4th.
Okay, that's number 4. Right, so 426.
No, 20.
Right. Okay.
And 77.
77 hours. So 77 is now equals to 72 is 14 and 115, that's 6. Listen to it. So I want to really embrace what I'm going to share here with you now, Greg. So step 1, you have natural communication skills. So anything that you're working on, your mind is always going to be, okay, how can I best present this product? That's already in your blueprint. That's already in your genes. That's already in your DNA. That's number 1. Number 2, you're competitive as heck. Just good is never good enough for you. The worst thing someone can do to you is to try to give you some half-work stuff, some half-done stuff, and try to make you believe it's okay. It's not going to be okay. And the third thing as well, you're a very loyal dude. Whenever you're working on something or you're for someone and they betray you, you take that shit personal because you're not one to go and betray other people. Am I on track so far?
I'm liking it. Keep going.
But there's a challenging side that you're gonna have to look into. I would want to believe when you were younger, whenever someone crossed you, Greg, you were willing to take them to fucking hell immediately. You would calculate all the many ways that you can pay them back for whatever they did to you. But then as you grow older and you mature, you should understand that it's all in the hands of God. That's number 1. Number 2, we are only responsible for our karma and no one else. I'll say this again nice and slow, because the moment we subscribe to this, we'll stop taking on the responsibility of other people. We are only responsible for our karma and no one else. Not even your kids, guys. The most we can do to others is inspire them, give them the information, but what happens thereafter, it's on each individual. So for business, Greg, you're going to be perfect because you're not going to let up. You're going to fucking fight until you win. Also, most importantly, you're going to get paid. Greg is not someone that you're not going to want to fucking pay. Let me put it to you that way. If you do something, you're going to want to make it right with him. Because if he's your friend, he's good. But if he's not your friend, you can have a different problem that you don't exactly want to deal with. How do we measure up so far, Greg?
Pretty good. And what's funny is that you mentioned you're someone that's a fighter, but then, or you used to be, and the room that you walked into, they heard a little story from me, but about me not going off on the guy that honked. I think, well, it's funny because the room doesn't know this, but I got kicked out of 6 different schools when I was young.
I believe you.
For fighting and all kinds of stuff. And they probably heard a story where I didn't do any kind of combative measures. And so, mature, right? You start off like really feisty, and then, you get humbled, and then it changes. And also to note, if anyone doesn't pay me, I found my collector right next to me, Tiffany.
Right.
So,
Here's another thing, Greg. Here's another thing to Greg, just for you to know, man. And I want you to hear me carefully with what I'm going to share with you. I just shared with Tiffany everything that she has been through in her life. This is just my observation and my opinion. I stand to be corrected. Give me 1 second. What's up? I found a result.
Okay, I'm gonna sneak in and finish my story while he's talking.
Don't worry. No, leave it on. My son, I can only focus on one thing, guys. and he would come into my presence and stand up. I know he's in my peripheral, and I can't get rid of him until I speak to him. Sean, text me, text me, man. The affiliate is for the promo card. Believe the MBN on the RDRs now. Oh, okay. Yeah. So getting back. So Greg, here's what I want to shout you out. Here's what I want to shout you out for Greg, and I want to hear this one carefully. It is my honest belief that God passes through different situations, circumstances to help the lives of others. And when we share with others, only then can they have a much better shot at going through certain situations much faster. Because if we can help people to go through what we have been through much faster, they can get to live more. Would you agree? Would you agree, Greg? If they become a little more enlightened about situations that we have experienced, by us sharing our experience, I do believe that they can get to enjoy more out of life. Because the less time they're going to be spent with the roadblocks that we have been through, they can probably get over those roadblocks much faster and get to experience more sides of life. Would you agree with that so far, Greg, or no?
No, I do. I do agree.
So my thing is this: if we can expose the younger generation to everything that we have been through, so that they can get to move forward a little more, they can come back with a little more results out of life, and that's what I think it should be. Okay.
We hear you. Yes.
So my thing is, live your life so that someone else can benefit from your experience, guys. And based on your experience, they can go out there and they can have a much better life, because they'll be privy to yours, combined with their personal experiences, and then boom, there goes the next level. That's a little drop that I want to add in.
Hello, Sean.
Thank you, Mr. 10K. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Hugh.
Go ahead, Hugh. I'm here.
No, Tiffany, I can wait. You have something to say. I can wait.
No, I'm good. Greg, you're good. Greg, you're all good there. But okay, so just to finish up with Greg, guys.
Good.
I normally give a lot of credit to guys like Greg as he gets older. This is why. His nature is to be a badass. And either A, he can feed into his nature, or B, he can start making the gradual change that's more helpful to the overall picture. So when guys like Greg is actually doing great things in the world, I applaud him, because that's a work, Greg. That's a conscious work. Because naturally, your natural default language, I'm gonna fuck shit up. You feel me?
Yeah.
So when you choose to do good, man, as I said, that's a fucking choice. People like me and Tiffany, because of a particular number that we have within us, we have that inner guide to know when we're on track and when we're off track. And for you to fight against the quote unquote devil on your shoulder from time to time, that shit takes work, bro. So you need to really claim and applaud yourself for the success that you achieved in life. Because success only comes from doing the right stuff. Okay, that's it, man.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, the devil on the shoulder is like the struggle, like for sure. Because sometimes, there's this show. I'm sure you've all heard of it, Family Guy, right? And in one episode, there was the main character, Peter. He's got to make this decision to do bad or good, and then it's a cartoon, so a little angel pops up on his shoulder, or a little devil pops up on one side of his shoulder. He's like, "Hey, buddy, you know you got to do that, right?" He's like, "I don't know," and he's like, "No, you got to do that." And then he looks over at his other shoulder, and the angel's not there. And he's like, "Where's the other guy?" And then they flash to the other guy, and he's stuck in traffic. He's honking. He's got his angel outfit on. He's like, "Come on, I got to be somewhere." That is like, that's a tough one. You know what I mean? So I'm wired to respond, but yeah, like I also have been humbled, so I do, I also think a lot before I respond now, and try to be at least as many steps as I can ahead of it, so I don't shoot myself in the foot, because really your worst enemy is you. Like, I could be here and say, I'm gonna bash, Sean, and I'm gonna do reviews all over stuff and just be like, this is horrible. I can't even do as much damage as he could do to himself, and nobody could damage me more than I could damage myself. So I operate from those core beliefs. Like, look, I'm my own worst enemy. I could clearly fuck this up in a snap of a finger, but that's not what I want. Like, I got to get after it. I got to go, keep pushing forward. And for a long time, I had to like train my brain to adjust to not caring about money. You know what I mean? Like, all right, like I'm not after money anymore. I mean, I was when I got out of this hole, but now I'm like, it is what it is. And really, when anyone comes from struggle, you can make it every time. Like if you made it this far and you came from a struggle, that's the one thing someone can't take from you. So they can knock you down to zero. And you know what? You've already proven you can come back up every time. So what the fuck do you care? Like, bring it. But it also makes you fearless to take new opportunities and do what you need to do and to make things happen. But I don't even know I went on that tangent. Thanks for getting that started, though, Sean.
No, that was freaking awesome, man. And Greg, the fact that you mentioned you don't work for money anymore, and I hear that emotions coming out of you, right? I want to listen to what I'm gonna, and I'm just hoping the whole room hear what I'm gonna say right now. Approximately 2 months ago, I was literally offered a multi-billion-dollar deal to take 10KCARDS global, and but attached to that deal, the asking was a white CEO and a white financial controller. And Greg, there's one formula that I live by. It's on my deathbed, all the money I'm going to give it away anyway. It's not a problem. But the question is, what will I be known for? What will I be known for? And if I can't write my own fucking story, I'm not interested, bro. I'm not involved. For 1 week, I had to literally be on the app, but I couldn't open up rooms because I'm now entering the name of the company into a partnership. And I had to be very aware, PR work and all this kind of bullshit. And bro, for that week, I was just like, I looked at the contract for a week and I'm like, I'm good, bro. I'm good. Because over the next 10 years, I'm going to organically grow this fucking brand so huge that's going to become one of those things that's too big to fail. It'll become one of those things that you don't even know how to fucking find me, much less to try to fucking dismantle me. Because it's going to become a part of everyone. It's going to become a household brand. So anyone here on stage? Right.
Grow it so big that you end up buying that guy out.
Between me and you, bro, that guy can't even fucking afford my energy anymore. Let me put it that way. Although he's a billionaire, his morals are so fucking pure. Sorry. I don't even know how the hell he sleep at nights. Because he literally ended up buying a hotel out on an island in Europe. So anyone that have to kind of like run and hide and live that fucking man, look, I like to be free. You can pass me on the street, Greg, you wouldn't even know it's me, man. Regular guy, t-shirt. Sometimes I just put on some flip-flops just for the fun of it. I walk around like a regular ass dude. Sometimes I don't even shave for like a month or so.
Typical millionaire. Millionaire.
I wouldn't even shave or so. So when I'm walking and I'm passing, he'll be like, okay, who's this guy? And I just like doing that kind of cool stuff, Greg.
You don't wear a shirt that at least says 10KCARDS?
Bro, I own like 50 of the fucking shirts, right? I'll go to a Marnie Exchange, right?
On Instagram,
I'll go to a Marnie Exchange, right? And buy the fucking shirts and go print the name of the QR code on them. My son said, with that, you're putting, I said, no. AX is actually lucky that 10K is actually going on their fucking name. And they would say, wait, even if you're going out, Sean, would you wear that shirt? Bro, I wear my shirt every goddamn. Okay, everywhere. Let someone just ask me what's 10K. And we're going to step further. The commissions now, we partner up with payments, and we're going to be getting the payment debit card. And that's how we're going to start selling out the commission. But the payment debit card will also be branded 10KCARDS. When it comes to branding, guys, I promise you, I kind of know a little thing about it. That's it.
Yeah, it definitely looks like it.
Wow, I'm blown away. That's amazing. I love it.
I heard someone say a while back, it doesn't matter, and this goes to what you were talking about, Sean. It doesn't matter how many billions you leave when you die, and you have all these billions, right, that you've left here. Nobody's gonna remember how much money you had. They're gonna remember what value you brought to the earth, what value you brought to
this life that you live, what value you brought to the people who witness you in existence. Nobody cares how much money you have, but it's the value that you've left with the rest of the world.
1,000,000% queen. And here's what I would tell everyone here on stage and in the audience. I don't care what business you're planning on starting. If you can't collaborate with someone else, do it by yourself. Because if you're going to take a loan from someone, you will become a slave to that loan. When people come and tell me how they can do fund this, fund that fund, I'm like, hey man, I'm good. Because at the end of the day, when you start working for money, you're in trouble. You are in trouble. When you own your skills and you're okay with taking a little longer to get to the finish line, that's how you're gonna win. Just double down on your strengths every day, guys. You'll be fine.
I completely agree, and I've heard this philosophy elsewhere, but money is basically, you're better off keeping it this way. Money being the byproduct of your relationships. So relationships first, and the byproduct of the being someone good to be in a relationship with is the money. So if you focus just on the relationships, the money will come. It's a byproduct. But if as soon as you transition and shift that energy to money, you shoot yourself in the foot. And it's not just me saying this. You could look at studies, you can look at all kinds of stuff. Me, Mr. Number Guy, I've read some fascinating stories, heard some fascinating downfalls, and that seems to be the common thread.
No, I agree with you, Greg. I've heard the exact same thing. I've read the exact same thing. And it's all about where your energy is coming from, that mindset. Where is it coming from? What's your goal? What are you trying to do? What's your intention? So that when those intentions are set, it's what causes the universe to shift in terms of the law, right? The law of attraction, law of simplification, law of different things. So we have to be very, very mindful and careful of what our intentions are, because that's what's going to, shape where things flow, intentionally or unintentionally.
Powerful.
I really hope I get to meet you guys in person.
You already did. Hugh. I want you to pull yourself out of your human state and fall into your appreciation state. When you fall into appreciation state, my man, you connect to everything all at once. Just think about that for a second. All right? Just think of it for a second.
I wanted to say something right quick to Greg. Greg, back to your point when you were speaking about, money is the byproduct of the relationships that you develop. I so agree with what you're saying. There's a saying that I'm sure that everyone has heard of: your network equals your net worth. And that's really what you're saying, Greg, and so when we do that, that's one of the reasons that I love to hear Sean speak, and I want to always be in his room as much as I can, because he gets the concept of us networking in a bubble. We're making millionaires, and I can see it happening. We're gonna have a day when we all are celebrating each other from the millions that we've made just from the connections that we're establishing here in these rooms. And so I just want to say, Greg, you're right on point with that.
Yeah, and even meeting Sean and this group, I know that relationship, I like his vibe. I didn't actually connect with him due to any kind of business reason. I met him from something that was just more of a ethos and principle discussion. But he's throwing at me, oh, you can make money. And to be honest, I can make money with or without him, but I would rather do it with him. You know what I mean? Because if he comes up, I come up, and if I come up, he comes up, and that's that's what you have to do. Find the right people that you connect with to say, let's do this shit. What do you want to do? Let's go. What's the turn time? Let's go. But landing on a connection or partner that you can actually achieve that with is that's the process. That's the harder process of the two.
Powerful. Powerful, everybody. One of the things I love about this room is it's full of action takers. In a lot of spaces where people make a lot of plans and they just never step out on those plans in the private sector. And I'm so impressed by being in here because we're action takers and follow-uppers and follow-throughers. Because to me, the biggest annoyance I ever have is when someone says they're going to do something and then they fail to take action or they don't set a timeline. Because, you know, I'm one of those action kind of people. Like, tell me what I need to do and I'm going to do it as fast as I can because I'm ready to level up. I'm ready to go. Let's do this. And I think you have to strike while the iron is hot. But you know what the studies show? Only 1 to 2% of people take action on any information they've been given. Yes,
Quick question, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. No, because I'm in the gym. I'll lose signal for like 30 seconds or so. So take a look at this. Greg said something that was so powerful. Guys, I made a conscious decision that I will only do business with people who I like. I'll say this again slowly. I will only do business with people I like. If I can close my eyes and I can think of you and I'm feeling any form of tension in my body, that fucking business relationship is over. You can keep everything. Okay? Because the stress that's coming from that partnership does not belong to me. I don't want that shit. So this is why, and the only reason I'm saying this out loud, because someone might be thinking, what's the formula for starting a partnership or starting a collaboration? I would say first, try to find someone you vibe with. Try to find someone you connect with. Because making money, guys, if I wanted to be greedy, take a look at this. If I want to be greedy, I can focus on making the money by myself, sell the car for $9.99 a month, and all this kind of stupid shit. But the reality of the situation is I'm not including my clients. So if I want to include my clients and bring them into a partnership, that's why we started the partnership program. Because for that 20%, guys, if done correctly, you will know the kind of numbers that we can run if done correctly, guys. But it all comes to how you market yourself. When I made a decision to do that 20%, is I said, okay, Sean, it's time for omnipresence. Omnipresence. And the only way to do omnipresence, you have to take care of everyone around you. And that's what that 20% do, in my opinion. What's your feedback on that one, Greg?
Yeah, that one's hard to refute, actually, because I completely agree. It doesn't, I don't know. After my last comment, I said the hardest part of the process is finding that partner. Because it's true. Like I've been doing this and, doing what I do, and I've had, by the grace of God, luck in it. But I've also made a lot of mistakes, with partners or whatever, and I knew it from the start. Just like you mentioned, I knew it from the start. Like, man, this is gonna fizzle, or this person's intentions are different, or this person's outcome that they're looking for is different. But I went ahead with it anyway. Even if you don't align with Sean or me, you should still execute that same action and find someone that you do align with, for the sake of just synergy. You know what I mean? I mean, there's definitely going to be someone out there for you. But you really hit the nail on the head there. I agree wholeheartedly.
I'm glad you shared that. I did the same thing before once, and that's kind of what stopped me from moving forward in my business because we were not aligned. And he was like, you just name your price. It was one of those. I said, well, I don't have a price because I don't think about money from that perspective, and no one's ever going to own me or my brand, whatever that may be, because I feel like that's for me to control. I'm the one bringing all of this to the table. And, it really does muck up the water when someone shares that perspective with you, especially after you've gone into business with them, assuming that they have your best interest at heart. And that's why naivete is never a good thing. And that's why you have to vet people. And at the end of the day, I said, no, I don't want to be in this partnership. And he was like, no, you can't leave. I said, yes, I can. Our partnership agreement says I can, and I'm out because our integrity does not align. And too many people are asking me about your integrity. Why is that? what bridges have you burned? I cannot do this because I don't have time for it. So it really is important. And it wasn't about resources. The resources were unlimited. If I could name my price. But there was a consequence to entering into business with someone who doesn't have that same level of integrity, and I knew it would cost me in the long run. And so I walked away. Everybody could think I'm foolish if they wanted to, but I said, I can't do this because you want to connect with me. Now, don't get it twisted. They're getting something. They want to connect with you so they can be a leech and suck off of you. And then I found out he was throwing my name around because he didn't have any credit for me. But I did. So your name does mean something. Oh, yes, it does. So I agree with Mr. Sean K. It means something. So be careful who you align yourself with, and they have a motivation, especially if they burn some bridges out here. And he had burned a lot. And one of them was with my congressman. I said, you messed around with the best friend of my congressman? Are you insane? No.
There's another one I want to throw there, guys. So let's say, conversation purposes, 6 years ago, I started a partnership with a Jewish guy. When I rolled up, he was making $18,000 a month. Now, I brought a system to this company and knew exactly how to put people together, how to hire them, structure them, and all this kind of good stuff. So, long story short, we grew the company. Now, obviously, even at $18,000 a month, when I got in there, I negotiated strong. Because step one, when I come into a company that's making, it doesn't matter how much you're making, this is how I come and negotiate. You're making $18,000 now. If I can show you how to do $100K a month, are you willing to do a 50-50 split? The answer is no, because they have to pay extra overhead. Okay, great. So what are you looking at? They said, well, if you can do this, I'll do 60-40. 60 for me, 40 for you, because I'm going to take care of all the expenses. I'm not looking at a problem. So I said, okay, so at $100 a month, you'll do 60-40. So what number do you need to see so we can do 55-45? Oh man, and I allow them to belch for that fucking number. When he belched for that number, we structured the way I was actually taking away 45% of gross. And I'll just put it to you guys this way. When I came, he was making $18,000 a month. We started making a $250,000 a month. All right? And the 45% of that shit for 4 years, well, obviously, we didn't grow overnight like this. We started growing incrementally. But 45% of that $250,000 a month was a big fucking deal. But in the end, after 4 years, I made a commitment I was going to work with him for 5 years. But after 4 years of recognizing that this guy had no appreciation for the members within the culture, I was like, nah, man, I can't. I'm great at getting people to take action, guys. I'm great at inspiring people to do great shit. But if the good that you're doing is not being appreciated by the source of the funding or the product, man, I can't look at you in the eyes and say, go do this another day. I just can't. And one of the secrets to my success with our team was I used to secretly pay everyone the difference between the other culture, what the other culture was getting. So when everyone was completely happy, I knew I was paying in the end to make sure that equilibrium was fucking achieved. So he in his mind thought that our people were being underpaid for what they were doing, but I was just paying the cost because the cost of equality to me was more rewarding than the extra money in the account. So when I left, and then Sean was no longer there to fucking stuff event, oh, there was a lot of problems, guys. And then it's when you understood the value of my energy and my involvement. Because if I'm in a partnership, guys, and I'm taking on $10,000 a week, and I see some injustice taking place within, I'm going to make it right to those people, man. But then it's when I left is when everything came to the surface. Like, yo, what is this? What? No, this is not what Sean used to give us. And then everything just blew out of the water, man. So I'm here to tell you guys, live from the heart, know your end goal, and just be true to yourself every goddamn day, man. And always live in such a way that if tomorrow is not promised to you, today was a fucking great thing. You want to say something, Craig?
Yeah, I was gonna say, you see that right there, what that gentleman did in your business relationship. He did exactly what we're talking about. He chose the money over the relationship. And he focused too much on the money. Like, especially if you're dealing with that amount of capital flowing through. I mean, to take a haircut, even if he gave you the 50%, he's still making more than he did, right? Even if he gave you 60%. So that's where the relationship dynamic changes, that he didn't he chose the value of the money more than the relationship. Because if you're spearheading it and he's making money, and then he's like, I need to make more money, you know, and that could jeopardize the relationship between you and him, then he just chose the monetary over the relationship, and that is a problem. God, what was his name? The guy that comes in here, that's a real estate guy. He was on here, but he had said how he treats his VA, his virtual assistant. He treats them like he wants to know how they're doing. He asks them about their day, and you know what? After he said it, I told him, dude, you just called me out on some shit I do, because I'll deal with VAs and they're from another country, and I'm very robotic about it. You know, I'm very like, hey there, this is what I need done. Thank you, whatever. Like, I don't tap into them. You know what I mean? And that, I recognize that on a smaller scale, right? I mean, yours was more on a dollar amount scale, a lot larger than mine, but the principle behind it, I definitely got checked. When was that? Yesterday, the day before that. You know, I did that myself. I don't know that I would do it in a relationship with that much money flowing, but I shouldn't be doing it at all. And talking to that guy that was in this group yesterday, it did check me. But I love that shit. Like, I love getting checked. Like, because then it just makes me better. Like, I like walking in knowing nothing. You know what I mean? Because that means I'm open to learn something. And yesterday I did. He definitely called me out, or, you know, he just said it, but I raised my hand and said, yep, that's me. The guy who's like, do this, do that, and I'll talk to you later. So, yeah, man, I agree, Sean.
You know, at the end of the day, guys, you know, your energy, bro, is invaluable. Your energy is invaluable. With the right energy and the right plan, you can attract any kind of funding you need. So don't ever become a victim of that funding conversation there, man. One of the reasons I actually did the 5-year investment with him is because I do know I was gonna be out there doing what I'm doing right now, and I wanted to be self-funded, because whoever's gonna pay the check is gonna dictate the fucking narrative. And I know I have something that can literally touch and change the lives of others, and I'm gonna use all my energy doing that no matter what it costs me, guys. So when you see me in a room just really flowing and sharing, I don't have to look at the time clock. I don't need to get approval from anyone. If something comes up and it makes sense and it can help someone else, okay, let's do it. Let's do collaboration. So that kind of freedom there, guys, I'm telling you, is priceless. And it's also there for everyone, by the way. No one is absolutely exempt from that shit once you make a decision not to be a part of that exemption. So just believe in yourself. Just focus on always being a good person. You don't know what fuck being a good person means? Read your goddamn Bible. The Bible holds all the secrets to whatever you're looking for, okay? Every great book you ever read, and you go like, that was amazing. Cross-reference what you felt good about, look into the Bible, you'll probably find it there too. Okay? And by the way, if anyone is an avid reader on stage or in the audience, DM me the word Audible, and I'm going to send you access to my Audible account. It has over 1,000 books in there. And I pride myself in buying the best of the best books. If I don't have it in my library, send me the name. I'll add it to the library. Back to you, Greg, Kimmy, Katina, Tiffany, or
Canceling my Audible account.
I don't know why you'd pay for playing hookup with Sean.
Get it back. Get it back. Get it back. That's the new life.
I only have maybe 20 titles. I just signed up. I'm there. You know, I love that. And you know what, ladies? You know, Sean was saying something so powerful, because it reminded me of, you know, people need to be more careful with the bridges that they burn, because typically on their way around the bend again, they typically will come right back to you. There have been people who have pinged me as they join Clubhouse, because people are still joining Clubhouse, so don't doubt at some point you're going to run to someone that you know. And they're like, will you follow me? Will you do this for me? And the thing I think about is, what has been our relationship in the real world? Because these are people that I see in the real world. And if it hasn't been the most impressive to me, or it hasn't been positive, then I'm going to treat you like I would in Clubhouse. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to follow you. I'm not going to give you access to my world, because I already know. You're coming in, mess it up, and you'll do what you're doing in the real world, because for some reason people think because they're in the virtual world, their life does not align with the real world. But who you are is who you are. And that's why it's important to be yourself, but be a good person on top of that. So I thank God for Mr. Thompson Caker. He keeps it real, and that's been the thing I really like about him. I've always liked people who kept it real and who just, you know what you're going to get. You don't have to worry about surprises. You know who they are. And that's something that I've always liked to be able to depend on. I don't like it when people change up. You're in this room now? Oh, okay, so you're that person now. So you're not Tiffany now. So you're Stephanie now. Oh, okay. So you got to change your personality every time you go into a different room. No, life doesn't really work out that way. And people don't respect that. So, you got to be genuinely and also open to receive as well. Correction, adjustments, sharpening. And like Greg was saying, a good leader always learns something every single day and is open to receiving correction, even if it's self-correction. So I like that perspective of you heard something, you checked in with yourself and said, okay, I'm going to change. I'm going to step it up. I'm going to change that perspective a little bit. I'm going to ask my VAs about their day and how they're doing. And it matters because, sometimes they are working for 10 or 15 different people on the other end. So, and I truly believe there's a calling for all of us. I know that I'm called to be a warrior princess. I think I'm a ninja warrior, actually, but, that's in my head. And one day it will manifest as I'm going to be on American Ninja Warrior one day. I'm going to get on the show. But that's a whole other conversation. But what I could say is, I had to awaken the warrior within. I had to get that in me. I had to stop being like, well, I don't know. No. I know who I am. I'm a warrior, princess, queen. I'm a queen. And I love it. And I've answered the call. And I'm stepping out. Because I did used to question myself. I would see Oprah Winfrey like, oh, I can do that. Then I was like, can I really? Just canceled all that out, didn't I? And I said, no. I've got value to bring to all of this to the table. So I'm really, really excited about where we're going. So yeah, I'm just amazed. I'm amazed. And I learned something. I learned something from Katina today. I learned something from Kimmy, from Hugh, from Greg. The coach is still quiet over there, but I understand. It's all good. But and definitely Thompson K. He drops diamonds and sometimes bombs every once in a while in a good way. So I'm really, really excited about where we're headed. I really am.
And something you mentioned that I like to always touch on and remind myself often is just be fearless. Like, can you mess it up? Of course. Can you get it all wrong? Of course. Do you have all the tools that you need? Probably not. You have all the money you need? Definitely not. Have other people done it in a position that was worse than yours? Yes. Right? So what now? Like, the problem is that we're hard on ourselves in the wrong direction. Like, we're hard on ourselves because we screw it up, but we're not hard on ourselves. Like, get back on your bicycle. Like, that was just your first try. You know what I mean? You still got like so many more tries to go before you learn how to ride that bicycle. Just keep doing it. Your kids, like, they fall once. We don't just say you blew it. Like, no, man, we're hard on them. We're hard on them to keep going because we know at our core that that's what it takes. But there'll never be a shortage of negative self-talk to tell you they screwed it up, or you don't have the tools, or you don't have this. Man, you don't know what you're doing, but you can. Like, you can, for sure. Like, you could probably do it all from your phone. You could probably do it all from your mobile device at this point in our life. But don't get discouraged. Beat the negative self-talk to death. Just beat it to death. Leave it there. It has no purpose. It has like a purpose in 20% of what you want to do going forward, because that negative self-talk should be your cautious button, right? Let me just vet things out make sure I don't screw it up too bad. That's what it should be for. But a lot of people I've seen, they just get discouraged. I've got pages that I built up, and it's so great. They got a good idea, and then the first roadblock they hit, they're like, oh yeah, I just gave up on the page. God damn, that's disheartening to hear. I mean, you were onto something, man. Yeah, but I tried to do Facebook ads or whatever, and it just didn't work. I don't think it works. Well, I wish I could agree, but I've done, and I'm not gloating, but I've done probably a little over, I don't know, 1,024 or something like that setups over my time on the freelancer platforms. And, there is people that do it that don't know shit. There is people that do it. And, was it luck? No. It was just pivoting and adjusting and I got that wrong. Let me Google it, and then they pivot, they adjust, and they do it again. That's what it takes to win. That's what I've seen. So this isn't me just banging my chest saying, something that I haven't seen with my own two papers. So I don't know if anyone's listening out there or whatever, or you run into something, hang in there.
Greg, let me ask you a question, Greg. Grant Cardone, do you know who he is?
Never heard of him. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Okay, what do you think of his work and what he put out there to the world? What do you think? What's your take on him? No, Greg, because he's into that space heavy. So I want to get his viewpoint for a little bit. What's your overall take on Grant as a businessman?
I have a weird relationship with that. I like him. I think he steers people in the right direction, on a large scale. You know what I mean? I think he's a good pivot point, from an entry point level. But then when it goes down to specifics, you're gonna have to hone in and find someone a little more tailored to what you need to do. But I think he does great work. I'm sure, from what I've seen, he's changed a lot of lives. His content and stuff, I look at it and I like it. I'm not gonna say he's full of shit, but I feel it has its audience, and the audience is he brings them in and takes a hold of them from the beginning, and he does change lives. But once you start honing down to specifics you need, everyone should always be searching. Everyone should always be trying to figure out, if someone's done what you've done, and look at their model, get hints. It's like education. That's essentially what it is. Sometimes you got to reset and re-educate yourself and then go back to it and figure out what it does. There was a time where I had all these people telling me, "Oh, I need you to set up my YouTube channel," and I would just say yes, and I would do it, and it was all shitty and clunky. And then I got a complaint, and I was like, "Well, you know what? That guy's right. I don't know what I'm doing. I better research it, educate myself, figure out all the, where to look for analytics, what keywords to place, what tools to use." And I made the adjustment. So, but I didn't get it from Grant Cardone. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to look more specific at a certain point. So I don't agree with just staying in that space. If you enter in that space and you're like, Grant forever, Grant forever, but still, if you have to narrow things down, you're gonna find other people in that space that you can follow, that you can take their advice, and it's probably really good and really sound for what you need to do right now.
Here's the next question. Would you say Grant is instrumental in helping people find themselves through his body of work?
I don't know. I would assume yes. I've seen
the answer is absolutely fucking yes. And here's what I mean when I say that. This is what I mean when I say that, right? Grant will tell you, I don't know if it's something, but I'm going to double down on it until I figure it out. If anyone choose to study everything to do this guy, you would get to watch his evolution. But you have to study. He's not going to give it all to you. You have to fucking figure it out. So what I've learned from Grant Broom is if you study him carefully enough, you can unlock the magic within yourself. You know, when I first started, right, we were going to clean up our pages on social media. But what I found was putting the spotlight on our clients ended up bringing us more money. So I was like, wait a minute, why delete all these posters? Why delete all these previous stuff? No, let's just leave it on there. Let people go and study our history and watch our evolution. And I'm going to have to now we got to a point where I'm going to have to let my coach know that the only thing that I want to be on Instagram is a 10-day challenge. No need to learn with Sean anymore. Sean is fine. 10-day challenge by 10K cards. That's it. Here's the number to call. This is how you take action. So there's a phase of everything that we go through. Here's another thing as well, Greg. There's different phases to growing the company the way I'm growing the company. So we're going to white label the product by the end of the year. And the only reason I decided to take a financial haircut for now is because the world is going to know exactly who 10K card is before we white label the product. So when I white label the product, we're going to up the fucking prices. People are going to pay the double prices. And then those who wish not to pay the double price will still be rocking with 10K cards. Do you see that strategy as yet so far or no?
I see it.
And because the thing is, if we had done the white label in the beginning, we would have been held at gunpoint by these clients. But since we did what we did in the way in which we did it, well, now the marketplace knows who 10K card is. And then we can also start growing from that platform. Because think of it this way, you can go to Mercedes-Benz and buy a car, but you can't buy a Mercedes 10K card from them. You have to buy the car and then they'll give you the card to go with the car. You can go to Rolls-Royce, so you cannot go buy a Rolls-Royce digital card, like the one that we're going to do with them. But you can buy the car and they will give you the card. When you see the massive plan that I have to go roll out to all these companies, Greg, you're going to be like, holy shit. It's all possible, man. Everyone has a budget. Find a way to tap into that budget. And let it make sense to your customers. Doesn't matter what you do, guys. You all have something out there that if marketed correctly, you can and will win if you stick with it. So the thing that I would share with Grant is that I think he put a lot of his life out there. And if you really study everything and you pick up on his algorithm, you can activate that side of you as well. Because he's literally living on purpose, Greg. He's living on purpose. In the beginning, it was me. And then a few years ago, he transitioned to let's make friends. Let's make friends.
That's when I caught him when he made that transition.
Yeah.
Because I remember when all the controversy happened, or the little upswell happened, and I kind of caught it in the middle of it, but I did see him bounce back and send his message, and I completely align with it. But to be honest, like everything he says, that part I know, and he's definitely gave me my orders at one point, and right now I'm just fulfilling them. Like I don't, it's at this point now it's like taking the core, I guess, ideology of saying, to better yourself and to start the business and the different aspects to do it. And then I deep dove into, okay, how do I take the action? Like, what are the actual steps, the keystrokes, the everything to take it from nothing to domain registered, up, running, payment system accepted. So I think that I'm at that stage right now, for as far as like motivational content or thinking outside of the box. I think people like you distill it down very well. And, the information that you get distilled down really is equally as valuable as Grant Cardone's. You know what I mean? Because you're taking that ethos, you're applying it, you're doing your stuff, and, it's integrating into your business model. And then you essentially distilled it down. Now your message is more of a refined, vocal message that I need to hear. Not everyone needs an online business card. I happen to be part of that audience that I like this. I like how it looks. I can sell this. I have people that know it. And I know it's not for everyone. And that's not going to be your audience. There'll be someone else that takes Grant's message and focuses it down to dog training classes or something. So for me, people like you, people that have distilled down that information at this point are enough. Like I'm good with what I gather at this level.
Love it, love it. Welcome to the stage, Queen Denise. How are you?
I'm good, everyone is on the stage. I am doing fine. Thank you.
You will walk into the room wondering what the heck is happening there. Please present yourself to the audience. Let us know who you are.
Well, I am Dr. Denise J. I am a coach. I am a mamapreneur. That means that I teach entrepreneurs from the age like 9 or 10 all the way up to be an entrepreneur. I also am a teacher, so I train people, elderly people, I would say the older ones. I train them on how to use Robinhood, and I am a part of 10KCARDS. You're going to help me finish getting my buttons together. And I also am in the Turo business space. I just got in that space within the last 2 months. And I work with some partners that I have in another state. We have cars out there. We're trying to get to 100 cars. So right now, I'm on Clubhouse trying to learn how to get me some more streams of income, to get some digits and checks running into my mailbox. That's what I'm doing. I'm happy for everyone on the stage. I've been on for about 45 minutes. And I was on earlier with my other phone, but my sister, thank God for my sister. I have 7 of them and 1 brother. She helped me get back on with this phone. But everyone, you kings and queens, you're the greatest. I love this phone. I'm done speaking.
Appreciate you, Queen. So, Greg, just to benefit the audience, right? Why is it important for people to pay attention to social media nowadays?
I'm gonna get into that right now, but I do, because there's some newer people in there. I just want to do a quick room reset. So 10KCARDS, time to pull the trigger. It's not a safe space. That is because Mr. 10K himself, Sean, is quite the character, and he's gonna let you know it. But he's a good dude, good info. I earlier, just for the audience that's here, I came into this group after vetting this card out against this other competitors. I come from a space where I'm very technical, and I just real quickly want to go over why I think this card is a benefit. Because if you are looking for something like that, that it's an all-in-one landing page that's very, very mobile friendly, which I'm not sure if everyone knows this, but 80% of your traffic is going to be looking at your content from a mobile phone. 80%, right? So it's got to make sense on a mobile phone. You can have a beautiful little site, with animated things and everything. If it doesn't look good mobily, you just lost 80% of your visitor traffic. So this is something that I was looking into. I was actually looking at his competitors. I looked at, his load speed, the technical aspects of it, and this is what I came up with. It's definitely the fastest system right now as far as load speed for a page. I checked this against Linktree. I checked it against, I keep forgetting the name of this stupid thing. High Five or Hi There, or something like that. There's this new one. They're on AppSumo, but it just, they all have the same layout like Linktree. It's like that piece of code just went public, and then everybody's starting up an app, and they all look like Linktree. Linktree has what's called like a forever scroll. So to me, and I'm, I look at websites all the time. To me, it looks like a landing page that hasn't been developed, or it looks equivalent to someone that bought a domain, and it's just like, you get one of those park for free messages. And when you add on links that you want relevant for your business profile, it's a long scroll. It's a long scroll. It seems this guy, Sean, how he did it is he did them side by side and stacked on top of each other. This actually cuts down the amount of time that a person's going to be scrolling. And that, to me, is favorable in the sense of client retention and just not saturating them with having to scroll. The latest numbers, I operated this floor here, which is, I know, and everyone else can look this up, the average attention span on a desktop computer is 2.5 seconds. The average attention span on a mobile phone is 1.7 seconds. So that means like they stop on a scroll or they stop at a page for about that time. So the fact that these boxes are stacked on each other like that, it's covering more real estate on the phone. Like it's literally adding things that these other similar type of pages cannot offer, just from the design alone. So I'm actually an affiliate with another company that's similar to this called Haystack. And I told Sean this morning, I'm going to move this over. I'm going to cancel that affiliate program because my clients are going to like this better. I know it. I already ran it by 3 over the last 2 days. Every single one of them loved it. So I want to take that time real quick because I know you asked me about social media, but there is some new people in here. I don't want to make too much of a push, but if you're in the market for something like that, I would definitely check that out and definitely look into the points that I brought up to see if what I'm telling you is true. And you'll find that it is, and that's pretty much what I wanted to say about that. What was the question again? Sorry. Sorry, Sean.
The importance of having a strong presence on social media in these days.
Oh man. First of all, I don't even need to say much rather than step outside of your house, go to your local store, go to Walmart, go wherever you want to go. Where is everyone's face pointed? Right? The answer is the phone. Like, where's everyone's face pointed? The phone. Like, look, if you just put your phone away and you look around, everyone's looking in the phone. If you're going to get in front of someone at this point, you're going to have to be in the phone. You're going to have to be on social media. You're going to have to be on business pages. You're going to have to make that happen. It's not going to work out without making that priority number one. The other thing too is even the TV. Like we were watching the Olympics. This is what's crazy. Everyone's face is in the phone. If you watch the Olympics and you look up out of your phone, you're watching the games, and the first commercial you see is going to be lately Facebook. And it's almost like, hey, get back in the phone. Like as soon as the commercial hits, they have the Facebook bot commercial time. So they're just programming everyone to be in the phone. That's a whole nother thing. But if you're going to run a business in today's day and age, you're going to have to tap into that market. You're going to have to thread yourself within that source of traffic. You have to. At this point, you can't unring the bell of how much growth social media has taken. So you're going to have to be in front of them in order to get your brand recognized or your message across. And that's unfortunately just the way it is. So on a scale of 1 to 10, it would be 10K. Was that cheesy enough?
Yes, I would say it was. I enjoyed that. I think Mr. 10K left the room a moment ago. But I'm back, as you can tell by the volume of my voice. I've been sitting here looking at, not sitting, I'm actually standing. I'm at a stand-up. Looking at the business acquisition space of technology. That's one of my pastimes. Some people study foreign languages. I study business acquisitions because I like forecasting. I like looking at where are we headed. And one of the things I learned a long time ago is technology has been leading us in the direction that the world is going for a very long time. So I'm always watching trends because to me, number one, it keeps me relevant. And number two, it allows me to take action when I need to. Now, I will say I wish I had followed Bitcoin as closely as I follow things now.
Don't we all?
But at the end of the day, when I did look at Bitcoin, and my son has been investing in Bitcoin since he was 13, and he's the one that introduced me to this thing called a virtual coin. And since I have been watching it, and I started watching it when it was at 17,000 a coin, when I saw what was behind the machine, and I didn't want to just look at it Bitcoin as an investment because Kimmy, this is her wheelhouse, so I'm not going to delve deep into that because that's not my wheelhouse. I look at the analytics, but that's pretty much it. And I was looking at the stats that they were building and the way companies are leveraging it. And I even contacted a friend investor who's a coin miner and has been doing it since they were at that level, because he said, Tiffany, I went all in because I saw him on Instagram and I said, is that a mining warehouse you have there? He said, yes. I decided to pull all my investments over here because when you mentioned it to me in a conversation, I decided to go look at it because he said, the reason I'm invested in you is because, and he like Sean didn't ask for a portion of none of anything, nothing. He said, whatever you need, I'm invested in it because since I've attached myself to you, I've seen nothing but blessings. And we've never met, by the way, never met. And so he said, you mentioned Bitcoin to me, and you mentioned the potential, and you started talking about how companies are stacking and creating their flows, and how you feel like the economy is going to be headed in this direction because, in all honesty, other economies have been doing this for a while. But we just, we catching up. He said, once I did my research and the numbers came back, I got my dog. He's one of these, you never know he was a millionaire. I got my dog, and we went for a walk. And I decided I'm going to go all in and take the leap. I said, wait, what you mean? What you mean you took a leap? He said, I now have a mining company. I bought out another miner's company because I don't know about mining, but I'm going to learn. And I'm upgrading all of their equipment because I feel like it's going to set me up for the greatest success I've ever experienced in my life, even though I'm a very successful businessman. I said, okay. Because he said the number one thing I've learned is projections matter. And if you can learn to watch the projections, not just the trends, but the projections of that, that's what's going to allow you to leverage yourself up and sharpen yourself and take advantage of opportunity. Because one of the reasons I got on Clubhouse is because I started reading information. The moment my son will drop these little nuggets. He like Sean. He'll come through and drop a bomb and just keep going like he said nothing. He's like, yeah, there's this new company. I'm pretty sure they're going to be a multi-million-dollar company soon called Clubhouse. But, I don't get time for that because I got other stuff to do. So I told him I'm not interested. But, it's pretty cool. And then he was gone. I was like, wait a minute. He's like, I don't have time. I got stuff to do. I said, well, let me go download this after he just threw my way. And then I read articles because I'm all about the education piece. I read articles about companies similar to Clubhouse and the projections of those companies. And I said, well, why wouldn't it be successful? And the projection is it's going to change. And it's going to leverage what we cannot even leverage in Zoom. I'm like, oh, they're beating out Zoom. Let me go over here and see what's going on. They're beating out Facebook groups. Let me see what's up. What I found was those who were smart enough, and I'm not saying they're not smart, I was late to the party, to take advantage of this platform, it has made people multi-millionaires, not in the matter of a year, in the matter of months, like 90 days. I'm like, what in the world is going on over here? Now, I'm not one to follow the dollar, but that gets my attention. Let's just say it. Numbers get our attention, even if it's in the form of a dollar. And I said, well, I don't want to miss out on opportunity. So let me go over here. And the last thing I want to be is irrelevant. So let's go over here and see what Clubhouse is all about. And so I began to come over here. And of course, like most of us, started jumping into a whole lot of rooms because You know, I'm like, do the titles mean what they really mean? And I just jump in there, and then I was like, oh, I'm traumatized. Let me go. And so I just eventually found my niche, and I'm like, well, I got to be myself. So let me only go where I feel that it fits me, because in this room over here, I don't feel like myself because I don't know anything about that, and I'm not going to sit there and pretend I do. I need to go take a 101 class on Udemy or something. And so I would only go to spaces where I fit, because I knew that I wasn't going to have a lot of time. Again, Mondays are my day to do whatever I choose, because it's my day of joy and flexibility, and I love that. Not always, but most of the time, Mondays are my day. And so I said, I'm going to leverage this platform, especially on Mondays, because I want to invest in me. Tiffany, I deserve it. This goes back to what Sean was saying about mindset and how we need to up-level our mindset for where we are and where we're going and where we're headed. And I'm like, you know what? I have something to say too. So I'm just going to ping a stage and see. And they're probably not going to call on me, because they used to people doing that. Next thing you know, I was on the stage. I was like, you want me to talk now? Okay. And so I don't have a problem expressing myself. But what I will say is, looking at the trends and leveraging the numbers, it's the same. Like Greg mentioned a minute ago, it's a numbers game. When you see it so much, when you look at numbers so much, and I'm sure Kimmy could say this too, because she's in 4A and investments, they don't lie. We're just repeating history here, just with a different name and title called Clubhouse. So, I'm just really blessed to be here. And I thank you for the question that you asked, Greg. And, the value that has been brought here, I just feel connected with everyone here, because it has really challenged me. With every person that spoke, it spoke to something inside of me. And that's one of the things I love about Clubhouse, the freedom that it gives you to speak and be who you are called to be in a space. And that's why I say everybody's got something to offer. They just choose different methods of delivery. Even those who may have something negative, I'm still listening to them, because I want to learn something from whatever it is that has caused them to have that opinion. Because who knows? They might be sitting in my class one day, and I might need to be able to reach them. And so I would say to stress yourself, also go into uncomfortable places. I challenged myself to go into a very uncomfortable place, and I said, well, this isn't typically my crowd, but they're headed in a direction I want to go. So let me get in here and sit down for a minute, go somewhere and sit down and listen and see if I can find a spot. And before you knew it, there were women who were coming up, men who were coming up, who were closer to my demographic, closer to my way of seeing the world. But we were still the minority. But sometimes you got to be okay being the minority in the room, so you can respect what you have to learn, because somebody there might know something that you need to know. I said, well, you all aren't expressing it the way that I would, but that's cool. I can still receive everything you just said. I can filter all of that out, and I'm going to receive what you just said, because you out here making a difference. Because what I cannot do is discredit the numbers, which is what I've been talking about. Numbers don't lie. So if you out here making a change, oh yes, I can listen to you all day. I can filter out whatever I don't need and receive what I need, because you know something that I just may not. So let me hear it. So yes, thank you for that loaded question, Greg. It's powerful. It's powerful. And again, Mr. Sean 10K is here to leverage and also to sharpen. And it's wonderful. I love growth. I love growth. It's been amazing. I ain't got a lot of that except for self-taught, since I've been home during the pandemic and going only to work and back. Oh, I haven't been in church in a while. I went there one time, y'all. We have a really big church. And I saw everybody without a mask but a few of us. So I was traumatized. I said, you know what? I will see you all on YouTube and in the chat. Bye.
Kimmy, I saw you flashing there. Do you have some?
Oh, because it was like 600 people in the room. We have a membership of 3,000 or 4,000. And so I went in there and I said, oh, yes, hurry up, Pastor, hurry up, because I'm on the back row right next to the door. And as soon as you start to wind down, I'm out. I'm out here. And so, Clubhouse has really been a blessing, too, because in business, I'm used to collaborating with others in a roundtable open discussion, and it's just not happening as much because of the rules that have been put in place in the workplace. And so most of our stuff has been transitioned over to Zoom. And so But I will say it leaves less time for casualness or just opinions about different things. It's very structured with an agenda, so there's not a lot of small talk. And so it's really nice to come in here and to get a little bit of what I have missed out on in the past year and a half since we have all had to hit it. So that's all. My name's Tiffany, the Y CEO, and I just wanted to drop in and say that, and I just appreciate everything I'm getting here. So if anyone wants to jump in, feel free.
Tiffany, right quick. I have to run to my son's birthday party, but my grandson's birthday party. But thank you guys for having me. But what I will leave you with is this. Listen, I know the cryptocurrency ecosystem, the whole entire space can be overwhelming, intimidating, confusing, and it has a lot of people doing shady stuff, but so does our current fiat currency. If you want to get with me off channel, I would be more than glad to sit down, educate you, break it down to you so you can understand. Because whether people participate in Bitcoin or any of the other digital assets, and that's what they are, you even have hedge fund managers now moving towards this. I would be more than glad to give you the information so you can decide if this is a space that you want to be in or not. The thing about it that I want to leave with you is that it's really bigger than just it being about the Bitcoin, the virtual coin as you called it, which is really a digital asset. What it really, really is about is the technology that they all are built on. It's called blockchain technology. And I can promise you that if you don't know about that word today, there will be a moment in future time very soon. You're going to need to know what that word really means and understand how it's going to impact the entire world, lives and countries and business, and even the way artists do music and the way artists do paintings and all kinds of things are now going to be changed because of this technology. Mark my word when I tell you that blockchain technology is going to be as big, if not bigger, than the internet. You will see it coming. So I would be more than glad to sit down and help you, really understand this space. No problems at all. You just reach out to me and let me know, okay?
I appreciate that, and I'm sure I'll be inviting you to speak at some point down the line because
I was just
going to say. Know is I'm over, not just in Clubhouse, but I'm over a group of very powerful, amazing women. I'm a president of an organization, and we're always looking for ways to leverage and understand. And one of the spaces that a lot of people don't understand is exactly what you meant, the blockchain platform and current and Bitcoin currency. And they're like, Tiffany, you're younger than us. What does it mean? I said, I don't know enough to really break it down. So I appreciate that. And yes, there's definitely room for you to teach and to help others understand. And then they would then connect with you and what you're doing. Because when I hear about people creating a coin, I'm like, well, what does that mean? All I heard is you got your own money. I want mine too. Wait a minute.
Yes, I think, thank you, Kimmy, for mentioning that. But yes, we definitely have to keep her in mind because I know nothing about it. Like everything, I know the word blockchain, but I don't, to be honest, I couldn't define it like right now if you ask me. But it's definitely some education that I think everyone needs because it is something in the future that we're going to have to deal with. So, the education is going to be key. But thank you, Kimmy. I gave you a follow there. I'm definitely going to see what look out for content you put forward. And if I get a room together that's going to break down some of this stuff, and fill in the gaps that I don't know, then I definitely would love to have you up on stage.
My pleasure. You guys know all how to reach me. I'll make sure you know my direct phone number and all my other contacts. And I'm here for you guys. We're going to do everything we do together. And that's one of the reasons I really love Sean's rooms is because it's about everybody winning and coming up together and how we bring value and everybody, benefits from that. So I'm all with it. You guys, I love you. It's been a great day. And I am so open to anything I can do to help anyone. You guys have a fantastic day. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Kimmy.
Bye, Kimmy.
Bye, Kimmy. I had to send her out with that. I know she was coming on board. I had to give it to her. An honorary
You beat me to it. I was gonna say, where's the heart? It really was. What other sound effects do you have in the queue?
Oh, I love it.
Hi, I have something to say.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hi, you know what? I know that everyone is concerned about making money and monetizing, but you know what? I went into a room and I was trying to, well, I wasn't trying to, I was just explaining to them that I have information on how to stay safe about this next shutdown that we're getting ready to have on October 6th. And they didn't think it was important. And I said, well, you know what? Y'all know who I am. I'm Dr. Denise J. And if you want to know, and I am available, I will disclose. And it's the same thing for this room. If you want to know how to stay safe in the next pandemic, which is going to shut down on October 6th, we're going to lose over 200 million people. I will give it to the room now. If not, y'all can get in touch with me, and I'll let you know at that time. But I'm asking permission because I don't want to just go ahead and tell people what to do, because the other room got a little upset with me. I said, okay, I'm good. God bless you.
Oh, Queen, we're not one of them rooms. We don't have to agree with you to listen to you, right?
Well,
yeah, I think at this point
is because this is not my room. It's, I think, 10K room. 10K, no, I've been with him for a little while now. And I always ask first because, you know, it's just a respectful thing to do. So this is the thing. Everyone needs to have a nebulizer. The nebulizer is to take it 2 minutes a day in the morning. And if you're out in the elements with people, you take it 2 minutes in the evening. What it's going to do is cut off the snake of the coronavirus. What's happening now, people are just appearing dead because this next strand doesn't have any symptoms at all. They're saying it on the news. So we had a doctor, well, we found out about it in 1995 because my bishop, Master Prophet, wrote the book. And the word corona, when God gave him the vision of to write, the word corona was in it. And when we saw that March of last year, we got into the archive of the book to see, okay, what else is going on with corona? And it said in the book, written judgments, the schools are going to shut down. The children are going to be home working. The governments around the world are going to trick the people 3 times. Now, for us...
Hey, Denise, I have one question real quick before you go on. A nebulizer, just for the room, like I know, because we bought one and we got it on Amazon, but the actual, like, what do you suggest? Like, get the fluid from your doctor and then get the nebulizer?
The doctor's not going to give it to you unless you go to Dr. Merle, Admiral Hall. She is giving the prescriptions out to the people. Now you can order it from Amazon, and it's really just 3% food grade. That word food grade is very important. It's not regular peroxide. It's food grade peroxide. It's Celtic salt, and it's distilled water. You can look on YouTube, or you can go to Dr. Admiral Hall. She teaches a whole session on that. But because
and this is over the counter, right? Everything's over the counter?
Oh, no, you can't buy the nebulizer in the store. You have to order it online. Because if you get it in the store, like the pharmacist told me, you have from Walmart. Walmart said, we're not selling the nebulizer, but you can't get a prescription. Because the whole thing with the pharmaceutical is money. But the whole thing with God and us 300 prophets around the world is that he wants his people safe. So when the book was written in 95, we now looked at it and it's saying to us what to tell the people. It's like Moses with the blood on the doorpost. This is how you're going to stay safe in this next round. We're going to shut down October 6th. You're going to have a nebulizer. You're going to get the solution. You're going to put 2 minutes a day. It's only going straight to your lungs. Now, the other thing for you to do is what we already have, and you can get it online. It's called Thief, THIEF oil. And the reason why that is so important to us, you put 1 dot of it in your mask every day. Now, that helps pathogens from going into your nasal passages and going down your throat. So the thing is, thief oil was originated with the bubonic plague because the people there knew how to save the people from dying, but they wouldn't give them the solution of putting the thief oil in their mask. So they called the people who allowed the governments who allowed the people to die, and it was 200 million people back then who died. They called them a thief, and they called the oil thief oil. And thief oil is 5 oils. It's lemon, it's eucalyptus, it's clove, and two other oils, and they just mix them together, and that's what makes up the essence of the thief oil. And you can buy it in GNC, not GNC. I'm sorry. You can buy it in the drugstores, Rite Aid or Walgreens or something like that. And in that store, it's called Nature's Shield, like a shield, and you put one dot in your mask. And my thing is that we've been on 24 hours a day with my ministry, the ministry that I'm in, since March 16th. We're on the 500 and something day because God said, you are prophets. Y'all need to be warning the people around the world. So we have prophets spread out throughout the world, sounded the alarm.
Have you done a room on this? Like this would be like a great room. This would be like a great room. That's
Bishop Jordan has been on. Bishop Jordan has been on, and he has had 3,000 people in the room on several occasions. Now, this is something that I'm going to tell you.
Hold on, Denise. But like this, just thinking out loud here, because you bring up some great things here. Like I would, like I don't know if you've done a room, but I would even make the room title like coronavirus wellness hacks or something that really grabs people and puts them in that room so they can get this information.
Well, Greg, let me learn how to for a second real quick. You have to be very, very careful when you start to name stuff by that particular name. If you can kind of code it differently, that would be helpful.
Because they're doing the same thing, canceling rooms and all that.
Exactly. People they will shut you down.
So that's why I'm not really making a room. I'm just telling people, you know what? You can go online and look up, you can read it for yourself, bubonic plague, and you can look up, oh God, I don't have you know what I need to do? Put the link of the book that my sister gave me over the weekend. It has 300 pages in there, and it tells you how to stay safe during the pandemic. And it's not only during the pandemic, it's telling you about all other pathogens that the doctors really don't want you to know about, how you can keep yourself safe. If you get an earache, if you get a nosebleed, if your tooth is hurting, what medicines to take without having to go to the doctor, how you can cure yourself in 10 days on your own. Because during the pandemic, it was difficult to get to the doctor. Am I right?
Oh, yes, it was, Queen. And it goes back to common sense, too. I'm part Native American, and, we believe in holistic medicine.
Yes.
And that's really, we all are educated. We know that's where we get our medicine anyway, as far as pharmacies. But yes, it's important to educate so people know how to take care of themselves. And for that reason, I even have my own garden because I do believe in fresh vegetables. I believe that the nutrients have been stripped, so I like to grow my own so I can replace those nutrients. So a lot of it is common sense. And I have a CPAP, and I have everything you mentioned I actually have in my home because I have asthma. And so I've always had breathing issues. And so these are things I have been doing for myself because they're natural and they keep me from always having to go to the drugs, the chemicals.
Well, I don't have anything wrong with me. And my mother is 86 and she has nothing wrong with her whatsoever because we give her the vitamins that she needs and she has nothing. She's perfectly well. But my bottom line is, if you say it's common sense, but some people don't know the common sense because they don't know the holistic way. It's common to you because you study holistic. But somebody who hasn't studied and they're out here every day without a mask on, I tell you, I see people in the street, and I just say I feel so sorry for them. I said because they don't really know what's really happening, and so there's so many people that they're saying on TV now that's dying. They just finding them dead in Florida, here in New York, over in Washington State. They're finding them dead because the corona has no symptoms. This strand has no symptoms. That's the thing why people need to do the nebulizer 2 minutes, because now you won't get it because it's going straight to your lungs to make your lungs safe, so that if you pass someone that does have it, they cough in your face, and you do it 2 minutes when you get home. You're killing the virus before it can start to even build anything in your system. That's the whole thing. So it's not common to a person who doesn't know anything about nebulizer. But that's
so I'm looking at your profile, and I see that you have your website here.
Oh yeah, I have my website, but I have someone working on that. This girl, Kaneem's doing my books. Sasha, who works with Grant Bay, she's working on my websites for me. Okay, I paid them to, get my websites together because I really wasn't on doing anything. I'm a school teacher by profession.
I see you're an educator, yes.
Yeah, I figured that, I've always had my sole proprietor business. I said, let me and I was in real estate, so I was doing a lot. So I said, since I was home the last, 8 months, 9 months, I didn't work. I did work for the first responders at first, but this round, I don't think I'm going to do that because of the deadliness of the disease. And I said, you know what? I need to just stay home and stay online and do my work do business online, not with the education department, because I work part-time with them. I'm not full-time. They take up too much of your time. Too much of my time.
So what part of your business are you doing online right now while you're, transitioning?
That's what I'm doing. I'm going to be coaching Coach Nisi. She's doing that website for me. I'm also doing your life path. I do that for people too who need to know what is their life path. They want to know 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 20, 100. I can give it to them and help them to avoid the pitfalls of their life, because where you was born at, when you were born, and where your stars was placed at the time, we can know exactly what's happening every month of or balances. Let me say it like that. So
you got two businesses, right? So that's
I have 4 businesses.
Okay, so you need a 10K card, my sister, because that can really help you out.
10K card. I have a 10K. I already did something with 10K.
Oh, I didn't see it in your profile.
Something had happened. 10K's got to work on it. So I already paid him, and he's going to work. That's what I said to him earlier in the room. 10K, I'm going to get back. I've been traveling. I'm a preacher and a minister too. So I've been out of town. I've been going, taking care of things, ministering to people, letting them know. And, you can only do so much in a day. So now I'm back. I just got back yesterday, and I'll be gone again next Monday for about a week.
Okay.
So I'm trying to get all my work in. I'm trying to jump on Clubhouse too. And I'm not the only one. We have a lot of people, prophets, pastors, that's trying to give this information out to tell people to keep their families safe.
Well, we want to help you get it out. That's why I asked you, did you have your 10K card? Because that'll definitely speed up the process.
I have it on Instagram and Sasha, because that's what it is. My workers, my grandbabies are in North Carolina, and I'm in New York, so I don't have my help right now until I go back there. But anyway, yes, I need about 1 or 2 people to work for me because I'm busy. So I got one person, Sasha, she's doing my websites. I got another person, she's my publisher, she's doing my books. And I'm trying to get everything out.
I understand.
I just jumped on because I saw 10K, and I'm like, usually Grant Cardone, I was in his room, I was in that room with him this morning, and I texted him, and he was like, oh, Bullock. And I was like, yeah, I'm not going to talk right now. I got to run out. And I just was out today, and my car broke down in the middle of the road, and I have a good car. But it's something with Mercedes-Benz that they did have my car 3 times already. And I said, you know what? I'm not even going back to you. I'm taking it to my mechanic. He did his assessment. And now I might have to have a lawsuit with Mercedes-Benz, and they can give me the Sprinter. I'll just take it. Okay, hello.
Oh, you don't need a link for that too. I'm telling you, you need a link. You need to upgrade. You got to upgrade that 10K card, because if you want the full impact, you got to upgrade. I'm telling you, I love my card. I do.
I have 10K cards. It's on my Instagram. 10K is going to work with me with that. I'm back home now, and we live in the same town. But now I have to get with him so he can finish putting it up. But my links to it is Sasha. She's working with that with me. With Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, all that. Oh God. So
yeah, all they have to do is create the account and tell them they don't have to have it finished. That's what I tell people. Just go ahead and get that. Once you got that name, just go ahead and drop that link on the card because.
Well, let me tell 10K because actually I already have the account. I have it on Instagram, and he set it up right away. And that was over a month and a half ago. But I've been going, haven't been able to take out time with him. But I will have some time this week. I set aside 2 hours for whatever they need to do to fix whatever they got broken on my site. Okay, and he's going to do that. That's why I said to him, 10K, I didn't forget. I know I got to get with you. I said that earlier, remember?
Well, we've had people to come into the room and to work on their cards. That's what I did because I kept saying, I got to make time. So I came into the room and we actually work on cards live. I mean, he will sit there and go through.
No, he does. He does.
Yeah, he's so patient.
It's not 10K. And while I'm talking to y'all, I'm also working on a project right now that I have to have invite tonight. Yes. I'm behind. Well, so I'm working on that as I talk. That's why I'm just listening in the room because I'm working on this other project that I have to have in to one of the dealers. So I gotta have this done. But anyway, I'm gonna get with 10K. He knows. I'm gonna give him.
Well, we're gonna give you a little extra sprinkle since you're almost done. I think you deserve this.
But yes, keep your family. Oh, thank you. Keep your family safe. This year, we're gonna shut down October 6th. October 6th, you'll see when we shut down. Yeah, and you see the people. Just the ambulance is coming all the time. Try to just tell the people on your block and your neighborhood, put up signs. Listen, this is how you keep your family safe. That's all.
Oh, absolutely, Queen. Thank you so much, Queen Denise, for stopping by. I see you in your lovely white dress. Oh, so pretty.
That was at a birthday party. That was at a party. But y'all stay safe. I'm doing my 65th birthday party in September. You're welcome, and you all are going to be welcome. As soon as I set my grandbaby set that flyer up, I'll put it out there too. But anyway, I love you all. I'm listening. I'm here, but I am listening to everything. It is such good content. I love it. And every now and then I write something because I'm listening to all you guys. But, stay safe. Love you guys. I'm going to stay on and just listen to this room. This is my room.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to create you know what, Greg? We're going to have to work on us an intro. I tell you, I was in that real estate room and they got this bomb intro. I'm like, we need one too. I'm jealous.
Oh, I know. I heard I heard a couple of them that are really good. But yeah, I think I like the harp, and I think we should get like a bomb sound, like if someone drops some knowledge, and then it goes. I don't know. I could.
Let me see what I got here.
I'll put on. Oh, you got to do that after.
Oh, we have laughter now. That was creepy. Wait a minute. That's their song. Oh, we got it.
Beautiful.
Can we do?
They got a voiceover too.
I think we should do like every time Sean comes in, we'll have the clapping.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right. And then we can also
do. When someone gets a 10K card.
Yeah.
I'm having way too much fun.
And then we need to do one for like if someone makes a joke, the little snare. The snare.
The snare.
Drum. Exactly.
Okay, got it.
All right, here. You know what? Actually, you know what we should do? Let's try it. This is what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I'm gonna read the top line to this article, and after I pause, you do the drum. Okay. So here we go. Instagram is further investing in its e-commerce business, Instagram Shops. With the launch of new advertising products, ads in Instagram Shop, the company says is currently testing the new format, which includes both single images and the option for image carousel with select US-based advertisers ahead of expansion to other markets in months to come.
Oh, Lord. I hit the wrong. I wasn't even looking at it. My hand was hovering.
You did crickets? You really did crickets?
I
Like
didn't
out of
even
all
know
the
it had
things,
crickets.
out of all the things you could have done.
That is too funny. But it was kind of boring if you think about it. It was really long.
Yeah.
I don't even know what you read. My brain just turned off.
Yeah, it was too much. It was too much. I got to find something else. But yeah.
Yeah.
So breaking news. The breaking news is that, in a nutshell, Instagram is going to be running tests on their shop ads. And so you're going to see a lot more features that you could use when you run ads on Instagram, like Facebook has. Like Facebook, you can do, slider, you can do slideshow, video. You can change it up with Facebook. So it looks like Instagram's trying to move into that space and giving options to advertisers on how to engage with the ad. There you go.
I like it. I didn't even know I had crickets.
Yeah, I'm glad you used it. I'm glad you used it on me. Appreciate it.
Well, and sometimes different ones of us, I'm guilty too. Let me just admit it. Get long-winded, and then when I'm done, like, oh my goodness, it was so long. It almost sounds like a squeaky wheel to me.
Or if it's like bad news, like my Instagram account got hacked, and then we do wah wah wah. Just.
Okay, I'm gonna have to label these now because oh, wait a minute, I have a shortcut on my desktop.
We're gonna level this room up. This is gonna be like a hodgepodge of motivation. Anytime we're on, Tiffany. Anytime we're on, everyone's gonna walk out with a smile. That's gonna be our ethos.
Well, let me tell you the ones I have. I have the intro, outro, which was the words, the laughter, applause, sand trombone. That's actually a trombone. Rim shot is that one. Scary. Cricket and the heart.
I like that one.
This one.
It's kind of spooky.
It's scary. It's all scary. That doesn't sound like a trombone to me, but it is.
Yeah,
I know they got one of those covers on it. Yeah, I used to be in high school. I know it. And I can add features. So as I learn the system, and you know what? The system's been sitting here staring at me for about 30 days, and I just started using it the other day for something more than just vocals and talking and listening to music. So it's really helping me level up because, when we release our podcast, I'm just keeping it out there, 10K podcast, we're going to be, we're going to need all of this to keep people engaged because like you just said in your article, there's a limit on how long people are actually going to listen to you.
Yeah, the sound effects definitely break it up. I mean, you know what? On videos, on YouTube videos, there's a quantifiable statistic that sound effects in a video, it gets, I can't remember the name, but it gets an increase in viewership and client audience retention. So, you see someone that they'll do a video and then a door closes and you hear the actual door close and they're putting in sound effects to kind of make the atmosphere pop for the watcher. They definitely work good. No doubt any kind of sound effect works very, very well. Actually, speaking of that real quick, there was an interesting study that I read. Do you know that people that watch YouTube channels or YouTube content, or it just probably reflects in content across Facebook and Instagram as well, but this study was just done on YouTube. The people would prefer having the audible noise or your words sound more clear than they care about how sharp the image is. So more people are preferring better sound quality above better visual quality. You wouldn't think it. You wouldn't think it because this is YouTube, right? This is a watching platform. But more
but
people.
If I can't understand you,
then you got nothing. Yeah, it's true.
Right. I've clicked off videos like that. It did nothing but frustrate me. Because I'm like, wait a minute. And no offense, I'm like, you probably should be in a different market with your accent because I didn't understand a word you just said. Or I have to listen so intently. I'm used to multitasking. It's too much for me to listen to you to see if I can truly understand what you're saying. And you're right on the money. I'm so glad they did that study.
Yeah, it's interesting. So if you are to record a video, focus on, although the phones nowadays, if you do, there's plenty of successful YouTube people that are just shooting on a regular iPhone or Android. But definitely get mic up. Those mics are cheap. You can get those little lapel mics for, man, I mean, what, like $2 for $13 or something? Yeah, they're so cheap. But
if you really want good sound quality, you should get a professional mic. I know Rode has a really nice one, but most good mics are XLR. And unless you know something about music and that kind of connectivity or willing to learn, it can be a barrier to entry.
That's true. Yeah, I mean the blue mic, I see a lot of people get that. That's a great entry level mic, but I particularly got the Shure, like you did, and that one.
Yeah.
Those are
I love my Shure.
Oh my God, I have 4 of them that I bought.
Wait a minute, I could have bought one from you.
I know, and because I was gonna do like a group. I know, man. But you know what? They're like they last.
Are they getting expensive?
No, the Shure.
No, not really.
They're like $130. Some is the lowest I've seen.
Okay.
No, mine was $250. Well, if you want to get in the Shure face, something that's going to be more of a mic that's a smart mic that's going to really help you with your voice quality, then you would need a brand like Shure. Shure is probably the lowest barrier to entry when it comes to condenser mics because they give you the best voice quality. And it depends, unless you're doing a podcast, you probably wouldn't need that. But if you're doing something like a podcast, I would definitely suggest that. So my Rode mic is just a backup for if I have a guest. That's really, it's just decoration over there, unless I have a guest. Yeah,
it gives warmth to the sound, and a lot of watchers and listeners love it. Sound over visual is what the studies show.
I believe, and this is just my assumption, but I believe that particular reason why the audience would prefer to have their hearing, at a level where they can truly hear, understand with clarity, is because I believe that over the image quality is because I believe, and it's just an assumption that when you're hearing things, the information, the side of your brain that has to use that part where your ear is bringing information as opposed to your eyes bringing information, even though we see everything and get information. I believe that it's just that part where your brain has to gather the information from what you're hearing. And I think that particular part of the brain definitely, excretes what it needs to excrete, for, gathering the information and being able to convert it, gathering the hearing to be able to convert it to information for your brain. I don't know. I mean, that's my assumption. I'm just thinking out loud, but I think that probably may have something to do with it because most of the time when we're hearing things, we are definitely understanding with our brain what that is that we're hearing, probably more than when we see things and not know what it is that we're seeing, if that makes any sense.
I think that makes perfect sense. About 7 years ago or so, I went to this cigar convention. I like cigars, and I went to this convention in LA, or not LA, LV, Las Vegas, and there was this guy there sitting at one of the tables, and he was an older gentleman, and I was just some young punk kid, probably one too many drinks in. And I remember sitting at the table with them, and this guy's like an older white guy from Brooklyn. Just he definitely had like an attitude, right? But he was like one of those genuine people, you know. So I said something, and he replied back, and then I asked him a question, and he's like, "Well, you know, I kind of just answered it, but maybe you don't listen." I was like, "What? This guy doesn't know me." But he followed it up with, "Let me tell you something, kid." He's like, "I listen. Like, I don't watch football. I don't want, because we're talking football. There we go." He's like, "I don't watch football. I don't watch sports." He's like, "I listen to them." And then I have my cigar, and I have like sports, you know, the sport playing in the background. I listen to it, and I visualize what's going on with my mind. He's like, because that's what my dad taught me. He said, you need to learn how to listen. And he would sit me in front of the radio and turn off the TV. And that thing blew my mind. And I do notice that it does make a difference, because even though I'm on here, this is kind of like the best of both worlds for me lately. I do listen to a lot of podcasts, like tons of podcasts, and you do retain it. You can pause it, you can rewind it, you can play it back, you can get on with your life, go to the gym, do whatever, water the lawn, and you can play these things, and you know, you're actually teaching your brain to listen, even on some things that technical issues, like say I need to learn how to build out, you know, for instance, a YouTube page. When I was doing that research, I would actually listen to it first without looking at it, and then I would watch it. And then if I still didn't get it, I'd do it again. And sometimes it would take one time, sometimes it would take 3 times. But what this guy told me back in the day definitely changed how I took things in, you know, and even how my brain took things in, you know, because you gotta teach your brain. Like, your brain's a dumb machine. Like, you know, you need to teach it, hey, machine, get your shit together.
That's right. That's right. It's a part of no. You're right. Exactly, and that's exactly what I meant. And like I said, that was only an assumption, but it makes total sense. We use our brain in so many different ways, and when you think about it, when we're listening to something, our mind is going to actually form images while we're listening. So that's just another way of enforcement. When we listen, then we're hearing, and then we're actually viewing these images in our head as we listen, because our brain is going to start creating images as we're listening to what we're listening. You know, what we're listening to is going to inevitably just have our mind, is going to prompt our minds to create these images that are in relation to what we're listening to.
Yeah, no doubt. Like, I definitely see that being a true statement, and something to definitely put to the forefront of learning. You know, I do it to my kids too. I tell them, listen to it first, then watch the video. You know what I mean? That way you're picking it up, and then you're picking it up even tighter when you're watching it. But it does help. You know, it helps, I guess, them listening to me too. You know, do the dishes. I don't know, but it does help.
Yeah, I said that I was going to assist my daughter in, you know, allowing her to, so like, she's always reading the text, right, in a book. But I wanted to kind of shift her a little bit so that I can start to exercise another part of her brain by having her to listen to audio and audible to some of her favorite stories, or some of the ones that she wanted to begin. And she thoroughly enjoyed it yesterday, and she was able to really kind of quickly regurgitate the information from the story back to me. And I was in comparison with when she reads a story, right, as opposed to when she listens to the story. How long does it take for her to gather the information, regurgitate it back to me, what she's read or what she's heard? And so it was a lot quicker when she actually listened to the story. So, yeah. something really fun and interesting to try with kids so that they can kind of open up that other part of their brain to help them with learning and listening. Because I'm always that person that, you know, with my daughter, I always give her instructions, and it's only to help her with learning how to follow instructions and to be able to follow them and, you know, proceed with whatever she needs to proceed with. But it's been helpful to kind of open up those different areas of the brain to help her to manage how she thinks and how she receives information.
Yeah, it could save her life one day. You know what I mean? Reacting, being able to hear it, process it, and move quickly. Because, you know, the people that are not gonna be victims are the people that can process that quick and act quick. You know, same goes in business. But if you know, for instance, let's say like the military, right? You go through training, you're going to read the book first on how to maneuver. You know, you get fired upon, you know, you do bounding, overwatch, blah, 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 you do all these processes. So then if once you get to the application part, that's where can you listen? Because you know, let's say, you know, you're doing training and they're firing blank ammunition at you or something. You have to be able to hear the person give a command, and not only do you have to hear it, but you have to hear it, understand it, and take action. You know, you have to in an instant. You know, at the beginning, it's you read the book, you go out there, some shots ring out, and you're just standing there going, "What was that?" You know, and then after many reps, it turns into boom, it's instinct. You go running. You know what to do. Someone's telling you go left, you know to go left, and you're not reading anything. You're just hearing, you know, because you're looking forward. You can't see where the guy's going or what direction. So, you know, even though that's the most extreme case of this, it does apply to business as well. Like you can use that tactic as long as you can pivot quick and, you know, move quick and kind of get out of your own way. Just train your body to react a certain way. You may not be completely out of danger, but at least you'll be quicker to get yourself out of it rather than someone who's not listening or just being, you know, aware of any commands.
Oh, absolutely, I agree. And with the exclusion of the business portion of it, I definitely, you know, relate to that in terms of life, being able to save your life one day. I always stress to my daughter, you have to make sure that you are learning how to listen, pay attention, and follow instructions, because you may have to utilize that part of your brain that actually hears something, and you're able to, you know, listen carefully to instructions, because it may be something that you would have to apply to something in your life where it's going to help you to save your life. And I typically always use that analogy, but she gets it.
All right, Tiffany, you know what we should find too? A reset song. We should find like something that's like swoosh or something that says time for I don't know. You know what I mean? You tracking me?
Right. Yeah, something that kind of resets the room afresh. Yes, I'm going to have to go find the sound, because I can add unlimited sound. But I need
a refresh sound.
Mm-hmm.
10K.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute now. Yes.
Ready for you to get started today, and we're here.
Oh, hold on.
Go ahead and grab the 10K card.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
A canned one, like a canned.
But 10K just came back into the room, so here's the one we decided.
Is he there?
He just stopped back in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he is, but he isn't.
I'm gonna be jumping off soon because I gotta go with the wife to the market. It's that time. Okay. But before I do, because I have a couple minutes, and the room is small, and anyone down below, if you want to jump up and chime in, this one's a softball question. But I'd like to know, like, right now in your life, what's your morning routine? Starting with, I wake up at X. We'll start with you.
I'll go first.
All right, Tina, go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go because my daughter is about to pull up shortly and meet me for swimming lessons. Well, she has swimming lessons here, and I'm gonna meet her here. But anyway, so my morning routine, I get up in the morning, and of course, right now, I'm sure this will change, but right now, I still am employed with, what I call the Matrix Plantation. So I still work an 8 to 5 job every single day. And I work on my business as a side hustle right now. But every single day that I get up, I try to start my morning with like this tablet that I have on the side of my bed where I would write down typically 3 to 5 things that I'm grateful for, but that usually ends up filling up the whole page. But that didn't happen overnight. Just from doing it for months, the page began to fill. Sometimes I would have to write on the back, but just writing down what I'm grateful for, what I'm thankful for, no matter how small, no matter how big. After that, I would always drink a glass of water. So a bottle of water or a glass of water is sitting beside my bed. I have to do that before I brush teeth, wash face, get up, anything. And if that is very, very important, by the way, because you want to get your organs flushed and give them a jump start. The other thing that I would do is I would go into meditation. If I don't have a lot of time, I would at least do it for 5 minutes. But typically I try to do at least 10 to 15 minutes of meditation. And after that, just get me a cup of tea and start getting ready for work. So that's my little small thing. And I'm sure like after I leave the corporate world and just really take my business on full time, scaled up, financial freedom, I'm speaking all of this, then I'm sure that there will be some changes that will be made to kind of maintain what I need to have in order to take care of myself as a person and as a businesswoman, as a mother, and as a person to serve the community. So that's it for me, guys. I love you guys. It has been an awesome day. I said that I was getting off with you guys. Look what happened. I have stayed on.
Yeah, thanks for stopping in and being a part of this.
I didn't even care about work. Like the hell with work. I'm just gonna stay on here all day and just grab these nuggets and share and listen and contribute. So it has been so enlightening. It's been very warm and it's been exciting, and I've had an enjoyable time with you guys today. I really did. So I love you guys. Take care. Peace, light, and love to all of you. And I will be contacting you soon, and we'll talk next time. Peace and love.
Bye, Katina.
Okay, I'm next.
Denise, go.
I'm still doing my work. Don't worry. Okay, my morning routine. When I wake up in the morning time, I try to say a little prayer while I'm still in the bed. I try to do a little meditation of the things that I want to transform or transpire in my life. Then when I wake up, after I go, you got to pay your water bill, I come back.
Oh, man.
Sometimes the sewage bill, too. I have to pay it. Let me stop clowning. Okay. Anyway. So, yes, after I go to the bathroom and come back, I usually try to write down at least 10 things or 12 things that I need to do throughout the day, every day. And sometimes I don't get it all done, but then I leave for the next day and I do check it off. And then at night, before I wake up in the morning, which is at night, I would love to have a grand rising every day. So I do listen to meditation overnight. It's playing in my ear while my subconscious is grabbing hold of it, of different readings from, it could be Neville, it could be Bishop Jordan, it could be different people who's reading positive affirmations into my ear while I sleep, so that when I do wake up in the morning, it is a grand rising. And that is Dr. Denise J. speaking, and I am done.
Thank you, Queen. Here you go.
You're welcome, Queen.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Oh, Greg has me leveling up over here. Well, you know how you meet these people and they just seem like they just wake up with a smile on their face. Well, gosh darn it, I'm one of them.
That's annoying.
I wake
That's
up in
just,
the morning,
that's just
I
annoying.
stretch, and I'm like, yes, I'm here. And I typically have my drink by my bed, so I'll take my little vitamin. I'm a vitamin person, so I guess Denise like, yeah. So I'll take my vitamin, and then I will get up and walk around and open all of my blinds so that the sun can come in if it's shining. Today it's cloudy, but I let the light in. I like natural light. And then I follow the Miracle Morning method. I discovered the Miracle Morning back in 2016, Hal Elrod. And quick read, really, really sharp. And I said, I need to do something that's efficient and effective and quicker. And it challenged me to get up earlier. I typically will wake up at sometimes 4 or 5 in the morning. I like to get up when it's dark if possible. And I start with meditation or silence. And his is the method of following the lifesaver. So S is for silence, A is for affirmation, D is for visualization, E is for exercise, R is for reading, and then S is for scribing. And I've been doing that now since 2016. I was doing it before, but not in that order. And so putting myself first in the morning. And so me and Jesus had to have our little commune together first. So I first listen to see what the universe is saying. And that, when I say universe, I mean everything. Whatever God is saying and speaking, everything good, not nothing bad, everything good. And then sometimes it's just silence. I do my affirmations. I speak to myself what is good. What do I know? What you know good today? You know, what am I grateful for? And then visualization. I just think of myself succeeding for the day. And that's why I wake up with a smile, because I'm already doing it. And then exercise. Yes, anyone that knows me knows I believe in being physically fit and working out and doing the best you can. You don't have to do it perfect, but I'm one of these. I want to be on American Ninja Warrior one day. It's in my mind right now. And so I do my Peloton, and then I do my weight lifting and training, and then I read, because now I got to calm down that I'm tired and wore myself out with weight. So I will read, and sometimes that goes before me exercising, and then I always write what I've learned from that reading. It's typically spiritual, the Word of God, and sometimes the devotion. And then I'll write, what I feel like is speaking to me. And then I just get going on my day. So really, the Miracle Morning isn't quick when you put exercise in it. Exercise takes me probably an hour and a half, because I'm going to do that Peloton for at least 30 minutes. And then my weight training and lifting takes about 45 minutes to an hour. And then in the evening, I rinse and repeat. I work out again, typically, before I go to bed. That's it.
All right, do the clapping.
Thank you. And then, that's my favorite one.
Again, if anyone down below wants to come up on stage, share what your morning routine is, we would love to have you jump in on the conversation. Don't be shy. Eventually, you're going to have to get out there and start introducing yourself, so you can climb to the next level, I would imagine. But we are more than welcome to have you, for sure, even if you want to just come up and say hi. My morning routine kind of got hindered. I had, this is so weird. Same thing, the Ninja Warrior thing. I'm really into it, and
knew I liked it.
I have rings, pull-up bars, all that stuff, and I had actually injured. Yeah, I injured myself though, so right now I'm down. So I'm like not working with complete functionality, but we'll get back. We'll get back there for sure. But in the morning, lately, I do rubber bands. Rubber bands are probably the best thing I've ever discovered. I kind of, sorry about that, got cut off. I kind of got, I don't know, I was turned off by them. They looked a little foo-foo for me. But I did get a set, and these have by far given me the best growth, best muscle response. Constant tension is something that like anyone could do, and I gave these rubber bands. I give them out as gifts because you could do them anywhere, especially during COVID. You could just sit there while you're on the phone, while you're doing this. Like even when I'm doing this, yeah, you could sit there and just do.
Those bands ain't no joke. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they'll definitely work you. Like I got humbled by them. So I'll try to do that first thing, and then I'll do water for sure, just to kind of cleanse, get everything going. And after that, it's just getting to work, kind of seeing where I'm at. Some days you wake up and you're just like a lazy sack, and on those days, what I do is I usually will, like, I have some energy drinks that I don't, it's like break in case of emergency type of energy drink. And I will tap into that. Like I can already tell when I wake up, like, I'm 44. Like I know my body pretty well. I know what days I have it and what days I don't. So the days I have it, I'll usually kick it up a notch with an energy drink. But I only drink half because I'm kind of a lightweight with that stuff. And I save the other half for the next day. And, I'll just get going. No matter what I try to move, and no matter what, I always walk the perimeter of my house. Like I always go outside, see what the weather is, see what, what I mean? Just like take a deep breath in and kind of not recenter, but get into your environment type of thing. Like, understand it. Okay, today's hot. Okay, today's windy. I don't know. For me, it's like a mental thing, but I need to go outside. I need to feel, what the weather's bringing. And then it turns into a shit show. Like I have a 3-year-old and a 5-year-old. It sounds like a Chuck E. Cheese after 7. So, my window is small. But that's my morning routine.
Wow. I got to do it. And for the baby, it is not a bad show. Oh, I love your story. I love it. I love how real you are. Oh, Anna, Queen Anna just joined us. Hey, Queen.
Hi, good afternoon. How y'all doing? Hi, Greg. Hi, Miss Tiffany. Hi, everybody.
Hey.
Ready?
Ready? In case.
All right,
We're just
guys.
talking about how we start our morning.
I'm sorry, guys. All right, now my time's up. The wife is saying
yes,
we're going
you
to
gotta
the
go with
market.
the family. No worries.
Yeah, but it was great talking to everyone today. Like honestly, and everyone in the room, whether you came up on the stage or not, my message still stands. Like I hope you guys make it, no matter what. Like I want everyone here to rise up in their business category, and if you made it this far, like you're already online, you're doing this, you're taking the action steps because you are here, and there's a lot of people who wouldn't even take this leap. Keep going with your journey. Keep going. Be a student of life, and it was a really great talk today. Tiffany, always a pleasure. Like I love hosting with you, and we're gonna do it again. So anyway,
absolutely,
everyone,
have fun.
Thank you. Bye, all. I'm going to the market.
Bye.
It's a good day. Hey, Queen Anna, how are you? I know you just got in.
Awesome. Yes, thank you so much.
just fired up from yesterday's conversation. Woke up today clear-headed and was just pounding the pavement. So it was awesome. Yes.
Look at you taking action. That's what I'm talking about. We were in a real estate room this morning, and they were like, yeah, y'all keep coming in here. And they were talking to everybody. And how many of you have taken action? I said, oh, it feels like a 10K room this morning. But they were correct. What action, And I tell people, if you're not willing to take action, then, go in a different direction. Do something that you're willing to take action on. Don't just think about it. It's okay to think, but sometimes we become overthinkers. So we've been talking about how we level up our morning. And, I was sharing with the group that, I follow have you ever read The Miracle Morning by Hal Elrod? It's an oldie but goodie.
The Miracle Morning. I haven't read it, but you said it's The Miracle Morning?
Yes, it's called The Miracle Morning. It's a quick read, too. It takes about an hour. And it talks about how he changed his perspective because he used to hate to wake up in the morning. And the whole purpose is he wanted to find out, well, how do the most successful people in the world wake up? I mean, what do they do in the morning to get themselves motivated? And what it is it's about waking up with intention, and it's about mindset. And he said, I don't have time to do all these things, because he found out through his research that the most successful people, they follow the savers method, lifesavers. And it's S is for silent, which is meditation, affirmation, visualization, exercise, reading, and scribing, which is journaling. And he said he realized that most of the successful people in the world who are following this type of methodology get more done in a day than most people would in a week. And he said, how can I possibly do that? And those aren't all the strategies, but he said the goal of this book is to help you want to get up in the morning. And so he challenged himself to set his clock back an hour earlier, because normally he would get up at 7, hit the shower, 6:30 or 7, run around, and it was always a rush to get to work. Well, he decided to start getting up an hour earlier. His goal was to get up by 4 o'clock, but that meant he also had to go to bed. So he said he scaled it back 1 hour at a time. And so he went to bed at, an hour earlier, and then he got up an hour earlier consistently for a week. And then before you knew it, he was getting more done. He realized he was getting more done in the morning. So he started getting up at 4, because most of the wealthiest people in the world get up extremely early, and they go to bed early. And so he started doing that, and all of a sudden he started becoming successful. He said, you would think it was silly that this one little thing is what caused me to be successful. I think, Denise, you unmuted. You were about to jump in and say something.
No, I was just clapping my hands to what you're saying. It's so true, yes.
Oh, no worries. So that's the premise of the book, The Miracle Morning. And I discovered it in 2016. I had just moved, and I was trying to figure out why it was so hard for me to get up in the morning. Life happens, things get in the way. And I said, I feel like I'm just running on fumes, and just the entire day I'm trying to catch up, and then the day is over. What can I do to get more done? And I went online and did some research and found out this was one of the #1 books. I'm like, wow, why are so many people reading this book? And that's how I discovered The Miracle Morning. And I've been following that methodology for a while. Now every morning, it doesn't always work out, because sometimes things happen. I'll stay up too late and I won't get up that early. But I'll just typically, like we do with exercise, get back on track as quickly as possible. And so it helps me. It helps me get more done. And I was telling them Monday is my day that I have more relaxed time. So I'm actually better able to just, hang out in a room on a Monday, because I don't typically schedule a whole lot. I will have to jump off soon to go record a video that someone asked for, but that's only going to take 20 minutes. So, but yeah, that's what I do in the day. And the room, I'm going to reset the room. This is 10K cards room. Time to pull the trigger. It's not a safe space. And what we talked about today about pulling the trigger is what are some of the things that we're doing and why, or what is our why? Why do we do what we do? And we've all kind of shared what our why is, but you haven't, Anna. What is your why?
That's a very good question. So first of all, I just went and downloaded the book. So as soon as I get off, I am going to, I did it on audiobook, so I'm going to listen to it tonight. The miracle book you were just talking about.
Oh yes, the Miracle Morning. Now you took action quick. I didn't. You're like me. When someone says, "Did you all get the title?" I'm like, I already bought it.
Yeah, I just downloaded it. I've downloaded it now.
All right. So, you want to know what's funny about my why? I think I discovered it yesterday.
Wow. Oh, you're gonna have to break that down. Oh yeah.
Or rediscovered it, or just, I don't know. Without going into too much detail and too much background, my why is I just want to provide jobs. I want to be a job provider. I know that's probably not a good why because it's not a personal why, but I've also, when you look at the country, and most countries, not just this country, most developed countries, who really runs the country are the corporations, right? In my estimation, even when it's a democracy where, it's supposed to be run by the people, for the people, by the people, at the end of the day, unless we act in a collective effort, we just individually do not have the power, right, to always get the results that we want. And I know you talked about that great story yesterday about the person that was able to get it for their son, but that's usually an anomaly, right? Usually it's the larger industries that they come together and they lobby the government and so on. And I just realized that it took me a long time to realize that, especially in America and probably most other developed countries, being black is how do I say, it can hinder you. And I'm not saying anything that anyone in this room doesn't already know, because but it took me a long time to understand that and get that. And so I feel that one of the ways to gain the power, Black in America has already gained not total equal justice, but some equal justice on a social level, and many of the other areas politically, right? But economically, there's still a gap. And one of the ways to fill that gap is not only home ownership and land ownership, but also, and probably more so, being able to, economically being able to build through building companies and building corporations and providing, products, services, and employment. And I have come to realize that that's where the real power lies. So I want to create a program because I've had so many years of consulting with entrepreneurs, where I help to teach
young Black kids, you know, how to create businesses and build businesses that can get past the growth hump. Not just small businesses, which is good, and they're because small businesses do make up a great part of businesses in America. But you know, getting to that point where these businesses are also providing a lot of jobs for you know, their communities. And so I'm looking forward to working with that. So that's my why, is being able to help out in that area. I don't really have a personal why, but that's something, believe it or not, that I have been passionate about since I was taught about Queen Mary in the, I think it was second grade. I was taught about a Queen Mary who chased the Danish off the island by something called Firebun. And then Hamilton D. Jackson, who went and lobbied the United States to make sure that there were jobs on the island. So it was a seed that was planted, and I think yesterday you guys gave it some fertilization or something, because middle of the night I woke up and I said, yeah, that's it. That's the why. So thank you. And I land there.
Oh, that was wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing that. That is powerful. I'll give a little backstory for those in the room that may not know what we were, you know, where we started with that. We were talking about affecting change at a higher level of government and how we can impact society on a broader scale, not just, you know, nothing wrong with the one-on-one scale, but, you know, sometimes it takes a deeper impact. So we're talking about, you know, influences in government and collaborations in government that would allow us to affect a bigger change, and what can we take action on that will allow us to walk into those spaces. And so I shared some examples about what I've seen and experienced on this journey. And that was really powerful. I appreciate you sharing that. That's amazing. This room is definitely an action-oriented room, and I'm just so blessed to be here. Really. And I know you didn't hear Dr. Denise, who's actually got her PhD level. She's pivoting and moving and adjusting and transitioning from education over to the holistic space, as well as, you know, just reaching out where she needs to make an impact. So I have to tell you, I've not met anyone in this room who's not making an impact. I have just been impressed by how iron is sharpens iron, you know, and like spirits are drawn to one another, and we're all very strong, and we're out there making changes where we can. And I just love it. I love this room. I love this. The 10KCARDS family and our connections is just, the synergy is there. It's amazing. And I know sometimes you all see Coach in here not, you know, responding, but he's actually he's usually at work. But he will jump in when he wants to. And that's cool, because sometimes, you know, people can't speak because they, you know, they got people around them. You know, I'm blessed to be able to work mostly from home. I don't have to go into a workspace. I work tomorrow for a short period of time, but, you know, typically I can work from home because a lot of our meetings are on Zoom right now, which is a blessing. And again, you know, like Queen Anna was saying, I'm in the process of pivoting and shifting and listening during my miracle morning for, you know, when that time is, and that's why I feel like I'm in a hurry, because I feel like my time is limited with where I need to hurry up and get there, because I feel like I'm being called forth to do just that. So, and then I shared some things, and 10K jumped in and said, "Wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute." And so he adjusted me and said, "We're going to look at it from this perspective." So I really love the 10K family because it helps to adjust, adapt, and so that's pretty much it. So, Mr. Sean 10K, are you there? I'm going to text him. He may or may not be present, because I do need to say something to him. But first of all, King Elvin, how you doing over there? Elvin, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Oh, you sound more refreshed today. How's it?
All right, I was here in the office and my daughters came through.
Oh, that's wonderful. I know yesterday you were busy preaching and doing everything you had to do. You said, I just got in. I just walked in.
Yes, I was worn out.
Mm-hmm. And you still gave some wonderful nuggets to us. We so appreciate you. I'm getting pinged. I'm sorry. When I go quiet, I've been pinged and I need to dismiss it.
Well, you never know what's good to do.
Oh, yes. Well, I have to go record a video for the women's retreat that we're putting on next weekend. So I'm going to have to jump out of here because I have to do that. But first, now, Elvin, when did you get your 10K card? Was it last week?
No, I've had it for maybe 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh, okay. I couldn't remember. So how are you enjoying your 10K card?
Loving it. Loving it. Absolutely loving it.
I see your QR code on your emoji.
Yeah. So many things are happening here. It's just like Christmas every day.
Isn't it wonderful? Doesn't it make life so much easier?
Oh, absolutely. I'm just waiting for Sean to get back to me so I can put my CV and my bio on the recorded message. That way, when institutions ask me for my CV, I can just drop them a link.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's wonderful. And they're also doing video on the links as well now. Isn't that awesome?
Yes. It's a little pitch.
It's a game changer. This is the best business card I've ever had in my entire life. It's been a game changer.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
I was in a meeting. Yes. Queen Anna.
So I can't wait to finish getting set up. I'm still working on putting all the other pages together, but I'm really looking forward to it. My goal is by this Saturday to have everything ready to go for you.
So Saturday is your launch day. Oh, that's wonderful.
So, having been invited to apply for the position of president of a theological seminary, I'm really eager to put my work together and make it digital. So, because they want to move to a hybrid situation where they are doing both in person and online. And to be able to drop this card will demonstrate my affability for that discipline.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that is outstanding. Oh, we gotta you know what? I'm just gonna have to break it on out right now. Yes. Oh, that is awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. Oh, King Elvin, this is wonderful. You're gonna be president, Elvin, in a minute. The president is here. Oh. Oh, I love it. I love it. Congratulations, man of God. That is amazing. Oh, outstanding.
And we're looking forward to the opportunity to at least dip in the waters, they say. Mm-hmm. Have you ever been dipped? Yeah, I'm going to be dipped.
Well, you know what? Higher education is wonderful, and it's just a pleasure. I visited many seminary campuses, and it's just a certain spirit that's there. It's different than your regular institutions in that when you hit the ground, it's almost like you can just feel the power. It's like electricity. It's absolutely amazing. Mm-hmm. And just to work in that environment. Oh, yes. It's going to be wonderful.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
So this 10K card is making some moves. It's doing some things. Oh, I cannot wait. Oh, yes. Mr. John 10K is just going to be beside himself. And, you know, he's doing some amazing things to make it even better. And there is no limit. There's just no limit.
Every time I turn around, oops, another blessing.
Right. Exactly. It's like, oh, it's Christmas in August. I love it.
Yes, indeed.
He's like, what do you think? I was like, what have you done now? Oh, that's amazing.
Okay.
He was like, oh, see what I have to offer. But you know what? The spirit just drew us all together. I just feel like we have found our tribe, our community, because each and every one of us here is doing something for the greater good, to help our fellow man, to give back. And all of us are just believers, and it just blesses my soul.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes.
Yes. Let me text Mr. Kensington. Well, Queen Anna, first of all, I can't wait for you to get your card. I'm so excited because you are going to absolutely love it.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to coming into the what is this, the 21st century?
Yeah.
I know, right?
Let me tell you.
Yeah, we can't go backwards anymore. And I have a designer that was actually designing a card, and I'd forgotten about it for the YCEO. And she was like, what do you think? I was like, I forgot about that. I forgot you were doing that. And I said, I didn't want to say I don't need it because, now the work has been done. I said, well, I want you to take all the text off, all of it. I'm going to give you something. And I sent her the QR code. I said, now put the QR code on there and the logo. She's like, that's it? Yep, that's it. It's because I'm limited with when I'll ever use it anyway. I might mail it to somebody. But I'm thinking, well, that was a waste of time.
Right, because you can actually copy and paste it into any document.
Right. Right. Email, wherever. And like, well, you never know. Like, yeah, go ahead and give it here. I'll just have it as a backup.
Yeah.
But I'm just excited. And again, I was looking for something like this. I knew it had to exist. Somebody had to have the vision for it. Yes, yes.
I like the idea of being able to airdrop it. A person can save it in their contacts or save it on the dashboard as an app.
Yes, yes. I love the feature. I love the feature. Oh, my goodness.
And it's dynamic. Any changes are made across the whole platform to wherever you have dropped your card. They get the changes automatically.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. They don't have to get an upgrade or a refresher. Whenever they open it up, they'll automatically get the latest version.
Oh, I love it. Oh, my goodness gracious, yes. I'm looking at it now. Like, oh, it did update. Because I used to have my picture, now I have my logo. Okay. Yes, I'm looking at it right now. Oh, it's fabulous. And I love my jewel because I'm known as an associate jewel in one of the organizations I'm with. And when I saw those, I'm like, I'm feeling those blue jewels. He's like, I said, yes, it falls right in line because I am a jewel. And I literally meant that. I'm like, no, not metaphorically. I mean, with an organization, I'm considered a jewel, an associate jewel. They don't just put us out the pasture. I'm an associate jewel. Yes, I love it. It's you know what? Everything is in alignment. Don't you feel like everything is in alignment right now?
No, it's coming into focus for sure.
Absolutely.
Everything is lining up.
Absolutely. Can I say something?
Oh, yes, we got an open forum. Yes, ma'am.
I went to my ancestors, my grandparents' country, and I went and sat in a hot spring. And Elvin, and I'm pretty sure everybody would know, but there is a story in the Bible where they told the person was sick and they told him to go dip in the dirty water 7 times.
Oh yeah. Yeah, leprosy.
Yeah.
Naaman.
And that water,
Naaman.
huh?
His name was Naaman.
Naaman, yes. And that spring, it had algae and it was like not pretty, right? And it was hot, 100 and something degrees. But let me tell you, I have felt so cleansed. It brought me back to that story. I actually dipped 7 times, just metaphorically, but since then, it just seems like everything has been going in a straight line since I did that dip. I don't even usually do, well, obviously, I don't do social media and platforms like this. I had a friend who was sending me an invitation early on and came on. And then I ended up running into you guys. And you guys are awesome, man. Your energy is just awesome. I think, like, it's perfect. Perfect. It's amazing how perfect you and your group are, and this how much you've helped. I really appreciate this forum.
Oh, it's wonderful. And I was talking to Greg earlier, and we're also going to be doing a spinoff where we have a technology room where we're helping people. We said we're going to call it the Shark Tank or Not, where people come and pitch their ideas or tell us what they're doing in business. And it's going to be related to, is it sellable in the real world, like the technology, and giving advice on how to sharpen the technology piece. So we were playing around with some of the ideas today on our new venture that's going to spin off. We're still going to do this room, but we feel like there also needs to be a room specifically for people that have technology questions. I used to own a graphic design firm, so I know a lot about technology, not the programming side. That's all Greg. And so we just figured out, back to what you were saying, Anna, about just how the energy just came together. Just through the course of conversations, we realized, hey, we know a lot of stuff. We need to have a room about this stuff. We're like, yeah, let's do that. And anybody that wants to come in that wants to share some stuff, come on. It's going to be just like this. So yes, absolutely. I feel you on that.
Yeah, and you said so the people will be able to pitch their ideas to you?
Well, they're going to tell us what their business is about or their idea, and we will keep helping him. Kind of like Hugh. I think you were in the room when Hugh was here the other day. Well, he came back today, and he did everything that we told him to execute. Well, then he needed a higher level of discussion around what platform would be right for him to launch and how to do it and in what way. This wouldn't necessarily be the platform for that discussion because it kind of takes you kind of off the deep end of where the topic is. And that's when we decided we're going to have to do another room that's specifically targeted towards that. So we can just talk about the technology and why you should use it and how to use it to sharpen yourself and your brand. And then we can go look at your brand and see what's going on and then give you some advice on that as well. And then you could ask questions, so yeah.
That's awesome. I'm sure that is going to draw a lot of people. Yeah. That's awesome. Let me know. I'll send it out to people that I know.
Oh, absolutely. And also as an encouragement for people who feel like, a lot of people have come in here saying they feel like their social media is not up to standard with their business. And, Greg does a lot of SEO, and SEO is critical when it comes to success and whether you're getting in front of the right crowd or not. So, that's something that we'll be looking at helping people with as well, because most people don't understand what SEO is, but the way that it's broken down by Greg is even a 3-year-old can understand it, and that's what I like about him. So yeah, it's pretty awesome. So we're going to be doing that. Elvin, you wanted to say something, or you just got your mic?
I didn't realize the mic was still open. Please accept my apologies.
I've done this too. Don't worry about it. So yeah, we're really excited. So we're going to be talking offline, and actually Kimmy, who came in here as well, she is more of a finance person. She's going to be joining us on some discussions, and I'll actually be inviting her to my organization. She dropped me her info because, you know, the cryptocurrency space is not something that a lot of us understand. We may know a little bit, but it's not like the stock market. It's a whole different animal. And so she's going to be coming to speak to a couple of my winning groups in the real world space. Even though this is real world, I mean out here. And, you know, and I want her to come in on the Zoom and do a training and a teaching on what it is that she does. So again, this room is pretty phenomenal. And if it fits what's going on in your world, and when I say your world, I mean the everyday task of what you're doing in the course of doing business or in community service, then definitely, like Elvin just said, he is about to step into a role as president of a seminary. I mean, that's pretty phenomenal. And so now that's going to open up a whole different door, additional door for him, as if it wasn't enough. He's doing so much out here. But knowing that, if someone comes to me, president of, let's say, Cincinnati Christian University, we're looking for a speaker. Tiffany, you know somebody? I got it right here on my phone. You want me to airdrop this card to you? So this is what's going to happen. It's going to lead us, even though we're kind of still doing this, like Elvin mentioned, this hybrid model of sometimes off, sometimes on, you know, online versus in person. You know, it's a little bit of both. We still have to keep moving forward in life. Our life cannot stop rotating. We have to adjust and pivot. So he might be speaking at Cincinnati Christian University on Zoom. Where in the world could we have done that in the past? Before, you had to stop what you're doing, take time off, fly in, stay at the hotel, go to speak, get back on the plane, go back to the hotel. You know, so I'm really excited about it. Definitely. So I know Mrs. Kincaid is going to keep the room open, but I'm going to exit because I actually do have to go record this video, which means I got to put some makeup on. Oh, I don't have any makeup on. I haven't been in makeup all day. So I got to do
that book.
Oh, yes. You can read that book in no time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to continue to work on this, putting this thing together, so I'll be ready for Saturday. So, yes. But in a couple of hours, feel free to call me back on if you guys are on. But enjoy your meeting. I know you'll do well.
Thank you. Well, I'll see you later, King Elvin and Coach. I see you over there. All right, y'all have a blessed one. And Mr. Strong out in the audience. What's up? Bye, everybody.
All right, Queen. Have a good one. No one's in the audience.
Hi, Sean.